California. It was late August, the time of year when the Mojave Desert became America's closest approximation to hell on Earth. Well past midnight, the temperature was still in the hundreds as Mack Bolan, a.k.a. the Executioner, drove his rented Taurus sedan up the steep rise of State Highway 75 west of Barstow. He could barely see past the smear of insects splattered across his windshield. Over the past 50 miles, he'd drained a full tank of wiper fluid trying to keep the glass clean. But the bugs kept coming. And the bugs weren't the only thing suffering. Since starting up the protracted incline 4 miles ago, Bolan had passed a half-dozen cars forced off the road with overheated engines. He'd shut off his air conditioner, hoping to avoid the same fate, but the dash needle gauging the Taurus's engine temperature continued its slow creep into the red. Bolan grinned ruefully as he thought back on the circumstances leading to this latest predicament. Hours ago, arriving at L.A. International Airport on the heels of his latest assignment from Stony Man Farm, he'd had the option to switch planes and fly on to Edwards Air Force Base, but he'd decided instead to rent a car, figuring a leisurely night drive through the desert would give him a chance to unwind after his recent mission. Bad move. Barely out of L.A., there'd been a 40-minute backup on the interstate caused by an overturned big rig, followed by another 2 delays for construction work on the highway. And now, after plaguing him with kamikaze insects, the Mojave was ready with the coup de grace. As Bolan neared the top of the grade, steam began to roil up from under the hood of his Taurus, further obscuring his view of the road.
Shit.
Seconds later, the dash lights flashed, confirming that the engine had been crippled by the desert heat. Bolan toggled on his emergency flashers and switched lanes, looking for a safe place to pull over. Up ahead, there were 2 cars already parked on the shoulder, a year-old Mercedes and an older Camaro. Unlike the vehicles he'd passed earlier, neither car had its hood up. Both vehicles seemed unattended, and there was no one using the emergency call box located less than 50 yards uphill.
Strange.
He drove by the cars and brought the Taurus to a stop near the call box. The receiver had been yanked free, either by vandals or a disgruntled motorist, leaving a short, useless length of cable dangling from the box. Getting out of his car, Bolan spotted the receiver, scuffed and cracked, lying in the weeds near a guardrail that separated the highway shoulder from a steep, gravelly incline. He walked past it, following the guardrail uphill for another 20 yards. When he reached the top of the rise, Bolan stopped and glanced downhill. Roughly 5 miles away, he could see lights marking the outskirts of Collier Springs, the only developed area between Barstow and the airbase. Bolan figured if he could put the Taurus in neutral and push it far enough, he'd be able to coast downhill to one of the service stations just outside town. There he could give the car a chance to cool down and have it looked over by a mechanic. If need be, he could leave it and arrange for other transportation to Edwards. Waiting for Bolan at the Air Force Base were 2 other members of the farm's Sensitive Operations Group, Mission Controller Barbara Price and John Cowboy Kissinger, Stony Man's resident weaponsmith. Kissinger had spent the past week at Edwards helping technicians from National Avionics arm the firm's prototype ES-1 spy plane for an impromptu mission in the Far East. With some additional help from a friend stationed at the base, Kissinger and the avionics team had managed to rig up a modified Phoenix air-to-air missile system, allowing the ES-1 to be flown out of Edwards the previous day in the belly of a Lockheed C-141 Starlifter. Once unloaded at a restricted military air base in Margilam, India, the ES-1, originally designed as an unmanned reconnaissance air vehicle, would be filling in as the National Security Agency's eye in the sky over southwestern China, pending the launch of the new Odin series satellite. The new satellite would replace the one that had finally malfunctioned after providing NSA with a steady stream of data for the past 17 years. Over the years, Stony Man Farm had routinely tapped into NSA's satellite feeds as part of its own covert reconnaissance operations. But its interest in the URAV launch extended beyond a desire to stay on top of suspicious Chinese troop movements within the long-beleaguered province of Tibet. Because the ES-1 was being pressed into duty 3 months ahead of schedule, It had been deemed necessary to fasten a sled-mount cockpit beneath the fuselage and convert the plane, at least temporarily, into a manned aircraft. Once Stonyman pilot Jack Grimaldi had caught wind of the design change, he'd lobbied for the China mission, convincing Barbara Price to call in some markers at NSA, her former employer, to ensure that he got the nod. The ploy had worked. In a few hours, when the ES-1 took off from Margilam, Grimaldi would be at the plane's controls. As for Price, she'd flown to Edwards earlier in the day to see off Grimaldi and smooth things over with her NSA contacts and the commanding officers at the airbase. Both parties had been understandably rankled by the leading role the farm had taken in the ES-1 mission. After all, as a long-standing covert entity, Stonyman Farm had been brought into the mix unencumbered by the restraints of scrutiny and accountability that officially acknowledged agencies were subject to. NSA and the Air Force weren't even aware of the farm's existence. All they'd been told was that Grimaldi, Price, and Kissinger were special federal agents acting under direct orders from the White House. Any other information pertaining to their involvement with the mission had been designated as classified. As Price had told Bolan on the phone back in Los Angeles, she expected to have her hands full assuring the other principals in the mission that there was a good reason for them being kept in the dark as to her true affiliation and that of Grimaldi and Kissinger. Bolan was sure she'd rise to the challenge. He'd never met anyone as adept in the art of charmful persuasion. In fact, after several weeks of separation, he was looking forward to partaking in some of those charms himself as soon as he reached Edwards, and it galled him to realize he might now miss the late-night rendezvous they'd planned at her hotel room near the airbase. Returning to the Taurus, Bolan popped the hood. As he waited, he flicked on his cell phone, planning to apprise Price of his latest delay. There was a message waiting for him.
It's Barbara. I ran into some delays, and now I'm out having drinks with some of my NSA colleagues. But I'll be in my room at 1 o'clock a.m., ready to make you forget about the desert.
Bolan checked his watch.
Oh.
He'd be lucky to reach Edwards by 1:30. He left a message with Price's cell service explaining his predicament, then made another quick call to John Kissinger.
Yeah?
Look, I'm stranded outside Collier Springs.
Damn it, Stryker. I got a royal flush.
Sorry.
It's all right. I'll be right there.
Thanks, but let me try a service station first and see if they can get me back on the road.
I didn't catch all that. You're breaking up.
Great. Yeah, my battery's giving out. Sorry. I'll call back on another phone once I get the Taurus downhill to Collier Springs.
Stryker, I'm having a tough time
Shit. Dead.
Bolan slipped the cell phone into his pocket. He flashed a pen light over the engine and quickly pinpointed the problem, a 2-inch rupture in the upper radiator hose. It'd be a quick enough fix once he got the car to a service station. Bolan went back to the front seat. He put the Taurus in neutral, then kept the front door open and stood outside the car, keeping one hand on the steering wheel as he leaned his weight into the doorframe. It was oppressively hot. Sweat streamed down his face, stinging his eyes as he coaxed the Taurus slowly forward. The car was just starting to pick up momentum when Bolan suddenly leaned inside and yanked on the parking brake, bringing the car to an abrupt stop. Glancing over his shoulder, Bolan stared back in the direction of the Mercedes and Camaro. He thought he'd heard something near the cars. Bolan stood alongside the Taurus, waiting for the sound to repeat itself. As much as he wanted to get the car to a service station so he could drive on to Edwards, his instincts were still clamoring, telling him something was wrong. He couldn't just leave, not without first checking things out. Moving away from the Taurus, Bolan followed the guardrail back toward the other two vehicles. The Camaro was parked in front of the Mercedes, covered with grime and road dust. It had Nevada plates, and as he drew closer, Bolan saw that the front plate was far cleaner than the rest of the car and hung at a slightly lopsided angle, missing one of its mounting screws.
Stolen.
Bolan instinctively reached inside his shirt. A .44 Magnum Desert Eagle was tucked snugly in a web holster strapped beneath his left arm. Like it or not, his rendezvous with Barbara Price would have to wait. The Camaro sunroof was cracked open several inches, but the doors were all locked. Bolan peered inside. There was an expensive-looking tooled leather attaché case on the floor behind the driver's seat. It looked like something he'd have more likely found in the Mercedes. Bolan leaned closer to the window for a better look, then froze.
There it is again. What the hell is that?
The sound was coming from somewhere behind him. Bolan whirled the .44 held out before him and stared into the darkness beyond the guardrail. The pitched, gravel-strewed slope led down to a stretch of desert flatland dotted with Joshua trees. Bolan was taken aback at first by the Joshuas, which looked almost human in the moonlight, their gangly limbs raised as if beseeching the heavens. There was no sign of movement. Bolan slowly dropped to a crouch, still on the alert. It was off to his right, coming from the far side of the guardrail next to where the Mercedes was parked. Bolan cautiously approached the luxury car. For the first time, he noticed that the left rear tire was flat. Even more disturbing, however, was a bullet hole in the front windshield. It was on the driver's side, and it clearly passed through at an angle, targeting whoever had been sitting behind the steering wheel. Before he could get close enough to look inside the Mercedes, Bolan's attention was drawn to a faint, watery trail in the gravel on the passenger side of the vehicle. Bolan dipped a finger into the liquid and shone his penlight on it.
Blood.
There was more on the guardrail. Bolan stared past it. Halfway down the slope, he spotted a man in a dark suit lying on the ground, grasping weakly for a black chauffeur's cap that lay a few feet beyond his reach. The sound Bolan had heard earlier was that of the man's fingers clawing through the gravel. Gun in hand, Bolan hurdled the railing and skidded down the slope to the chauffeur's side. The man was in his late 30s, blonde hair cropped short, pale eyes filled with fear and confusion. The front of his white shirt was soaked with blood. He'd been shot in the chest.
They took him.
The chauffeur struggled to raise his arm and point toward the mountains rising up behind the Joshua trees. His arm fell limply to the ground. Bolan checked for a pulse, then ripped open the man's shirt. One look at the blood coursing from the gunshot wound, and he knew there was no point in attempting CPR. The man was beyond resuscitating. Bolan stood slowly, trying to piece together what had happened. From what he'd seen, it had all the markings of a textbook highway robbery. 10 miles back, just before the start of the incline, there'd been a rest area, an ideal place to scope out high rollers heading north on the highway to Las Vegas. Bolan figured somebody had to have poked the Mercedes tire while its occupants were using the facilities, then followed the car away from the rest stop, waiting for it to come up lame. Usually in cases like this, the victims would be so frazzled by the flat tire that the robbery would be a piece of cake, a quick hit and run with no one getting hurt. But here, something had clearly gone wrong. From the looks of it, the robbers had to have shot the chauffeur while he was still behind the wheel, then hauled him out the passenger side and dumped him over the railing. But what about the passenger? Bolan glanced in the direction the driver had been pointing. He was trying to sort through the shadows cast by the Joshuas. A slug kicked up the earth to Bolan's right and was followed by a second that struck even closer, missing him by mere inches. The shot seemed to be coming from separate directions.
Shit! 2 shooters.
Bolan dove to the ground and lay alongside the slain chauffeur. He fired blindly in the direction of the Joshuas, hoping to give the shooters pause while he moved to better cover. More shots quickly whizzed back in his direction, however. Several slammed into the chauffeur's body, making him twitch as if he were coming back to life. Bolan knew he had to move, quick. Backtracking up to the highway was out of the question, though. The incline would slow him down, making him an easy target. And there was no cover to his left or directly in front of him. That left only one option. Bolan took it, rolling to his right through some low brush, then scrambling on all fours toward a graffiti-tagged concrete trough that ran parallel to the highway, apparently to divert floodwaters from the road. Once he reached the half-pipe, Bolan dove to the bottom and crawled along on his belly. As long as he stayed low, he felt he was safe, at least for the moment. The ditch ran straight for nearly 40 yards, then led Bolan away from the highway and came to an abrupt end. He found himself staring down an 80-foot drop to a dry gulch, lined with jagged rocks and boulders. Jumping would be suicide, but he couldn't turn back either. Judging from the angle of the gunshots ricocheting off the half-pipe around him, at least one of his pursuers was closing in. One way or another, he had to get out of the ditch. Bolan quickly holstered his Desert Eagle, then lowered himself feet first over the drop-off. Once he was dangling from the lip by his fingertips, he swung back and forth a few times, then let go. His momentum carried him back to the sheer face of the mountainside directly beneath the half-pipe. He landed hard against the rock and immediately began to slide downward. He clawed for a handhold, and finally, after an unchecked slide of nearly 20 feet, he managed to close his fingers around a protrusion the size of a doorknob. Scraped and bleeding, he clung to the facing and listened for his pursuers. Bolan could hear someone coming down out of the mountains toward him. He looked around. Off to his right, he spotted a narrow ledge jutting a few inches from the sheer rock facing. It wasn't much, and he couldn't see where it led, but his fingers were starting to ache, and he didn't know how much longer he could cling to his precarious handhold. Slowly, he inched sideways. After a seeming eternity, Bolan reached the ledge. He shifted his weight to his feet, then crabbed his way to a point where the ledge widened and angled upward. He followed the rise and was soon back on level ground. He reached for his Desert Eagle.
Time to make the donuts.
His fingers were closing around the grip when he suddenly detected a blur of motion to his right. Bolan instinctively lurched to one side, but he wasn't fast enough to elude his attacker. A knife blade shone briefly in the moonlight, then ripped through the fabric of Bolan's shirt and plunged into his chest. Fuck! The attacker's weapon was nothing more than a cheap jackknife. The blade, less than 3 inches long and dull from use, deflected off Bolan's holster and grazed his ribs. He ignored the cut and struck back, clipping his attacker squarely in the chest with the butt of his Desert Eagle. Oh! The knifeman staggered back. Bolan stayed on the offensive, lunging forward and driving a shoulder into the man's midsection. Already off balance, the man reeled to the ground, jackknife flying from his hand. Bolan loomed over him, the .44 pointed at his forehead, finger on the trigger. Dazed, the other man waved his hands feebly in the air.
Give up, man! Don't shoot!
Keep your goddamn voice down.
Bolan kept the gun trained on the man as he looked him over. He was short and wiry, wearing nothing but sandals and a grimy pair of gym shorts. His hair was unkempt, and a ragged beard hung from his chin like a bristly clump of steel wool. His skin glistened, and he smelled as if he hadn't washed in weeks. Bolan felt certain this wasn't one of the men who'd been firing at him.
What are you doing out here?
I live here.
The man rose shakily to his feet, gesturing at the area around them, a small clearing surrounded by large boulders and a makeshift wall made of tree boughs. A bedroll was laid out on a discarded mattress, next to which were a few weathered boxes filled with clothes and other belongings. Bolan could see an old, battered skateboard, a frisbee flying disc, and a tattered, folded kite. Balanced behind the boxes atop an old tree trunk was a battery-operated police scanner. The transient started rubbing his chin.
Man's home is his castle, right? I got a right to defend myself.
Bolan ignored the man, glimpsing past the compound's perimeter, eyes open for the gunman.
You're in on all that shooting, right?
I guess you could say that. I'm the target.
Well, then you owe me one, mister.
The transient pointed to his right. Bolan saw another man lying unconscious in the shadows.
Gave him a good whack with my frying pan. He wandered in here right after he took a couple of shots at you. I was hiding behind that boulder over there. Guy never knew what hit him.
Bolan crouched before the gunman and turned him over, revealing the MP5 he'd apparently fallen on after being hit. The assailant was in his early 20s, dressed in black. Blood trickled from his scalp where the transient had struck him. The man's features were Asian, most likely Chinese.
I think there's another one of them still out there somewhere.
I know.
Why were they shooting at you, man?
I crashed their party. I stumbled on the guy they killed up the road. I guess they didn't appreciate it. You didn't see or hear anything, did you? Answer me.
Hey, look. I'm a dropout, okay? I don't want to get caught up in something that's none of my business.
This is your business now.
Whoa, I don't want any hassles.
Bolan decided to toss the man some bait.
If these guys have been pulling robberies like this for a while, there might be a reward.
A reward? You think so?
Of course, it'd depend on how cooperative you were.
Yeah, sure, okay. I saw something. Come on, I'll show you.
The transient led Bolan up a short path partially concealed by more boulders.
By the way, my name's Billy Grubb. Grabowski, actually, but Grubb's easier to remember. Kinda fits, too, I guess, huh?
Bolan didn't answer. He'd holstered his Desert Eagle in favor of the MP5, and he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings as they made their way up to a vista overlooking the strip of desert flatland between the gorge and the mountains. The highway was barely visible a few hundred yards to the left. Bolan could just make out the Camaro and Mercedes on the far side of the guardrail. His Taurus was parked too far uphill for him to see.
I was just about to nod off when I got woken up by this kabang sound by that Benz there. I figured it was just some car backfiring, so I tried to go back to sleep. Only then I heard some yelling and another kabang. I crawled up here for a look-see, and these two guys were dragging some other guy down from the highway. They were talking in Chinese or something, and every couple steps they roughed this other guy up.
The man's finger indicated a course down the slope from the guardrail to the hardpan, then across the sand to the first cluster of Joshua trees.
Finally, right about there, they started digging.
Digging?
Yeah. They must have had shovels with them or something. I figured maybe they'd buried something out there and were looking to dig it up.
Or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe they were looking to bury something, or someone.
Well, maybe so. I didn't think of that. Anyway, they weren't at it all that long before somebody showed up back near the cars.
Me?
Well, yeah, I guess so. So anyway, once all of those guns started going off, I grabbed my skillet and laid low. When Charlie Chan over there came by, bang! I clobbered him. Next thing I knew, here you come crawling up out of the gorge like Spider-Man or something. Freaked me right out, I'm telling you. I didn't cut you too bad, did I?
I'll live.
Bolan surveyed the desert and mountainside, but saw no trace of the remaining gunman.
Let's go tend to your house guest before he comes to.
Good idea.
Grubb led the way back.
I was gonna either tie him up or use duct tape. I got both.
Let's use the tape.
Coming right up.
As Grubb fished through his boxes, Bolan crouched over the fallen shooter. The man hadn't moved since the executioner had turned him over. He thumbed the man's wrist, then his neck. Grubb brought the tape over.
Here we go.
We won't be needing that.
Grubb seemed surprised.
I killed him?
Looks that way.
Grubb stared at the dead man a moment, then turned back to Bolan.
That reward, is it one of those dead or alive things? Am I still going to be able to collect?
You'll have to ask somebody else about that.
Bolan frisked the dead man. There was another ammo clip for the MP5 in one pocket. In the other, Bolan found a handful of change, a Swiss Army knife, and a wrinkled business card. The front of the card bore the address and phone number of an enterprise called Orient Expressions. Grubb peered over Bolan's shoulder at the card.
It's a massage parlor in Collier Springs. Big with truckers and guys from the Air Force Base.
Bolan flipped over the card.
There's handwriting on the back.
He held the note to the moonlight and tried to read it.
Oh, what's it say?
It's the make and color of the Mercedes. And there's some numbers and letters, too. Probably the license plate. My guess is they trailed them for a while, until they hit the rest area. Then... Shit!
What?
Bolan quickly stuffed the business card in his shirt pocket and sprang past Grubb, bounding back up the trail. He reached higher ground just in time to see the Camaro leaving the Mercedes behind. Damn it!
Must be the other guy who was shooting at you.
Yeah.
Bolan still kept up his guard as he climbed down the other side of the rock heap and made his way across level ground toward the Joshua trees. Grubb kept pace alongside him.
If there's more shooting, maybe you can let me use that gun of yours, okay?
Bolan didn't answer. He shifted his holster to keep it from chafing his knife wound. He glanced over his shoulder and saw a train several miles to the south making its way across the desert floor like a huge black snake.
Oh, that'll be the 1220 out of Barstow. Stops off at Collier Springs, then moves on up to Bishop and Lone Pine.
Bolan whipped the subgun around, but it turned out to be nothing more than a grasshopper taking wing in the hot night air.
The little bastards are tasty if you fry them up right. Got a nice crunch to them, too, like popcorn.
I'll pass on that.
After a few more steps, he stopped and held his hand out, signaling Grubb to do the same. Up ahead, just beyond the nearest grouping of Joshua trees, a man lay stretched out on the ground. Beside him, 2 folding shovels poked up from a mound of sand piled next to the beginnings of a long, shallow trench.
You were right. They were looking to bury that guy.
Bolan and Grubb knelt on either side of the dead man. His lifeless eyes stared past them at the faint stars overhead. The man looked to be in his 50s, well-dressed in a tailored gray suit and expensive Italian shoes. Blood seeped through an apparent bullet wound to the chest, staining the man's shirt and tie.
Something tells me the Mercedes is his.
Right.
Bolan took note of the man's face. It was bruised and bleeding in several spots, as if he'd been severely beaten before being killed.
Whoa, bad vibes, man. I'm gonna have to move after this.
Bolan saw that the dead man's hand was clenched into a fist. Reaching over, he carefully pried the man's fingers apart. Clutched in the palm of his hand was an insignia ring. Bolan took the ring and held it up to the moonlight. Inscribed on the ring's surface was a series of small yin-yang symbols, some red and blue, the others red and black. Dead center in the ring, framed by the yin-yangs, was a swastika.
Shit! A Nazi? Now I'm really gonna have to move.
Bolan took another look at the ring, then began to frisk the man, looking for a wallet or some other kind of identification. Glancing up, Bolan saw the flashing lights of 2 California Highway Patrol Crown Victorias heading up the grade toward the Mercedes. Bolan quickly weighed his options. He had papers identifying him as a special agent with the Justice Department, but he knew from experience that the ID wouldn't exempt him from being interrogated at length about the shootout, especially if the authorities got a look at the ordnance stockpiled in the trunk of his rental car. The greater good would be served, he figured, if he were to track down the stray shooter while the trail was still hot. And unless he was mistaken, that trail likely passed somewhere in the vicinity of the Orient Expressions massage parlor.
What's the quickest way to Collier Springs, Grubb, besides taking the highway?
You got something to hide from the cops?
Maybe you should be thinking more in terms of not having to share that reward.
It's gonna take a lot of explaining. Hell, with you not around, they might blame me for this whole mess.
Just tell them the truth, and you'll be all right.
Uh-huh. And what planet do you live on?
Just make it quick. How do I get to Collier Springs without taking the highway?
The same way I do when I don't feel like skateboarding. You take the train. Follow me. Almost there!
Billy Grubb had led Bolan along a circuitous path that trailed down from the flatlands. The trail was tightly flanked by boulders, and in spots it had been nearly covered by the rock slides, as well as overgrown clumps of tumbleweed and mesquite, but Grubb seemed familiar with the maze and navigated it with ease. Bolan stayed close on his heels, scanning the terrain with his Desert Eagle at the ready. Finally, the trail leveled off and led to a clearing. The rail tracks came into view, resting on a raised bed of gravel. Less than a mile away, the train snaked across the desert floor toward the 2 men. A pair of diesel locomotives headed up the caravan, hauling behind them a long chain of flatbed platform cars. Bolan figured there had to be at least 50 cars in all.
They'll slow down as they get closer. The slope here's not as steep as the highway, but it's still a chore for them to get up it, especially when they're carrying that much cargo.
I'll take it from here.
Now what you want to do is run parallel to the train as it's going past, and then you inch your way up to the tracks and grab hold of one of the car's ladders. They're usually toward the back and hang down from the edge of the platform. And when I say hold on, I mean for dear life. No matter how much the train slows down, it's still going to feel like your arms are getting ripped out of their sockets.
Got it. You better get back and flag down the police or they're going to have problems with your story.
Oh, right. I gotta say, though, part of me wants to ride along with you and see what happens. There's not a lot of excitement in my life these days, if you know what I mean.
If you get that reward, maybe you can clean yourself up and give the real world another chance.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Okay, you're on your own. Say, I never got your name.
Probably best to keep it that way. I appreciate your help, not to mention the pack.
Grubb eyed the soiled knapsack slung across Bolan's shoulders. The MP5 submachine gun was stashed inside. Bolan had paid the transient $40 for the pack. It would provide at least some consolation should Grubb learn, as Bolan suspected, that there was no reward linked to turning in the shooter he'd killed with his frying pan. Bolan watched Grubb head back up the trail, then crouched low behind a clot of mesquite and turned his attention back to the approaching train. Bolan waited for the engines to roll past, then slipped his gun back in his holster and broke from cover. He ran alongside the slow-rolling flatbed cars, looking for one to board. Prospects weren't good. Most of the cars were carrying large cargo containers secured with thick steel cables, leaving little room for passengers. Undaunted, Bolan kept pace with the caravan, all the while easing closer to the tracks. Cinders flew out beneath the fast-turning wheels, stinging him like blasts from a pellet gun. Bolan shielded his face with one hand without breaking his stride. Once he was within a few feet of a steel ladder extending from the rear of the nearest flat car, he put on a burst of speed, then sprang forward, his arms extended. His fingers closed around the upper railing just as his right foot landed on the lower rung. The car's momentum sharply jerked him forward, but he held on and managed to pull himself up to the platform. There was a narrow space between two of the cables that secured the cargo container. Arms throbbing, Bolan wedged himself in the gap. Beneath him, the flat car swayed. The hot night air rushing past him felt almost refreshing. As the train carried him slowly uphill, Bolan unbuttoned his shirt to inspect where Grubb had knifed him. The wound had stopped bleeding and was already beginning to crust over. Bolan would have it reopened and cleaned out with disinfectant at some point, and afterward there'd no doubt be a scar, just one more of the dozens that covered his body and bore testament to a life spent mired in combat. And now, here he was, drawn into yet another conflict. In this instance, however, he found himself in the odd position of not being sure of whom he was up against, or even if the men who shot at him were truly adversaries. While at first he thought he'd stumbled onto a robbery gone wrong, after glimpsing the insignia ring in the palm of the Mercedes owner, Bolan was having second thoughts. If the swastika was a sign of some sort of neo-Nazi affiliation, who was to say the gunmen Bolan had encountered weren't kindred spirits, vigilantes who had hauled some wretched excuse for humanity from his ill-gotten world of luxury and dispatched him to his maker? Bolan pulled out the business card taken off the man Billy Grubb had killed with a skillet. Once he reached Collier Springs and tracked down the massage parlor, Bolan figured he'd have his answers one way or another. Once he'd cleared up matters to his satisfaction, he'd decide whether to stick around and contend with the authorities or write off the Taurus and move on to Edwards. He pulled out his cell phone. At some point, probably while crawling along the ditch, the flip-down mouthpiece had snapped off its hinges. He fit it back into place, but he had no idea if the circuitry had been fouled. As he was stuffing the cell phone back in his pocket, Bolan glanced ahead at the cargo container strapped to the flat car directly across from him. Stenciled on the container's side was a corporate logo, Pack Rim Transport. Bolan remembered seeing similar logos stamped on most of the other cargo containers. The acronym meant nothing to him, however. He turned his attention to the surrounding countryside. By now, the train had finally cleared the rise and begun the downhill run to Collier Springs. Bolan had passed through the desert city once before, more than 10 years ago. Back then, times had been hard. The city's primary enterprise, Rogers Air Force Base, a smaller adjunct to Edwards, had just been shut down as part of military downsizing, and so many businesses were failing in the wake of the closure that many had felt Collier Springs would become a ghost town by century's end. Times had changed, however, apparently for the better, because in addition to that part of the city Bolan had seen earlier from the highway, he now saw a sprawl of new bedroom communities. All of them were located in close vicinity to the old base, which, from the looks of it, had been converted into some sort of industrial park. Bright halogen beams washed the facility in a yellowish glow, and even at this late hour, there were signs of activity. Trucks pulling away from loading docks, workers moving between buildings, and a construction crew erecting the framework for a new building. Atop one of the converted hangars was a large sign that read, Pack Rim Industries.
Now what?
It sounded as if it were coming from directly behind him. Intrigued, he turned and leaned an ear closer to the metal side of the cargo container he'd been leaning against.
Bonjour!
Bolan knew a few words in Chinese, and he realized he had just heard a cry for help. Someone was inside the container. A few feet to his right, Bolan spotted a hairline gap in the siding. He shifted position.
Hello? English? Do you speak English?
Bonjour, bonjour! We are trapped! Hard to breathe! Help! Breathe help!
Bolan's mind raced, trying to fathom an explanation. There was only one that made any sense. He'd stumbled on some illegal aliens being smuggled into the States. If they were Chinese, the odds were they'd come by way of the shipyards in Long Beach or San Pedro, packed into the cargo container before it was unloaded from some sort of freighter that had brought them from their native land. If that was the case, they'd just endured at least 4 hours on the rails, most of it spent crossing the desert without any sort of ventilation. Bolan knew of similar operations involving the transport of Mexican illegals, but in those cases, instead of train containers, the victims had been packed like sardines into trucks by unscrupulous smugglers only interested in their fees, usually the life savings of those willing to risk life and limb for an opportunity to live and work in America.
Help! Please help us! Please!
I'll do what I can.
Bolan remembered seeing a sliding door on the side of the container when he first hopped the train. Standing up, he grabbed for the handholds wherever he could find them and maneuvered his way around the rail car, only to find the door padlocked.
Shit!
Steadying himself as best he could, Bolan freed one hand and unholstered his Desert Eagle. The train had begun to slow, but was still hurtling along the tracks at well over 40 miles per hour. Fortunately, they'd reached a straightaway, and Bolan didn't have to contend with swaying as he leaned back and took aim at the lock.
Hang on!
Immediately, a swarm of immigrants, half of them women and children, crowded around the doorway, eagerly breathing in the night air and grabbing at Bolan, their faces glistening with tears and perspiration.
Everything will be all right now. You're free.
Bolan motioned for them to move aside. Entering the container, he was assailed by the rank odor of sweat, urine, feces, and death.
Damn.
Lying still in the shadows just beyond those thronged around Bolan were bodies, at least a dozen of them, most of them entangled with one another. Among the dead was a young woman clutching a small child. Bolan took in the grim tableau, then stepped back toward the opening. One of the survivors tugged at his shirt.
Thank you. I am down. You have saved us.
Bolan recognized the voice. It was the same man who'd first called out to him. He was middle-aged, short and thin, with a wisp of a beard and large brown eyes.
Who did this to you?
We come for work.
Yes, I know, but who put you in here?
They tell us no names. We pay and they promise we will have work. There, they say we will have work there.
Bolan glanced over his shoulder. Dung was pointing at the Pack Rim Industrial Park, now less than 100 yards away. Up ahead, Bolan saw work crews swarmed along the loading platform, armed with dollies and forklifts, ready to unload the night's cargo. Scattered among them were several uniformed security officers, no doubt waiting to usher the immigrants into their new life as slave labor for Pack Rim Industries. Pack Rim, short for Pacific Rim, he figured, was probably Chinese-run, smuggling in cheap labor as a way to keep costs down and keep its edge in the marketplace. If that was the case, the only tragedy the firm's owners would likely see in the railcar death toll was a short-term loss in productivity.
Bastards.
Bolan once again took in the carnage around him. When first boarding the train, he'd planned on bailing before it reached the rail yards so he could track down the massage parlor and get some answers about the desert killings. Now, however, he felt yoked to the plight of the immigrants. Abandoning them was out of the question. Unslinging his backpack, he glanced at Dung.
Do any of you know how to use a gun?
I do.
Here. Take this Desert Eagle. Have the others move back. Then we'll close the door and...
He turned and saw a woman clutch at her neck. Blood spurted out between her fingers as she careened into another of the immigrants. A second shot dropped a young boy to Bolan's right.
Hit the floor, everybody, now!
Ivan!
As Bolan fished through his backpack for the MP5, Dung crouched near the opening and aimed out at a sentry tower rising up along the perimeter of the rail yard. He squeezed off a round, then helped Bolan slide the door until there was only a slight opening. Bolan figured they were after him, not the immigrants. The longer he stayed with them, the more he would be putting them at risk, especially once the train came to a full stop. He had to get out before they were all trapped. Clutching the MP5, Bolan nudged the door back open another few inches.
Done.
Yes.
I'll try to draw their attention away. Close the door after me.
Without waiting for an answer, Bolan squeezed through the opening and dropped to the ground. Bolan came up firing, spraying the sentry tower. The guard who first fired at the rail car dropped his rifle and tumbled forward to the earth. Another gunman quickly took his place, however, driving Bolan to cover behind a switching mechanism. To Bolan's surprise, he saw that Dung had leaped down from the train as well and was firing at the tower. He proved a good aim, too, quickly taking out the second sniper. Bolan knew they were still vastly outnumbered, however. Glancing toward the loading platform, he saw the security officers leap down to the ground and begin to fan out.
Split up!
Right!
Bolan rolled clear of the switching mechanism and scrambled to his feet, dodging gunfire as he bolted toward a row of boxcars on a sidetrack 20 yards to his right. Reaching the first car, he climbed a ladder to the roof. The heightened perspective allowed him to take out a pair of guards advancing on his left. He also managed to plug another shooter who was attempting to circle behind Dung. The executioner's shots drew more fire his way, and he was forced to drop flat on his stomach as bullets raked the upper edge of the boxcar. He shot back whenever he had a clear target.
Shit! Out of ammo.
Crawling across the roof, Bolan climbed back down to the ground, then stole his way toward one of the fallen security officers. A 9mm Glock pistol lay in the dirt beside him. Bolan tossed aside the MP5 in favor of the handgun, then rolled under the boxcar closest to him. Coming out on the other side, he found himself near the rear entrance of a converted hangar. A guard posted before the doorway spotted Bolan and drew a bead on him with a Kalashnikov assault rifle. The executioner fired first, putting a 9mm slug through the sentry's heart. Bolan rushed past him, snatching the rifle. There was no air conditioning inside the hangar, which had been turned, quite literally, into a sweatshop. Bolan saw at least 60 terrified women and children, all of them dressed in rags, all of them soaked in their own perspiration, cowering near rows of benches piled high with disassembled electronic toys. Off near the walls were more rows of cheap cots where another 20 workers lay asleep, so overcome by heat and exhaustion that the firefight had failed to rouse them. Bolan put a finger to his lips, then backtracked to the doorway, not wanting to draw the workers into harm's way. As he stepped outside, a pair of security guards charged around one of the boxcars. Bolan whirled to one side. A bullet tugged at the material of his shirt, just missing his rib cage. He fired back with the Kalashnikov, nailing one guard in the chest and the other in the forehead. Both men were dead by the time Bolan charged past them, making his way back toward the switching yard. Dung was nowhere to be seen. Another handful of guards stormed the yard.
Get the fuck out!
Bolan quickly found himself being fired on from all directions. He dove to the ground and crawled beneath the caboose on one of the side tracks. He fired back, wounding one of the guards, but he was outnumbered and running out of ammo. It was beginning to look hopeless.
Shit.
Then, inching forward, Bolan peered up and saw an AH-64 Apache helicopter drifting over the rail yards toward him.
Oh, no.
Bolan had no clue how the owners of Packrim had gotten their hands on the aircraft, but he knew that the 30mm chain gun mounted to its turret would easily rip the caboose to shreds. The caboose, however, wasn't the chopper's target. Banking low and then pivoting to the right, the Apache turned its chain gun on a trio of security officers closing in on Bolan. The gunship then shifted and directed its fury at yet another batch of Bolan's would-be assailants. Emboldened by the assist from the Apache, Bolan crawled out from cover and helped turn the tide of the battle, emptying his Kalashnikov at a pair of startled guards, then rearming himself yet again with their fallen weapons. By now, Highway Patrol and County Sheriff's officers were storming the site as well, racing past the main gate in their squad cars, rooftop lights flashing. Their arrival squelched any hopes the security force might have had of gaining the upper hand. By the time the Apache had made another pass over the rail yard, the guards had either put away their weapons or thrown them down, then raised their arms in surrender. Bolan scrambled over the side track, seeking out Dung. He finally spotted the man slumped near the base of a water tower, bleeding from a bullet wound to his chest. He smiled faintly at Bolan's approach.
We defeated them, yes?
For now. Yes, we did. For now.
Bolan took the Desert Eagle and eased the dead man to the ground, then slowly stood and headed toward a clearing, where the Apache was stirring up a cloud of sand as it touched down for a landing. A side door opened, and one of the chopper's crew members clambered to the ground. Ducking to avoid the rotors, he vanished briefly in the sand cloud, then re-emerged, clutching a Mack 10 subgun. The man was Bolan's height and even broader shouldered, wearing jeans and a white t-shirt. He grinned as he approached Bolan.
Sorry to crash the party, but I figured my invitation must have got lost in the mail.
Kissinger and Bolan stood just outside the perimeter fence encircling Pack Rim Industrial Park. They'd just spoken with Kern County Sheriff Kit Dearson, who was now in his patrol car a few yards away, verifying Bolan and Kissinger's IDs. Along with the sheriff, it looked as if every law enforcement officer within a 100-mile radius had converged on the scene within the past half hour. They'd done a quick and efficient job of restoring order. Highway patrol officers had cordoned off the area and were holding back the slew of local residents drawn by the commotion, while officers from the sheriff's department had herded all Pack Rim personnel into one of the warehouse buildings for questioning. INS officials and a contingent of federal agents were on their way down from Sacramento and would be arriving any minute. The Air Force pilot who'd been at the controls of the Apache, meanwhile, was off near the loading platform helping paramedics and coroner officials tend to the victims of the ill-fated smuggling operation. The last Bolan had heard, of the 55 men, women, and children crammed into the railcar container, only 7 were still alive. He could see the dead being hauled out of the cargo container in body bags. There were so many of them that a refrigerated meat truck had been pressed into duty to help transport fatalities to the county morgue in nearby Adelanto.
I can't believe they'd let themselves get locked inside a container like that.
I don't think they had any idea what they were getting themselves into. All they knew was the jobs were waiting for them. You get people that desperate for work, they're not going to ask too many questions.
You're probably right.
By the way, how the hell did you locate me?
When you didn't call back, I had the farm check your GPS coordinates.
I'd forgotten all about that.
Bolan pulled out his cell phone, marveling anew at how Stony Man's cybernetic crew had managed to embed a fully operational global positioning system into the base of the phone's antenna. The dime-sized computer chip came encased with its own battery, and had obviously continued transmitting Bolan's position even after the phone itself had gone dead.
Don't ask me how, but they not only knew you'd hop the train, but they were also able to gauge its speed and ETA at the rail yards.
I guess this is one time I'm glad Big Brother was watching.
Amen to that. Anyway, by the time they got back to me, I'd already glommed a police scanner and heard about a shooting out in the desert. When they reported your car abandoned on the shoulder, I smelled trouble and rounded up the fastest set of wheels I could get my hands on.
Good call. Any word on Jack?
Last I'd heard, Grimaldi and the ES-1 reached the airbase at Margilam on schedule. He should be starting his recon mission over China in a few hours. Hello?
It's Price.
It's Price, Stryker.
Here, I'll take it. You wouldn't believe what just happened to me.
I heard already.
News travels fast.
What about the stab wound?
That's just a nick. The paramedics cleaned and dressed it. Didn't even need stitches. They gave me a tetanus booster. That hurt more than the knife did.
Do you think there's a connection between Pack Rim and those guys who were shooting at you out in the desert?
Too soon to say. I plan on looking into it, though.
Trying to avoid me, are you?
Absence makes the heart grow fonder. We'll pencil in some time together once we get back to Virginia.
If I can wait that long. I might have to take advantage of you on the plane.
I won't put up a fight.
What about the neo-Nazi ring?
I don't know. Let me get back to you, Barbara. The sheriff looks like he wants to talk.
Sheriff Dearson, a middle-aged, stocky man with gray eyes, returned from his patrol car. He handed Bolan and Kissinger their photostat IDs.
You both checked out.
Bolan hadn't anticipated any problems. His cover as Special Federal Agent Mike Belasco, like Kissinger's, which gave his name as Alex Jordan, had been long established, and any background check on their credentials usually came back with the caveat that they were on a classified mission for the Justice Department. Dearson, like the NSA and Air Force honchos Barbara Price had to contend with back at Edwards, was clearly less than thrilled with the lowdown he'd received after having his ID query routed to Stonyman Director Hal Brognola.
I was also told in so many words that even though this is technically my jurisdiction, I'm supposed to bend over backwards accommodating you on this mission of yours.
We don't plan to get in your way. You've got things under control.
Well, we do what we can. Speaking of which, I ran a check on those Camaro plates you mentioned. You were right. They came off an old Subaru with a Vegas registration. I'm guessing somebody snatched the Chevy from one of the casino lots and switched plates to throw us off the scent.
And they picked the Camaro because it had been parked there a while.
Bingo. This time of year, folks drive up there and don't see their cars again until it's time to come home. The owners didn't even know the Chevy was missing.
So the bottom line is, we can figure these people have already pulled another plate switch.
That or they've jacked themselves another car.
Incidentally, Belasco, when exactly did you plan on telling me about that business card you lifted off that shooter back near Collier Gorge?
You talked to Grubb?
Yep. You gotta give that flea bag a little credit, though. He kept mum until I told him he was out of luck as far as a reward went. That didn't sit too well with him.
So he figured he'd throw me to the lions.
Raw, motherfucker.
You didn't charge him with anything, did you?
No, we left him at his chateau out there in the desert, but told him not to leave town. But let's get back to that business card. Grubb said it was from a massage parlor here in town.
There seemed little point now in keeping the information to himself, so Bolan handed over the Orient Expressions business card and pointed out the writing on the back, explaining his theory as to how the Mercedes had wound up on the shoulder with a flat tire. Dearson nodded in agreement.
Yeah, we've had a couple of robberies like that over the years. The thing is, though, in the other cases, the robbers made off with the cars and just left their victims stranded, minus their cash and jewelry. Here, we got two stiffs whose wallets weren't even touched, plus one of them was about to wind up stashed in a shallow grave. Explain that one to me.
The guy by the grave had an insignia ring with a swastika.
Yeah, I know. But if you're thinking Nazis, don't.
Why not?
First off, the swastika was pointing the opposite way of the ones the Nazis use. Secondly, there are those yin-yang symbols. Either you guys ever hear the Falun Gong?
It's a religious sect in China.
That's the bunch. Only over there the commies will call them a cult and put the screws to them every chance they get. We got a few followers here in Collier Springs. Mostly New Age types. You know, big on chance and all that mind expansion shit.
Then it's not just a Chinese thing.
Ah, I wish. Hell, my own damn daughter got herself sucked into a Falun group some gal started up at the community college. Bunch of white girls from the suburbs. A couple of weeks ago I had to bust them because they were picketing outside the gates here.
Picketing? What about?
Persecution of the Falun Gong back in China. What else? At the time I thought they were nuts. I mean, just because Packram is run by the Chinese doesn't make them responsible for everything that goes wrong back on the home front, right? Of course, after what went down here tonight, who knows? Maybe they had a point.
Any chance this guy with the ring is from around here?
He's got an L.A. address on his driver's license. We're checking it out, but it'll probably be morning before we come up with anything.
But there's a good chance his killing had something to do with this Falun Gong sect, right?
That beats me.
Wait a minute. There was an attaché case in the Camaro. It looked like it might have been snatched from the Mercedes.
Anything else you're holding back from me?
I was going to stop by the massage parlor and see if anyone knew about the guys in the Camaro.
And that's the reason you hopped the train instead of sticking around to talk to us, right? You figured, hey, why let the locals cramp your style?
Something like that.
The two men faced off for a silent moment. Then Dearson forced a grin.
Okay, so much for the chip on my shoulder. You guys want to ride to this stroke joint?
Halfway into town, Dearson fielded a call from his dispatcher.
Sheriff Dearson,
What is it?
we just received a call from someone claiming to be part of the Falun Gong,
And?
and they're taking responsibility for killing the occupants of the Mercedes, sir. And they claim that they've left the ring in the dead man's hand as a calling card.
Horse shit.
That's what they're saying, sir. Unfortunately, we couldn't keep them on the line long enough for a trace.
All right, thanks. Smells fishy to me.
I don't buy it either. I haven't heard anything about the Gong going militant.
And if they did, why start out on Americans? Their beef's with the PRC back in China.
Well, whoever made the call, they knew about the Mercedes, the Chinese passengers, and the ring.
I guess it was the guy who drove off in the Camaro. I think the whole Falun Gong angle is a red herring.
As if I'm going to turn around and haul my daughter in for questioning on this. I tell you, these guys are starting to piss me off.
Well, with any luck, pretty soon you'll have a chance to do something about it.
I sure as hell hope so.
Dearson pulled his patrol car to a stop behind the service bay of a long-abandoned gas station a block past the massage parlor. Railroad tracks ran directly behind the station. Orient Expressions operated out of a run-down two-story building located next to an equally decrepit strip mall 7 miles north of the Pack Rim facility. The neighborhood, dating back to the founding of Collier Springs during the early years of World War II, had never recovered from the closing of the Air Force Base. Most of the mall's shop fronts were boarded up, and weeds choked the parkways, as well as the lawns on a few old farmhouses that had been converted into low-rent apartments. There was no sign that anyone had heard the shootout at the industrial park. The streets and sidewalks were deserted, and only a few lights were on in the apartment houses.
The closest thing we have to a ghetto.
Nice.
Normally, Packram would be running its train through here about now. Of course, they're going to be a little behind schedule tonight.
Kissinger watched a rat scurry past, disappearing into a dense thicket of oleander that ran parallel to the rail bed.
I take it this is what they mean by the wrong side of the tracks.
You got that right.
Dearson drew his service revolver and led Bolan and Kissinger in the same direction as the rat.
These bushes will lead us right up to the back door. Just watch your step.
There was a well-worn path for the men to follow, strewn with broken bottles, litter, and used condoms. Every few yards, the men were able to catch a glimpse of the massage parlor through the oleander.
What do you know about this place?
It's about as seedy as it looks. They're licensed and all, but most guys coming here wind up with more than a massage.
And you've never busted them?
Not until tonight.
Why not?
Well, for starters, most of the clients are Air Force boys in from Edwards, looking to get their horns clipped. Hell, I was in the service, and I know a man's needs. And who doesn't love a happy ending? The other reason is the owners are Chinese.
Any link to Packram?
Let me put it this way. They opened for business a month after Packram leased out the airbase.
And people figured, why look a gift horse in the mouth?
Tit for tat might be another way to put it.
Once they reached the end of the oleander, the three men came upon a gravel road that ran perpendicular to the railroad tracks. To their left, the road ran past a driveway leading to the rear parking lot of the massage parlor. Outside the dimly lit back entrance, a tall, burly Chinese man the size of a sumo wrestler sat atop an old, discarded evaporative cooler. Perched on his lap was a petite, scantily dressed woman in her early 20s. Compared to the guard, she looked like a ventriloquist's dummy. A few yards away, there were 3 cars parked in the lot. The closest to the doorway was a year-old silver PT Cruiser with a vanity plate that read, CRUZING. Parked alongside it was a dusty, open-topped military-issue Jeep. At the far end of the lot, nestled between an overflowing trash dumpster and the rear wall of the massage parlor, was the Chevy Camaro Bolan had encountered back on the highway.
Now we're getting somewhere.
The men huddled close, but before they could discuss their next move, the rear door to the massage parlor swung open. Out stepped an Air Force officer carrying a small leather attaché case. It seemed heavy in his grasp.
That's the same case I saw in the Camaro.
The Air Force officer nodded knowingly to the doorman, then headed around the PT Cruiser to his Jeep. The doorman nudged the girl off his lap and signaled for her to go inside.
Okay, baby.
As he rose to his feet, the Camaro's engine suddenly thundered to life. The car lurched clear of the garbage dumpster and quickly stopped in front of the Jeep, hemming in the Air Force officer. The doorman, meanwhile, had reached to his side and pulled out a .22 caliber handgun tucked inside the waistband of his trousers. He took aim at the man in the Jeep and was about to pull the trigger when Dearson fired first. The doorman staggered to the PT Cruiser, bleeding from a bullet wound to the chest. He sagged to the ground.
Oh, shit!
The Air Force officer bolted from the Jeep, only to be gunned down by a shot fired from inside the Camaro.
Let's go!
Bolan bolted from cover. Dearson and Kissinger were right behind him. As they charged toward the massage parlor, 2 more gunmen raced out of the back entrance. Like the doorman, they were Chinese. One was armed with a 9mm Browning pistol, the other a sawed-off Remington 6-gauge. They traded shots with Kissinger and Dearson, while Bolan beelined toward the Camaro. The passenger inside the Chevy leaped out long enough to grab the attaché case from the fallen Air Force officer, then jumped back in the car. Cutting sharply to its right, the Camaro plowed through a patch of weeds and was soon on the dirt road that led away from the massage parlor. Trying to keep up with it, Bolan veered to his right and bound onto an old stack of railroad ties alongside the road. He leaped forward as the Camaro raced past, landing hard on the car's roof. The Desert Eagle fell from his grasp as he grappled for a handhold.
Shit!
The Chevy's driver fishtailed down the road, trying to shake Bolan free. The executioner managed to reach the sunroof, which was still open, giving him enough to hang on to as the Chevy picked up speed. The road ramped upwards as it crossed the train tracks, sending the Camaro airborne. It came down hard on the other side. The impact failed to shake Bolan from the roof. After another 50 yards, the driver turned onto a surface road flanked by rolling fields covered with tall grass. As the car accelerated, the gunman began to pound Bolan's fingers with the butt of his pistol. A stabbing pain ran up the soldier's arms as he struggled to keep his grip on the sunroof. Finally, the gunman stopped his hammering and rose from his seat, poking his torso through the sunroof. He shifted his grip on the pistol and grinned savagely as he drew a bead on Bolan's forehead. Bolan thought fast and glanced past the shooter, then ducked low against the roof as if the car were about to pass under a low-hanging tree branch. The shooter fell for the ruse and turned to look over his shoulder. However fleeting, the distraction gave Bolan enough time to shift his weight and lash out with his right hand. He deflected the shooter's aim just as he pulled the trigger. Before the gunman could get off another shot, Bolan grabbed him tightly by the wrist and released his grip on the sunroof. Sliding backward, the soldier pulled the gunman with him, nearly yanking him through the opening. Bolan's opponent lost his footing and toppled sideways into the driver, forcing him to lose control of the vehicle just as it was coming up on a bend in the road. The driver grappled with the steering wheel, but it was too late. The Camaro took the turn wide and veered sharply off the road. Bolan let go of the gunman and fell away from the Chevy. The moment he hit the ground, he rolled forward, somersaulting to a stop less than 2 feet from a taut barbed wire fence. The car crashed sideways through the fence. The Camaro cartwheeled end over end into the field.
Damn!
Crawling in the grass, Bolan looked for something to arm himself with. He settled for a rock the size of a softball. Clutching it in his bloodied fingers, he rose to a crouch and slipped through the break in the fence, then followed the path the Camaro had forged through the field. He finally reached the man who tried to kill him. He'd been thrown clear of the car and lay in a twisted heap, his neck snapped. His gun was nowhere to be seen. Bolan figured it had landed somewhere in the nearby grass, but he didn't intend to waste time searching for it in the dark. Instead, he continued another 30 yards into the meadow, finally reaching the Camaro, or at least what was left of it. The car had come to a rest upside down near the base of a tall, gnarled oak tree. The roof had collapsed on the driver, pinning him behind the steering wheel. Like the other man, he was Chinese, in his late 30s, wearing cut-off Levi's jeans and a faded brown muscle shirt. Bolan dropped the rock and crouched before the vehicle, staring past the driver into the darkened interior. The attaché case was wedged at an angle between the front and rear seats. Reaching in, he worked the case free, then pulled it from the wreckage. The attaché case was locked. Bolan grabbed the rock, slammed it against the clasps until the locks gave way, then pried the lid open.
Jackpot.
Every square inch of the case was packed with bound stacks of currency, all of them $100 bills. He had come across similar stashes several times before. He knew, without bothering to count, that he was looking at easily more than $200,000.
Hold it right there!
The shouted command was coming from somewhere behind Bolan. He turned slowly and saw an Asian woman standing in the moonlight 20 yards from him, clutching a 9mm Colt pistol. The gun was trained on him, and from the intent look in the woman's eyes and the authority in her voice, it was clear that, if need be, she would have no qualms about pulling the trigger. The woman gestured toward the attaché case. Behind her, 2 men appeared out of the darkness and flanked her. They, too, were armed.
Put it down!
You heard her. Put the fucking case down.
And move away from it!
Bolan quickly sized up the situation. He needed to level the playing field, quick. But how? The rock he'd used to crack open the attaché case lay on the ground a few yards away. Even if he could get to it, what was he supposed to do? Bean one of the gunmen, then hope there was enough money in the valise to stop a bullet or two while he charged the others? Not likely. There had to be another way.
Quit stalling! Move it! Now!
Bolan shifted the case from one hand to the other while taking a half step toward the higher grass to his right. The blades were nearly 3 feet high. If he were to dive into them, he thought, there was a chance they'd lose him for a second or two. It wasn't much, but it seemed like a better option than trying to take them on with a rock.
Where do you think you're going?
The woman told me to move. I'm moving.
Listen, smartass, this is the FBI you're talking to. Keep mouthing off, and we'll blast your sorry ass from here to Waco.
The woman glared at the man and was about to say something, then checked herself and turned back to Bolan, who was now grinning with relief.
FBI?
That's right.
Keeping her gun pointed at Bolan, the woman grabbed a badge clipped to her belt and held it out before her. In the dark, Bolan could see only a faint, doorknob-sized glint of metal. Not that he was about to dispute her credentials.
Small world. I'm with Justice.
What?
The Justice Department.
Bolan set down the valise and held his arms out at his sides.
Special Agent Michael Belasco. ID's in my shirt pocket.
The agent approaching him was white, 40-ish, with a marine buzz cut and dark brown eyes that matched the color of his ill-fitting suit.
This better not be a trick.
If it was, I'd already have your gun by now.
Sure, Superman. Keep your hands out.
The man pulled the ID from Bolan's pocket and inspected it in the moonlight before handing it to the woman. She looked it over as well, then handed it back to Bolan and motioned for him to put his arms down.
What brings you to Collier Springs, Mr. Belasco?
I came here for the waters.
Anybody who can recite from Casablanca is all right in my book.
She took a step forward and shook Bolan's hand.
Jen Lee, Senior Agent, Sacramento Field Office.
Bolan took in the woman. She was a few years younger than him, short and thin, with straight dark hair cropped at the shoulders. She had prominent cheekbones and large, wide-set eyes. She also had better fashion sense than either of her partners. Her pantsuit seemed tailor-fit, accentuating her trim, toned figure. She carried herself with the straightforward confidence Bolan liked in a woman.
And these are Agents Hunter and Setzer.
The man with the buzz cut was named Setzer. The one with the temper was Hunter, a small, slight man with the pinched features of someone who'd just bitten into a particularly sour lemon. He chewed at his bottom lip as he continued to glare at Bolan.
I apologize for the short tempers, but we just had 2 months of undercover work go belly up on us, and it's not sitting very well.
The massage parlor?
We were on stake out there when all hell broke loose. We were headed for the parking lot when we saw you joyriding on top of the Camaro. We decided to tag along and find out what you were up to. The Camaro was our target vehicle.
That doesn't surprise me.
Bolan glanced toward the road and saw a weather-beaten panel truck parked near the break in the fence. He remembered seeing the vehicle earlier, parked in the strip mall down the block from Orient Expressions.
How about a ride back? I've got people caught up in a firefight there.
So do we. Or did, I should say. They already checked in. Things are under control.
Casualties?
They said something about a sheriff getting hit, but it was nothing serious.
And the people at the massage parlor?
They didn't fare as well. 4 dead and counting.
I'd still like to get back.
In a second. I want to check a few things around here first.
Fair enough.
The woman fished through her pockets for a penlight and shone its beam on the contents of the attaché case.
A lot of cash.
Sure is. I was expecting $100,000 tops, but there's more than that.
I figure $250,000. You have any idea what it was for?
I wish. We've got a bug in the parlor, but all we were able to pick up was that this guy from the Air Force was ready to deal. What he was dealing, I don't know. That's why we were counting on the bust.
Whatever it was, he was paid off, then knocked off so the guys in the Camaro could get the money back. And, incidentally, it wasn't their money to begin with.
What are you talking about?
They began heading toward the Camaro.
I'd spotted the case earlier when my car broke down on the highway. In a dead guy's Mercedes. They shot the hell out of him and his chauffeur.
So basically, these folks committed 2 separate murders getting their hands on the same heap of cash.
That's how it plays for me. You have any idea who the guy in the Mercedes might have been?
No. He was obviously after some kind of military secrets. And I doubt he had any ties with the Falun Gong, especially the branch here. Here, they're just a handful of starry-eyed college girls.
So I've heard.
Setzer, Hunter, stay with the money. Belasco, let's have a look at the car.
Bolan followed her to the Camaro. Once they reached it, Jen Lee crouched over and flashed her light on the driver's face.
Know him?
No. Nor the guy who was thrown clear, either. We've got a pretty good idea who they're hooked up with, though.
I'm guessing street gang.
Close. They're Majai.
Little soldiers.
That's the literal translation. Goon squad might be a better word for them. They're muscle for one of the Hong Kong triads.
We're 100 miles from the nearest Chinatown. What are they doing out here in the middle of nowhere?
We're only an hour's drive from Edwards Air Force Base from here. That alone upgrades this place from middle of nowhere.
You're talking espionage. I thought the triads were strictly into the vice rackets.
They've been branching out for years. We think they set up shop here so they could do some spying for Beijing.
Out of the massage parlor?
I'll explain in a minute. Setzer.
Yeah, boss?
You stay behind with the Camaro and the 2 Majai.
Yeah, all right.
You 2 come with me.
She led Bolan and Hunter back toward the panel truck.
We think this gang is being financed by the MSS and PSB.
I know the MSS. Beijing's answer to the KGB, right?
More or less.
Once they reached the truck, Lee took the wheel, gesturing for Bolan to ride up front beside her. Hunter took the back, stashing the attaché case among an array of surveillance and eavesdropping equipment.
The Ministry of State Security handles most of China's intelligence operations. PSB's the Public Security Bureau. They do a big business under the table smuggling people into the States. From what I've seen, it looks like they're bringing the masseuses in from Guangzhou and Shanghai.
Is this gang connected to that pack room facility on the other side of town?
We think so. Were you in on that shootout earlier?
Yeah. And just so you know, they're smuggling in more than masseuses.
As they continued down the road, Bolan told her about his ill-fated ride on the rails. At the mention of the illegal immigrants who died inside a locked cargo container, Lee's gaze hardened and her fingers tightened around the steering wheel.
Fuck! I knew it! I knew we should have focused more on Packram.
Packram was a bird in the bush. We had a lock on the massage parlor. Besides, undocumented workers is an INS problem, not ours.
60 people dead in a rail car makes it our problem too, Hunter. And I'm not just talking about crossing state lines. If we'd spent more time on surveillance at Packram, maybe we could have saved them.
Hindsight.
I knew it!
I take it you were focused on the massage parlor because of the number of enlisted men showing up there.
We were concerned about the pillow talk. It's happened at parlors near other bases, especially when these girls build up a clientele of regulars.
Well, as far as what went down tonight goes, if that officer came out of the massage parlor with the money, you've got to figure he left behind whatever he was selling. Hopefully we'll get our hands on it and start piecing this all together.
I sure as hell hope so.
When they returned to the massage parlor, 2 backup sheriff's department squad cars had arrived on the scene along with a paramedics van. An unmarked Buick sedan belonging to the second FBI team taking part in the stakeout was parked in the side road running past the parlor driveway. Lee conferred with her associates. Bolan, meanwhile, strode across the parking lot to the minivan. The rear doors were open, and Sheriff Dearson was sitting up on one of the gurneys, grimacing as a paramedic tended to a gunshot wound in his right side.
You missed quite a party. Regular gunfight at the OK Corral.
I had my share of thrills. How bad's that bullet wound?
I'll live. Which is more than I can say for those sorry shits.
Bolan glanced in the direction Dearson was pointing and saw that FBI agent Hunter had joined 2 deputies and another paramedic standing alongside 2 of the men felled during the shootout. There were 3 other fatalities scattered elsewhere in the parking lot. Bolan recognized the bodies of the doorman and the slain Air Force officer, but from where he was standing, it was hard to get a make on the other victims.
Your buddy's fine. He's inside, not a scratch on him. Ow! Shit! Easy with those chopsticks, Betty.
The paramedic, a petite woman in her late 30s, glanced up from the medical tweezers she had half buried between Dearson's ribs.
Sorry, Kit, but the bullet's in reach and I want to get it out so we can stop the bleeding.
I know, Betty. Just remember those are my vitals you're poking through, not yesterday's chow mein.
Dearson looked away from Betty's handiwork and eyed Lee, who'd just crossed over to join him in Bolan.
I saw you speeding past here while the fur was still flying.
Sheriff, this is Jen Lee, FBI.
More bureau people, huh? Ow! Damn, Betty!
Oh, just relax, you big baby.
Anyway, your colleagues were a little slow on the uptake, Miss Lee, but once they showed, they helped turn things around here.
I'm glad.
I've seen that truck of yours around here a few times the past couple of weeks. I take it you've been on some kind of assignment I wasn't supposed to know about, right?
There was a reason we couldn't bring you in.
There's always a reason, isn't there?
I'll let you two sort things out.
Before you do, you might want this back.
Wincing, Dearson reached behind him and handed Bolan his Desert Eagle.
My guys found it out near where you hopped the Camaro. Nice piece.
Thanks.
Bolan took the gun and moved away from the van. He flashed his ID to one of the deputies guarding the bullet-riddled rear entrance to the massage parlor. The deputy stepped to one side, and Bolan passed through a beaded curtain into a drab-looking reception area that smelled of incense and cheap perfume. The woman who'd earlier been sitting on the doorman's lap was off in the corner. She puffed nervously on a cigarette as another of the deputies took notes on what she'd just told him.
Where's my partner?
They're all in the rec room. Last door on the right.
Bolan nodded and strode down the hall, passing half a dozen small rooms unfurnished except for lamps and mattresses set on the floor. The rec room was considerably larger, the size of a one-car garage. A middle-aged woman in a pale red pantsuit hovered near four other masseuses on the far side of a ping-pong table, taking up the middle of the room. The girls were all Chinese, young, in their early 20s, provocatively dressed in halters and miniskirts. Most of them had been crying, and their faces were smeared with running mascara. Across the room from them, John Kissinger was talking with two men next to a row of vending machines. The men, both old enough to be the masseuses' fathers, paced anxiously as they answered questions. Bolan guessed they were customers who'd picked the wrong time to come looking for a good rub-down.
This doesn't have to get out, does it, my being here?
You'll have to take that up with the sheriff's people.
Oh, shit, that's it. I'm dead. Why don't you just shoot me dead right now and save my wife the bullets?
Stay put.
Kissinger led Bolan back out into the hallway.
Looks like you came through in one piece, too.
Bolan 1, Camaro 0.
Bolan quickly related how he'd managed to bail from the Camaro before it crashed off the road. Then he filled Kissinger in on the contents of the attaché case and the FBI's botched stakeout. Once Kissinger heard that the Bureau had planned to bust some sort of espionage transaction, he nodded slowly.
Okay, now that makes sense.
What's that, cowboy?
None of the masseuses was offering any information until I mentioned the INS and green cards. Then a couple of them started spilling so fast it was hard to keep up with them. Bottom line's this. One of the girls said that Air Force guy who got shot out back was a regular customer of hers. Apparently last week he got a call on his cell phone while they were having a session. He kicked her out of the room while he took the call, but she stayed near the door and eavesdropped and heard something about arrangements for some kind of swap. He mentioned money a couple of times and set up a rendezvous for tonight, saying he'd bring the plans.
What plans?
She says she doesn't know, but if he was selling them for as much money as was in that suitcase, you can bet they were damn important.
Let me guess. This girl knows the guys who bushwhacked the Mercedes.
Bingo. One of them's her boyfriend. She told him what she'd heard, and the next thing she knew, he was off to Vegas with a couple of his buddies. They stayed the night and came back with the Camaro. He said he won it in a poker game. She didn't believe him, but was afraid to say anything, because apparently he's always looking for an excuse to rough her up.
Some boyfriend.
Yeah. Anyway, she says he showed up here with the attaché case, and when the Air Force guy came by, he took him into one of the vacant rooms for a couple minutes.
And when the Air Force guy came out, he was the one with the case.
Right. She claims she doesn't know what went down, but it's a safe bet this boyfriend of hers passed himself off as a middleman for the guy in the Mercedes, handled the swap, then sent the Air Force guy on his merry way.
Knowing he'd get clipped before he left the parking lot.
Would have worked like a charm, too, if we hadn't come along and spoiled things.
And where's this boyfriend of hers now? With the deputies?
No such luck. He slipped through the cracks during all the shooting.
Taking the plans with him.
Afraid so, buddy. On the bright side, this girlfriend thinks she has a pretty good idea where we might find him.
Ghost Ranch, located 2 miles east of the business loop linking Collier Springs to Highway 75, was far and away the small town's most bumbling attempt to foster tourism. 20 years ago, the 3-acre site, cradled in a valley between the north and south ranges of the San Cordoba Mountains, had become the final resting place for an assortment of ramshackle, clapboard buildings scavenged from old mining sites up in the nearby hills and elsewhere around the county. The idea had been to create a reasonable facsimile of an Old West ghost town that might appeal to visitors seeking a break during long trips between Los Angeles and points northward. Along with the old buildings, there had been a motel, several open-air concession stands, and a trading post offering the usual assortment of trinkets and curios. When the ranch first opened, hired performers dressed in Old West regalia would stage simulated bank heists, as well as mock shootouts at high noon just outside the motel. The problem was that between Memorial Day and Labor Day, the height of the tourist season, the temperature at high noon in the desert around Collier Springs topped out at 120 degrees. Further, several times a week, brisk winds barreling through the mountain pass would stir up the desert and pelt the site with the force of an industrial-strength sandblaster, toppling concession stands and forcing people into rickety, uninsulated buildings that were about as accommodating a refuge from the heat as a blast furnace. Living up to its name, Ghost Ranch was shut down halfway into its second season and left to vandals and the elements. Both proceeded to lay waste to most of the structures, squashing follow-up plans to rent the facility out to motion picture companies as a film site. Now all that was left of Ghost Ranch was a collection of rubble and the skeletal cinder-block remains of the motel complex, where a crumbling, sun-faded billboard spoke of better days when the facility offered reasonable rates, guaranteed ghost-free. It was nearly 3 in the morning when the FBI's undercover panel truck turned onto the 2-lane dirt road leading to the ranch. Jen Lee was at the wheel again, driving slowly to minimize the amount of dust raised in the truck's wake. Bolan was back up front as well, while John Kissinger sat in back with Agent Hunter and 2 sheriff's deputies, Hank Yarborough and Stan Cantrell. Yarborough and Cantrell had come from the Pack Rim facility, where they'd helped search the cargo containers that had just been transported to the rail yards from Long Beach. Apparently, there'd been a second container used to smuggle undocumented workers across the Mojave. The second group had been more fortunate, if only relatively. There'd been only 42 people herded into their container, as opposed to the 56 Bolan had encountered. And while crossing the desert, they'd somehow managed to crack open their door and create some sort of makeshift vent in the roof, providing them with a semblance of cross-ventilation. Still, 19 of the 42 immigrants had emerged from their ordeal in body bags, deprived of the chance to so much as set foot on their would-be promised land. As for the other containers, for the most part they'd contained legitimate goods. Computer game consoles, toy components like those Bolan had seen at the Hangar Sweatshop, and a wealth of snakes-on-a-plane trading cards and related paraphernalia. One hold, however, had been packed floor to roof with contraband. Yarborough had been in on the discovery and claimed there'd been nearly $4 million worth of heroin and, even more troubling to Bolan and the FBI agents, 19 crates of Chinese-made AK-47s and another 14 filled with ammunition for the assault rifles. The latter find, at least on the surface, appeared to substantiate newfound concerns that Pack Rim was operating in collusion not only with the Young Boxers, but also Communist China's People's Liberation Army. The weapons smuggling mirrored a similar incident several years earlier, in which a Chinese-run storage facility in Oakland had been busted just prior to delivering more than 2,000 AK-47s into the hands of LA street gangs. Cantrell and Yarborough had helped search the industrial park for other incriminating contraband, but at the time they'd been called away, the best they'd been able to come up with was evidence of substandard working conditions, an OSHA violation good for little more than a judicial slap on the wrists. Pack Rim officials, meanwhile, were steadfastly denying any complicity in the transportation of either the contraband or undocumented workers. A spokesman from their law firm, during a hastily convened press conference, had even gone so far as to suggest Pack Rim was being framed as part of a racially motivated smear campaign by a Collier Springs-based white supremacist group.
I didn't know whether to laugh or puke when I heard that one. I've heard of gall, but that pretty much takes the cake.
I don't think they're fooling anybody with that kind of talk. And if we keep looking, we're bound to turn up some more contraband we can nail them with.
Maybe.
Yarborough continued strapping on one of the Kevlar vests Agent Hunter was passing around.
But who knows? Maybe they ship out any drugs and weapons as soon as they're unloaded. I mean, they got their own trucking fleet, so why not?
Even if that's the case, they can't dodge the alien smuggling charges. I saw at least 36 of them holed up in one of the hangars. Throw in their testimony with that of the people who survived that ride through the desert, and we've got Packram dead to rights.
Thank God for small favors.
One thing I don't get, if they're bringing in that much smack and that many weapons on a regular basis, why go to all the trouble of shipping it up here from Long Beach? Why not just unload the stuff in L.A. and be done with it?
I'm sure they're doing that too. But there's a market for that shit all the way up and down the coast. And I'm not talking just big cities. Sometimes supply and demand in small towns jacks up profits even higher than what they can wring out of L.A. or Frisco.
I hear that. Hell, from the sounds of it, these boxer punks are probably the same guys who've been running drugs out of the north side the past couple of years.
We'll find out soon enough.
Lee pulled off the road and eased the truck to a stop next to the abandoned motel's registration office. The men had their guns ready and were peering out the truck's windows for signs of a reception committee. The complex, however, seemed still and deserted. Once out of the truck, the group quickly split up. Cantrell and Yarborough headed for the rear of the complex, while Kissinger and Hunter started with the units closest to the road. Lee and Bolan, meanwhile, cautiously made their way toward the registration office. The windows had been long shattered, and the front door was missing, allowing the hot evening breeze to blow through the lobby. Bolan entered first, sidestepping a clutter of fast food wrappers, crushed beer cans, and old cassette tapes warped by the desert heat. Lee shone her flashlight on the floor and then the walls. The latter were covered with graffiti. A few gang signatures were mixed in with the usual profanities and crudely drawn pictures of men and women with grossly exaggerated genitalia.
This is going to cost them their 5-star rating.
Bolan spotted something and gestured for Lee to shine her light across the room.
Looks like this place isn't ghost-free after all.
She led Bolan to the far wall, where someone had painted a row of life-sized silhouettes with white house paint. The figures were dotted with perforations, mostly around the head and chest area. Closer inspection revealed that the holes had been created by bullets and buckshot.
Indoor shooting range.
Lee flashed her light on the floor until she came upon a scattered sprawl of spent casings. She picked one up and sniffed it.
These weren't fired all that long ago.
They probably took a little target practice getting ready for tonight.
Bolan and Lee quickly surveyed the rest of the lobby. Amid the graffiti on the wall near the front window, Bolan spotted a series of smaller, handwritten inscriptions. One word jumped out at him.
Mercedes.
Lee shone her light on the handwriting.
Looks like a license plate number next to it.
Bolan recognized the number.
Belongs to the car they bushwhacked back out on the highway. It must have been called into them here before they headed out to that rest stop.
Makes sense.
Bolan quickly realized he was looking at the same information, make of the car and license number he'd seen earlier on the business card taken from the gunman Billy Grubb had killed. Bolan stepped back and looked out the window. He could see the panel truck as well as the dirt road leading back to the highway.
This must double as some sort of lookout post. Whoever's on duty probably has a cell phone and uses the wall for notes.
Right.
Lee shifted the flashlight and looked back over the graffiti. Some of it was written in Chinese.
Interesting.
What's it say?
This one says, America will fall. Like that's a shock. But this one over here could probably be best translated as, the Dalai Lama sucks.
So we've got some revolutionaries on our hands.
Yeah, how about that? But then they're just taking their cues from the original boxers. You know, stick it to the foreign interlopers.
I can see them pulling that song and dance on Americans, but calling the Dalai Lama a foreigner is a bit of a stretch.
Spoken like a true Yankee imperialist.
Funny.
Look, they're not about to split hairs. If the MSS sicks them on somebody, they're going to attack without asking too many questions. Hell, they turned on their own people during Tiananmen Square.
The boxers? They were in on that?
Not only were they in on it, but But as a reward, the ones who were most brutal got first crack at setting up their own turf overseas. Naturally, most of them opted to come to the States. It wouldn't surprise me if some of them wound up here in Collier Springs.
I don't know about that. The guys in the Camaro looked like they were probably in diapers during Tiananmen Square.
As I said, they were Majai, little soldiers. The guys who were in on Tiananmen don't need to get their hands dirty anymore. They're like generals. They call the shots, then sit back and let others do the grunt work.
Which means we aren't likely to find them hiding out in this hellhole.
No, they've probably got million-dollar homes up in the hills somewhere around here. As a matter of fact, tonight we were hoping the Camaro would lead us to some higher-ups. Of course, with all the commotion, those guys are probably long gone by now.
That's why your friend Hunter was so hot under the collar when you guys first caught up with me, right?
Nobody likes it when the big ones get away.
What can I say? If we'd known you guys were on the scene, we probably would have thrown in with you.
What's done is done. If we can find this guy and get our hands on whatever he bought off that Air Force officer, it'll be consolation.
Tell you what, if we find this guy, I'll see to it that he leads us to some higher-ups.
How would you do that?
You don't want to know.
Try me. Little late for fireworks.
Let's move it!
Oh, fuck!
It's Hunter!
When Bolan and Lee got to him, behind the last of the motel units, the short man was crumpled in the sand, palm pressed to his neck, trying to staunch the flow of blood from a sniper's bullet that had nicked an artery after ripping through his trachea. One look and Bolan knew it was only a matter of time for the G-Man. Kissinger was crouched behind a concrete planter several yards away, firing into the desert with his government model 1911A pistol.
Shooters on the ridge! Fuck!
Bolan dove for cover behind the planter next to Kissinger. Lee, however, remained alongside her downed colleague, placing her hand over his to provide additional pressure against the bullet wound.
Don't worry, Hunter. You're gonna make it.
No. Leave me. Go.
Another bullet struck Hunter, this time in the thigh.
I need some help!
You can't help him! Get out of the line of fire!
I said I need some help!
Oh, shit!
Bolan rushed back to Hunter's side, grabbing him under the arms.
Keep a hand on that wound. I'll move it.
Let me give you a hand!
Deputy Cantrell rushed to join the fray. Together, he and Bolan hauled the wounded agent toward the planter. Lee followed alongside, her fingers turning crimson with Hunter's blood.
Hang in there, Hunter.
Hunter went slack in the men's grasp, and when they set him down, his eyes rolled upward, and his blood began to drain into the sand. Lee pulled her hand away and stared at him.
He was gone. There was nothing we could...
Let's get these bastards!
She wiped her hands on her pants and pulled out her gun. Deputy Yarborough, meanwhile, had taken up position behind an overturned, rust-eaten vending machine 10 yards from the planter. He fired up into the hills, and then ducked low as return fire drummed against the old dispenser's metal shell.
There's at least 2 of them, and it's a pretty safe bet they've got scopes.
No shit. We're gonna need to get closer.
Yeah, good luck with that. There's nothing between us and them but sand and tumbleweed.
I'll get the truck.
I'll come with you. Cowboy, you and Cantrell try to fan out. With any luck, we'll be able to keep them distracted long enough for you to close in.
It's worth a try.
Now!
Bolan and Lee bolted from the planter, zigzagging past the motel units to where the truck was parked.
Let me drive.
I can handle it, Velasco.
They see us coming, they're going to draw a bead on the driver. I've probably got a little more wheel experience.
My truck, my call.
Lee jumped into the driver's seat. Bolan could see arguing was pointless. He opened the passenger door but remained outside the truck and started to unfasten his bulletproof vest.
You got any rope in there?
I don't think so. Why?
I want to cover as much of the windshield as possible. I know it'll cut your visibility, but it's a fair trade-off.
Good idea.
Lee leaned into the back of the truck and handed Bolan a roll of duct tape and began to take off her own vest.
You can use mine, too.
Bolan quickly laid his vest out flat across the windshield and secured it in place with the duct tape, making sure to position one of the armpit holes at Lee's eye level. Once she passed her vest to him, he repeated the procedure, covering the glass in front of the passenger seat. He quickly rejoined her.
Looks like hell, but it just might work.
We're still going to be vulnerable, so let's not push our luck any more than we have to.
Sure.
Lee backed away from the registration office and circled around the nearest motel unit. Once she could see the planter, she straightened the steering wheel and pressed down on the accelerator. The truck raced forward past the other units and was soon out in the open, passing the body of the slain agent.
I know Hunter could be a pain in the ass, but he was a good agent.
I'm sure he was.
He's got a wife and... Shit!
As anticipated, the snipers had gone after the driver, and most of their slugs thudded harmlessly into the vests taped across the windshield. A couple shots found their way past the Kevlar plates, however, and crashed through the glass. One buried itself in the dashboard. The other zipped past Bolan's shoulder into the rear of the truck.
Damn!
You okay?
Lee was unable to take her eyes off the desert before them. She'd begun jockeying the steering wheel back and forth, veering across the hard-packed sand.
I'm fine. Keep after them.
The executioner glanced out the side window and spied Kissinger and Yarborough off to his right, spaced 20 yards apart in a shallow arroyo, ready to make their next move. There was no sign of Cantrell, but Bolan assumed the deputy was advancing somewhere to the left. He shifted his gaze and stared out through the makeshift peephole on his side of the windshield. Up on the ridge, he spotted one of the shooters.
To your right.
Right.
The woman changed course, keeping her foot on the accelerator. The shooters had apparently wised up to the protected windshield and lowered their aim, going for the tires and engine compartment.
Ah, shit! Right front tire!
Suddenly, Lee was fighting for control of the steering wheel. She let up on the gas as she tried to compensate for the blowout. The truck's weight and momentum were working against her, however. Veering sharply to one side, the truck went into a brief skid, then tipped onto its side. Ah! Lee was thrown from her seat. She slammed into Bolan and fell on top of him. Both Bolan and Lee were dazed, but neither had lost consciousness. They lethargically tried untangling themselves.
Okay. You can drive now.
You did fine. Let's get out of here, though. I don't like the smell of that gas.
Who does?
Lee rolled free of Bolan and crawled between the front seats to the rear of the truck. Bolan yanked out his .44 and followed her. The gas fumes were getting stronger. The soldier scrambled past the woman, forced the rear doors open, then waved her out.
Hurry!
Lee tumbled out through the opening, with Bolan right behind her. Once on their feet, they broke into a run, trying to put as much distance as possible between them and the truck. Bolan realized the gunfire wasn't coming from the snipers. Kissinger, Cantrell, and Yarborough were all firing uphill as they charged the ridgeline. No shots were being returned.
Looks like we've got them on the run. Stay on them.
He started up the rise. Lee hobbled behind, favoring her right leg.
God damn it! I think I sprained my ankle. Go ahead, I'll catch you.
Behind them, the truck had turned into a fireball, sending flaming bits of shrapnel flying in all directions. Bolan dodged one of the shards, glancing over his shoulder. Lee had thrown herself to the ground, and the shrapnel had missed her. He started back to help her, but she waved him off.
Go on! Don't let them get away!
Okay, boss.
Desert Eagle in hand, Bolan rushed uphill, then dropped to the sand and crawled the last few yards to the ridgeline. One of the snipers was less than 20 feet away. He was no longer a threat, however. He lay face down in the sand, his rifle on the ground beside him. Bolan was approaching the downed gunman when Kissinger cleared the ridge behind him.
Looks like we nailed one of them, huh?
Bolan turned the dead man over. Like the men in the Camaro, he was Asian, in his 20s.
I don't think he's the boyfriend of that masseuse. She said he was taller and had his left ear pierced.
Bolan quickly frisked the man.
No plans, either.
He and Kissinger stared out at the sprawl of flatland leading away from the ridge, but in the moonlight they could see only more sand and tumbleweeds. The latter pointed to a stretch of small mountains more than a mile away.
Maybe he's up in the hills.
He couldn't have gotten that far on foot, and I don't see any tire tracks. No, he's got to be around here somewhere.
They continued scanning the terrain until the others caught up with them. Lee could barely walk and was leaning on Cantrell's arm for support.
Maybe you should rest here while we check the area for the second sniper.
I guess I can't complain with that.
Wow, you must really be hurting.
Well, I'm not running any marathons anytime soon.
The men fanned out, covering as much ground as quickly as possible, keeping their guard up for signs of other gunmen. Kissinger was the first to come upon a clue as to where they might have disappeared. He stood amid a thick clot of tumbleweeds.
Over here!
Bolan jogged over just as Kissinger was pulling aside what, at first sight, seemed nothing more than a discarded pallet, one side of which was layered with tar paper. The skid, however, had been deliberately placed in the tumbleweeds, Bolan realized, for use as a crude covering for a gaping, manhole-sized opening in the desert floor.
An old well.
Kissinger directed his flashlight into the cavity.
Oh, the sucker's even got rungs leading into it. Looks like there's nothing but trash down there, though.
A few minutes later, Cantrell and Yarborough returned from searching the flatland atop the ridge.
We came up blank. We spooked a couple coyotes, but that's about it.
We thought we were onto something here in this well, but when I flashed a light down, all I saw was some trash.
Son of a bitch, I thought they plugged up this baby years ago.
You know about it, then?
Goes back to the old mining days. I remember hearing how workers at the ranch would sneak up here to smoke reefer on their breaks.
What about the rungs?
I'm not positive, but I think the miners put them in after the well dried up.
Hold on. The way I heard it, the well went dry because the miners tunneled into it by mistake and drained it.
You're saying the well leads to a mine shaft?
If it's the one I'm thinking about, yeah, Belasco. Only I thought it had been plugged up, too.
Well, for now, let's assume it's been unplugged. If any of the snipers went down there, do we have them trapped, or is there another way out?
Hell, I don't know. I guess we'd have them pinned in.
I don't know. It might lead back to the main entrance. Probably a good idea to check it out. Those hills over there. The old base camp's up there, somewhere near that butte on your right. I know for a fact they closed off the entrance a few years back after some guys hauled a gal up there for a gangbang. But shit, if this one's coming unplugged, who knows? Maybe the main one's been opened back up too.
Why don't you two go check it out? We'll try the well here and see what we come up with.
Sounds like a plan.
Cantrell turned to Yarborough, whose uniform was as drenched with sweat as his face.
Up for another hike there, Hank?
Ready as I'll ever be. But when this is all over, I think we're going to need to have a talk with the boss about combat pay.
As the deputies headed off, Bolan glanced over at Jen Lee. She was back on her feet, staring past the cloud of smoke rising from the decimated panel truck. As he drew closer, Bolan saw that her eyes were actually on the motel complex. There was a concerned expression on her face.
I'm thinking about the coyotes. I don't want them getting to Hunter.
It should only take a few minutes for us to check out the well. We can head back afterward.
Why don't you guys go ahead and do the well? I'm going to start back.
You're joking, right? You can barely stand up, much less walk downhill and cross 100 yards of desert.
We'll see about that. Ow! Shit! Okay, so it'll take a little longer than I'd like. I'm still going. I owe Hunter that much.
Bolan stared at the woman, then strode over to the fallen sniper, helping himself to the man's rifle. He handed it to her.
For the coyotes. You can keep an eye out for them through the night scope. A shot or two in their direction should be enough to keep them away from the body.
It'll make a decent crutch, too.
The woman held the rifle by the barrel and stabbed it butt first into the sand. She leaned into it, shifting weight off her bad ankle. Satisfied it would do the trick, she started toward the ridge. After a couple steps, she glanced back at Bolan.
Any laughing behind my back, and you'll find out what a good shot I am.
Won't happen. We'll be too far down in the well to see you.
Watch yourselves down there.
Will do.
Bolan watched Lee limp toward the ridgeline, then sauntered back to the well. Kissinger was waiting for him.
Real trooper, that one.
That she is. I'll go down first. Keep a light on me.
Done.
Kissinger flicked on a flashlight he'd taken from the panel truck when they'd first arrived at the motel. He shone the beam into the shaft as Bolan lowered himself down the first set of rungs. The rungs were old, but still firmly anchored into the side of the well and supported Bolan's weight. He kept his Desert Eagle out, concerned at what or who might be waiting for him once he reached the mine shaft. The temperature dropped with each step he took down, but the air was also musty and stagnant, providing little in the way of relief from the late evening heat. Bolan stopped to listen, but all he could hear was his own breathing and the sound of Kissinger following him down the rungs. 30 feet down, he finally came to the last rung. It was still another 6 feet down to the bottom of the well, however. He lowered his right leg and gently kicked forward. When he did, his toe extended past where the siding of the well should have been.
There's a tunnel, all right. I'm going to drop down the rest of the way.
Got you covered.
Bolan braced himself, then pushed away and let go of the rungs. He landed hard on his feet and immediately leveled his gun at the mouth of the tunnel. Nothing. He eased back against the side of the well, giving Kissinger room to jump down and join him.
Christ, I feel like we're the goddamn Hardy Boys or something.
The Hardy Boys would have bought the farm by now. Come on, let's go.
Kissinger shone his light down the tunnel, which led away from the well only a few yards before bending sharply to the right. A faint, multicolored light was barely visible around the bend. He switched the flashlight to his left hand and drew his Colt.
Looks like we're in business.
Bolan led the way again. He stopped briefly when he reached the bend, signaling for Kissinger to kill his light. As darkness closed in around them, Bolan heard for the first time a faint sound coming from farther down the tunnel.
Generator.
That could mean anything. What now?
We've come this far. Let's finish it. On 3.
Kissinger moved alongside the executioner and dropped to a crouch. Bolan did the same, holding a fist out so Kissinger could see it in the faint light spilling around the bend. He extended one finger, then the other. On 3, both men lunged around the corner, guns held out before them. They found themselves staring down a long, chiseled passageway lit by an elongated strand of ornamental Christmas lights.
Santa lives down here? Damn, maybe he fired the elves and started using illegal Chinese immigrants.
Bolan pointed at the ground, where a series of footprints could be seen in the loose dirt.
See? Too large for elves.
It looked as if there was yet another bend in the tunnel 20 yards ahead. Bolan and Kissinger slowly made their way forward.
What the hell? Uh-oh. Dogs.
Moments later, the tunnel was swarming with no fewer than 8 snarling pit bull terriers, all of them fully mature, all of them bounding headlong, jaws champing for a chance to sink into the flesh of those who dare to enter their world.
We'll never get them all. Head back.
Once they'd reached the well, they leaped upward, side by side, each grabbing for the same set of rungs and pulling themselves up. Right behind them, the pit bulls charged into the cramped space, frenzied, bounding upward, jaws snapping at the stale air just below the dangling feet of their would-be victims. One of the rungs, unable to support the men's combined weight, began to pull away from its moorings.
Shit!
Bolan felt himself sinking back into the well. One of the dogs nipped at his foot, teeth glancing off the soles of his running shoes. Bolan quickly reached for the next rung and hoisted himself out of harm's way. Kissinger did the same, making sure to grab an alternate rung. Once firmly positioned on the ladder, the men stared down into the seething darkness. All they could see were dogs' shadowy outlines, rising in and out of view in time with their continued leaping. Kissinger shone his light on the beasts, illuminating their slavering jaws and small eyes. They showed no signs of backing off from their quarry. If anything, their inability to reach the men only increased their furor. Kissinger quickly shut off his light.
They ain't going anywhere. Should we bail?
Bolan looked upward. A dim circle of moonlight was visible up at the mouth of the well. Sure, they could climb back up and wait for the dogs to back off, but the soldier was concerned that any further delay would only work to the advantage of the men they were pursuing. No, like it or not, they had to stick with the game plan. And, much as Bolan had his qualms about gunning down animals, there was no way around it. He grimly readied his Desert Eagle.
Put a light back on them.
Kissinger obliged. Bolan aimed down at the canines and pulled the trigger. The dogs lay still in a grotesque, bloodied heap. The men waited a moment longer, watching for signs of movement, then finally pushed free of the rungs and dropped back down to the bottom of the well. They both landed awkwardly, trying, without much success, to avoid the fallen dogs, which layered the ground like a grisly, uneven carpet. Kissinger lost his grip on the flashlight while trying to break his fall, and the lens shattered, leaving the men in darkness as they staggered clear of the carnage to the surer footing of the tunnel.
God damn it!
Can be helped. Let's move on.
Rounding the bend, the men saw that the strung lights were no longer on. The generator had been shut off as well, leaving the passageway deathly quiet. The men proceeded cautiously, feeling their way along the walls. Halfway to the next bend, Bolan passed the first pit bull Kissinger had gunned down. At the sound, Bolan instinctively dove to the ground, tugging at Kissinger's shirt sleeve.
Shooter!
Kissinger dropped alongside Bolan. The shooter's gun lacked a flash suppressor. Bolan homed in on the gun's flaming barrel. Bolan and Kissinger scrambled to their feet and rushed forward. Kissinger accidentally kicked the submachine gun and then bent to pick it up. Bolan leaned over, groping in the dark until he came in contact with the shooter's body. He quickly checked for a pulse. The man was dead. Bolan frisked him and found a high-powered flashlight clipped to his belt. He took it and turned it on, directing the beam at the dead man's face. He was older than the other sniper, probably in his early 40s, his head shaved. He wore a pair of khaki shorts and sandals, as well as a loose, button-down shirt, soaked with blood. Bolan's shot had nailed him in the upper chest, near the heart.
Looks like Jen Lee was wrong.
What's that?
Back at the motel, she was telling me how some of these gangsters earned their stripes during Tiananmen Square, only she figured they'd all retired to the sidelines.
Well, this guy's retired all right, permanently.
That still leaves the guy with the plans.
With any luck, we outnumber him now.
Kissinger clutched the man's MP5. He gestured toward the next bend in the tunnel.
And something tells me we're closing in on him.
I hope so.
They moved on, single file, Bolan up front lighting the way, Kissinger walking a few paces behind him. Once past the bend, the tunnel widened. Now it was more than twice the diameter of the passageway they'd just come through. There were rail tracks, too, a narrow gauge line running down the center of the tunnel. A thick rubberized bumper marked the end, or beginning, of the line, and as the men circled the barrier, they found themselves standing before a tall, wide archway leading from the tunnel. A retractable steel door set on rollers jutted from a slotted recess in the arch wall, and it had been left half open. No sounds came from within.
He's either in there or he took off down the rail line. Want to split up?
No. Let's check the cave quick first. There's still a chance he's not alone.
In which case, we'd be walking into another trap.
No guts, no glory, right?
You really know how to push my buttons, don't you?
The men took up positions on either side of the opening and waited. Bolan held out a fist and, as before, fingered off a 3 count. On 3, the men swept through the opening, guns leveled, Bolan holding the flashlight in his left hand. Immediately they were assailed, not by gunmen, but by a rank, kennel-like odor.
Damn, what the hell's that?
Bolan shone the flashlight on a row of squalid-looking dog cells, set into a hollow carved out of the rock. The gates hung open, and cages were empty, except for water bowls and pools of feces and urine.
Hell, if they kept me caged like that, I'd be ready to take it out on somebody, too.
The men moved past the cells. The cavern opened up into a large underground chamber. Bolan grabbed a pebble and tossed it. When there was no reaction from within, he motioned for Kissinger to follow him into the larger area. Kissinger's eyes followed the beam from Bolan's flashlight.
Get a load of this.
Stacked along the far wall were rows of coffin-sized crates, at least 40 in all, stacked 2 or 3 high. Next to the crates was the power generator they'd heard earlier, a bulky contraption the size of a mini-fridge. A pair of 5-gallon fuel canisters was set in front of it. Thick orange electrical cords fed out from the generator, snaking along the floor in several directions. One was hooked up to a series of overhead lights suspended from metal poles that stretched across the width of the cavern, supporting a waterproof canopy that deflected the water dripping from the stalactites. Another cord trailed back past the men and out into the tunnel, no doubt linked to the Christmas lights the men had seen earlier. 2 more lines reached to the other side of the cave, where a series of upright dividers had been set up to create several improvised work areas. One of the cubicles contained a desk, chairs, and several filing cabinets, while another was filled with computer equipment.
The masseuse didn't mention anything like this.
Her boyfriend probably didn't tell her about it.
Speaking of her boyfriend, I've got a feeling he's flown the coop. Maybe we should check out the rail line, then double back for a look-see here.
Hold on a sec.
Bolan aimed the flashlight to his right, past the office cubicles, revealing a steel door framed in the rock wall.
Then again, maybe he's behind door number 2.
The men moved forward. When they reached the door, Bolan turned the handle.
Locked.
Why am I not surprised? I can spring it. Probably, but it'd take time.
Then let's go back to Plan B and check the rail line.
Yeah, sure.
The men were crossing the dirt floor when they heard someone out in the tunnel.
If we meet Injun Joe, I'm out of here.
Bolan quickly took cover behind the crates. Kissinger went the other way, concealing himself next to one of the partitions. Eyes on the archway, they saw the brightening shaft of a handheld flashlight. Still armed with Kissinger's Colt, Bolan aimed at the archway, ready to fire.
Hello? You guys in there?
It's Yarborough.
Yeah, we're here.
Kissinger moved away from the partition. Bolan shone his light toward the ground, lighting the way for the 2 deputies. As they strode into the chamber, Yarborough's eyes widened.
Whoa, talk about mother loads.
Looks like you two got the other shooter out there.
Yeah, along with his canine unit.
Well, we came round through the main entrance. Sure enough, somebody went to the trouble of opening it back up, then trying to hide their handiwork behind a heap of brush.
Not only that, but there were a couple of powerized rail cars at the end of the line. Nothing like the miners use, though. These are brand new, state-of-the-art.
There were truck tracks just outside the entrance, too. Pretty fresh. Could be as recent as tonight.
Bolan took in the information and looked around the cave, trying to piece everything together.
The guy we're looking for might have slipped out that way while we were busy with the dogs.
Afraid so.
What about that door behind you?
You any good at cracking locks?
Something like that? No way.
Me neither. You check the stiff out there for some keys?
No, good idea.
I'm on it.
I say we fire the generator back up and shine a little more light on the subject.
Go for it, cowboy.
Kissinger sized up the machine, then pumped the primer and yanked a pull cord.
And let there be light.
Within seconds, the cavern was awash in a yellowish glow. Bolan, meanwhile, tracked down a crowbar and used it to pry open one of the crates. Cantrell helped him pull the lid aside. Both men peered in at the contents.
God damn. Take a look at those pea shooters, would you?
Packed tightly inside the crate were 4 elongated tubular weapons, each one roughly the size of a baseball bat. Mounted to the tubes were triggering mechanisms and retractable sights.
Bazookas?
SAMs, surface-to-air missiles.
Get out. You mean like those suckers they used in the Gulf?
More or less, only more portable.
Kissinger joined them and pulled one of the weapons from the crate.
Ooh, HN-5, Chinese upgrade of a Russian SA-7. Things like this can take down a fighter jet anywhere within 2,000 feet.
Must be at least a couple hundred of them here.
And something tells me these are earmarked for somebody besides street gangs.
No keys. Whoa, where the hell did you get that?
Kissinger indicated the crates.
A swell surprise in every box.
Damn. And here we thought these punks were only dealing dope.
Looks like we've got company.
All eyes turned on the large steel door on the far wall as the doorknob turned. Then it froze in place. When it didn't rotate back, Bolan knew that whoever was on the other side was hesitating, the same way he would have if he were planning to storm into the cave. He wondered if they'd set off some sort of alarm, alerting others to their presence. Quickly, he surveyed the cavern, looking for surveillance cameras. He couldn't see any. The others drew their weapons and aimed them at the door. Cantrell and Yarborough quietly took up positions behind the crates. Kissinger sidestepped toward the workspaces and crouched next to one of the filing cabinets. Bolan stayed where he was and looked back at the door. The knob was still stationary. He watched, waiting.
Law enforcement! If you're armed, put down your weapons and hold your hands out at your sides. Identify yourselves and prepare to surrender or we'll fire tear gas in.
Jesus! Johnson, is that you?
Yarborough?
Yeah, it's Yarborough.
Cantrell, too. Come on, Johnson, open the damn door before somebody gets hurt.
Bolan kept his finger on the trigger of his Desert Eagle. A young, blonde-haired sheriff's deputy took a tentative step into the cavern. Bolan relaxed. He remembered seeing the man back at the Pack Rim facility during the early moments after the firefight. Behind him were 2 highway patrol officers, brandishing riot guns.
Gee, this place looks like a frickin' bat cave. I sure as heck didn't plan on finding you guys here.
Feelings mutual.
Who the hell taught you how to storm a safe house, Johnson? Hell, what if we jerked the door open on you? We'd have turned you into hamburger while you were still busy trying to talk tough.
I didn't think you'd be able to hear me.
If you were following procedure, you'd have kept that damn door shut.
This sucker's thicker than the vault door at Collier Savings and Loan.
Thicker than your skull is more like it. But hey, I gotta say, for once, I'm glad to see your sorry face.
How'd you guys get here?
The old mines near Ghost Ranch. What about you? Where'd you guys come from?
Pack room. We were searching the buildings when we came on some guy trying to hide in a storage locker. We wouldn't have found him, only he crapped his Johnnies. You might say we, sniffed him out. The poor guy thought we were gonna kill him on the spot. Anyway, this guy starts yammering how he'll tell us everything if we just won't kill him. So hell, we called his bluff and told him he knew what we'd come looking for. Man, he took it hook, line, and sinker. He goes across the room, walking kind of funny, like on account of his britches, and reaches behind the water cooler. I'm thinking maybe he's got a gun there, so I tell him to back off so I can check it out myself. Turns out there's a switch there. I take a chance and flip it, and swoosh! The wall next to it starts swinging open, and behind it there's this humongous steel door, just like this one here. The guy unlocks it, and suddenly we're looking at this huge freight elevator. We get on it, and next thing we know, we're down in these damn tunnels. They've got a rail car set on some old mining tracks, and he told us to get on board and he'd take us to the place. And this must be the place.
Packram's secret hidey hole.
Where's the guy who brought you here?
There's another chippy out watching him back by the tracks.
Well, that explains why we didn't find any contraband. They must run it down here as soon as they get it off the train.
This guy says Packram's got this goon squad made up of gang members shipped over from China.
Yeah, we know all about him. We've been trading shots with him all night.
Make sure you keep that guy in one piece. Sounds like he can help put a nail in Packram's coffin as far as their being in cahoots with Beijing.
Especially if he knows what they planned on doing with these SAMs.
Missile launchers?
There's enough of them to start a war. And who knows how much other stuff they've been shipping out of here.
Kissinger was looking over the computer equipment when he suddenly waved Bolan over.
I think I found those plans we were looking for.
What plans?
Long story, Johnson.
Bolan went over to the computer station. Several of the others followed and looked over Bolan's shoulder as Kissinger showed him a few sheets of paper he'd found near the scanner.
Looks like some kind of schematics for an airplane.
It's a plane, all right. The same one Jack's getting ready to fly over China.
Velasco?
Lee, how the hell did she get in the cave? Just keep coming. We're straight ahead.
In a few minutes, Agent Lee and 2 other FBI agents joined the congregation in the underground chamber. She had been picked up at the motel by the agents and then driven up to the mouth of the well. She taped her ankle, but the climb down the well had taken its toll. She was clearly in pain just standing still. Bolan filled her in on the details.
So, as near as we can figure, once this guy fled the massage parlor, he came here with the plans. When he heard us coming, he must have taken one of the rail cars out.
Which means the deputies just missed him.
Looks that way. Cantrell says there were fresh wheel tracks near the mouth of the tunnel, so you've got to figure he's long gone by now.
Maybe we should put out an APB for suspicious vehicles.
Already been done.
Lee glanced at the computer setup, where Kissinger was hard at work trying to gain use of the CPU's operating functions. From the look of frustration on his face, he was clearly having a hard time of it.
I wonder why he was scanning the plans.
He probably wanted to make duplicates. There's no copier here, so scanning must have seemed like his best shot.
Damn it. I can't figure out a way to bypass the access code. We need Aaron here. He could probably end run this bastard with his eyes closed.
We can probably get him flown out here. It'd cost us half a day at least, though.
I know. Wait. Why don't we bring in Vance?
Vance?
My buddy at Edwards. He's a resident cyber geek. He helped me on configs for the missile mounts on the ES-1. Guy's good.
Make the call.
The FBI agents Lee had come with were running a check on the chamber's phone system, so Kissinger made use of Deputy Johnson's cell phone to patch through a call to the airbase. Bolan and Lee continued to sort through the night's events.
I want to know more about the guy in the Mercedes, and why he wanted to get his hands on those plans.
Sheriff Kit Dearson entered the chamber by way of the Pack Rim facility. He walked gingerly, the bullet wound to his side clearly still bothering him.
I just might be able to help you out on that.
I didn't expect to see you back on your feet so soon.
Dearson shrugged.
Can't keep a good man down. They had me patched up and were ready to hook me up to IVs for a couple days when I got word about this damn tunnel linking Packram with the Ghost Ranch. Damned if I was going to sit on my can after that.
You found out more about the owner of the Mercedes?
Guy's name is Brett Ingersoll. He's some kind of R&D VP for an outfit called Krebs Gillis Aerosystems.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Didn't with me either, so I made some calls. Turns out they specialize in military aircraft. They got a bid in with the Air Force for UCRVs.
Sorry?
Unmanned combat reconnaissance vehicles. Spy planes.
Of course, like the ES-1.
Exactly. Seems their prototype's running a few weeks behind schedule of the ES-1, which is why the Air Force went with that for some top-secret mission they've got going on overseas. I couldn't get any more details on that, on account of my being a lowly county sheriff and all.
Lee exchanged a glance with Bolan, who filled in the sheriff, telling him the bare bones about the ES-1's mission to China.
Son of a gun. So in other words, the folks making this ES-1 lucked out big time, right? I mean, if their prototype aces this mission, they've got the inside track on landing themselves one mother of a defense contract.
Yeah. My understanding is the Defense Department is ready to lay out a few $1 billion on a UACV program.
which makes a couple $100,000 stuffed into an attaché case peanuts. You want my 2 cents worth? I say Ingersoll caught wind somehow that this poor Air Force shit was looking to peddle plans for the ES-1 and figured he could use them to speed up development of their own UACV. That way, if the ES-1 didn't pass its mission with flying colors, his people'd be ready to level the playing field and maybe even steal the bid away.
And he might have pulled it off if the Boxers hadn't intervened.
Now we just need to find out what their stake was in all this.
If we're saying the Boxers have ties with Beijing, you have to figure they were acting on orders from China.
I'm not liking the sound of this, not one bit.
I don't like it either. If Beijing knows about that spy plane, it opens up a whole new can of worms.
Yep, hang on a second.
Dearson scanned the message on his pager.
Anyone have a cell that works down here? I just got a call from dispatch.
Here.
Kissinger had just gotten off the phone to Edwards. He handed the cell to Dearson, then joined Bolan and the others.
Vance says he can come out here no problem, but he thinks he'll have better luck if we bring everything to him so he can hook it up to his own gear.
Let's do it then. Did you see the Air Force chopper on your way here, Sheriff?
Yeah, it's still over by the rail yard.
Okay then. Let's get this stuff unhooked so we can bring it up.
Lee started helping Bolan and Kissinger disconnect the computer from its monitor when Dearson got off the cell phone, shaking his head in disbelief.
I swear, this whole damn county's going to hell in a handbasket tonight.
What happened now?
We're thinking the guy who got hold of these plans fled from here in a truck, right?
If there was one parked out near the main entrance to the cave, yeah. Why?
Well, CHP just tried to pull a truck over 2 miles south of here, only somebody fired some kind of high explosive out the back. Caught the patrol car square and fried it right in the middle of the highway. Took out both men inside. Bastard. It gets worse. A couple of other CHPs gave chase. This truck wound up plowing into other cars parked off on the shoulder with overheated engines. Now that they're stuck, they're holding some of the motorists hostage.
How many?
Hostages? We're not sure.
I meant in the truck. Cowboy, Lee, go ahead and get this stuff to Edwards. I'll catch up.
Let me guess. You're going after that truck.
Damn right.
Highway 75 was closed both ways between the outskirts of Collier Springs and the rise where, hours before, Bolan's rental Taurus had first broken down. Traffic was backed up for more than a mile behind the barricade the highway patrol had set up. It was downhill from the squad car that had been turned into a hulk of smoldering scrap metal by the men in the runaway truck, an unmarked 8-wheeler with a 20-foot cargo hold. The truck itself was visible halfway up the rise, marked by a column of black smoke still tendriling skyward from the car it had rear-ended, a 1997 Hyundai. CHP officer Bruce Ribot, the man in charge of the barricade, was a 20-year veteran with the force. He was tall and gangly, with dark hair and a pencil-thin mustache. In all his years, he'd never encountered a situation of this magnitude, and it showed.
Sniper scoped 2 bodies trapped in the Hyundai. They've got at least 2 hostages stowed away in back of the truck, maybe more.
Bolan had arrived only moments before, driven by Sheriff Dearson. On the way, they'd stopped by the impound yard, where Bolan had raided the trunk of his rental Taurus for more ammunition for his Desert Eagle. Dearson knew Ribot and quickly vouched for Bolan's right to be on the scene. The CHP officer had no problem with the arrangement. If anything, he was grateful for the chance to spread the burden of handling the crisis. The other officers milling about the barricade, Bolan recognized some of them from the aftermath of the Pack Rim shootout, seemed equally overwhelmed by this latest development. Having to contend with angry motorists demanding an explanation for the roadblock wasn't helping matters.
We've staked out a perimeter around the truck, but these guys of mine aren't trained at this sort of thing, so I've got them posted back a few hundred yards.
SWAT on the way?
We've got teams on the way from L.A. and Sacramento, but I don't figure on them getting here in time to be of much help.
Any contact with the people in the truck?
Dearson was rubbing his side. He'd ripped open a stitch getting into the patrol car, and his gunshot wound had begun to bleed slightly. Bolan noticed the growing red stain on his shirt and pointed to the pair of paramedic vans parked back behind the barricade.
Go get that tended to, Dearson.
It's just a slow leak. I'll take care of it later.
We're gonna need your help on this before it's over. Get it patched up so we can count on you.
Yeah, all right.
The sheriff turned and headed for the medical vans. One of the vehicles was just getting ready to pull away with the bodies of the officers who'd been in the downed patrol car. Bolan saw that one of the remaining paramedics was the same woman who'd first treated Dearson back at the massage parlor, and she was none too pleased to see him heading her way. Dearson was in for a hell of a lecture. Bolan turned back to Ribot.
So, have you had contact with the men in the truck?
Yeah, we raised them on our CBs. They want an armored car they can drive over to the county airport. Then they want a plane ready to take them out of the country. They say they'll let the hostages go once they land.
Where are they going?
They didn't say. They just said to make sure the plane's fueled enough to cover 500 miles.
That leaves out Mexico and Canada. No shots fired since they took out the patrol car?
Well, there was shooting both ways before they went off the road. Nothing after that, though.
Whoever you talked to, did he speak with an accent?
Yeah, Asian, I think. Probably Chinese, given everything else that's gone down around here tonight.
Bolan stared past the officer at the desert surrounding the highway. He could see the CHP snipers positioned at several points, offering a clear shot at the truck.
I don't know what those maniacs are armed with, but judging by what they did to that patrol car, it's got to be something more than just guns and rifles.
Bolan glanced again at the wasted vehicle. As bad as the damage was, he knew it couldn't have been caused by an HN-5 like the ones he'd discovered back at the underground bunker. The SAM launchers, by design, could only be fired at an upward angle. He figured the Boxers had used a grenade launcher, probably some Chinese equivalent to the M203. If, as he suspected, the truck had been hauling a load of contraband from the bunker, the odds were the gangsters had a full arsenal at their disposal. One false move, and Bolan knew there'd be a bloodbath that would dwarf anything he'd witnessed so far this night.
You have radio contact with the riflemen, Ribot?
Most of them, yeah.
Tell them to hold their positions and make sure no one starts firing unless they're forced to.
Got it.
Do you have any stun grenades?
No. We might have some tear gas, though.
That'll have to do. Let's have a look.
They headed for one of the patrol cars.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try to get as close as I can. I don't see much chance of being able to take them by surprise, but we'll see what happens.
You're going after them alone?
I'm sure they're on the lookout for activity on our end. The less we give them to see, the better off we'll be.
I know, but you can't take them on single-handed. It's suicide.
It's our only chance, and I've been up against worse odds.
If you say so.
Ribot popped his trunk. There was riot gear for two stored inside. Helmets, shields, bulletproof vests, and a case filled with tear gas, both in cartridges and grenades. Bolan pulled out a belt containing 6 of the latter.
What about the other stuff?
It'd only get in my way and make me a larger target.
Bolan strapped on the grenade belt.
This is cumbersome enough.
You're sure?
Velasco's first rule, travel light.
The clouds came to Bolan's aid as he left the road and headed down a sloped embankment to the desert floor. Trudging lazily across the night sky, the billowing clouds drew a curtain across the full moon, dimming it. Bolan took advantage of the increased darkness and broke into a run, taking a course parallel to the highway, which had dropped from view to his left. Up ahead he saw one of the marksmen. The man whipped around his rifle but held his fire. Bolan gestured for the shooter to direct his aim back toward the truck, giving him a better idea of his proximity to his target. By now, Bolan was acclimated to the heat. He shrugged off the perspiration that streaked down his face and once again left his shirt drenched. Flying insects continued to buzz around him as he covered more ground, sidestepping stray rocks and small tufts of sagebrush. He'd covered a good 200 yards when he spotted yet another marksman. Judging from the angle of the man's pointed rifle, Bolan realized he'd almost bypassed the truck. Changing course, he started back up the hill, crouching low. After shifting his grenade belt so the hand bombs were tucked behind his back, he dropped to his stomach and snaked his way toward the vehicle. The sand chafed at his arms, and swarming gnats did their best to distract him, but he remained focused. Soon the truck was in view. It was up off to his right, less than 30 yards away. He was facing the right rear quarter panel and could barely make out the back doors. The cargo bay was enclosed, so he assumed the doors were open slightly to allow the men inside to look out. Bolan stayed low to the ground and pondered his next move. He was still too far away to make a move. A few boulders protruded from the earth halfway between him and the truck, but to reach them, he would have to break cover, and if anyone in the truck were to see him, he knew he'd be an easy target. Worse, such a move would be likely to trigger an attack against the hostages. He couldn't risk it. And so, he waited. Seconds dragged by. Bolan's arms began to go numb, so he shifted position slightly. Keeping his Desert Eagle trained on the rear of the truck, he reached behind him and unsnapped the flap securing one of the tear gas grenades. He slowly pulled the grenade free and tested its weight in his hand. When the time came, he wanted to be sure he could activate it and throw it accurately in the same motion. Bolan's legs began to tingle. This time it wasn't numbness, however. A colony of ants was creeping up his legs. The sensation was unnerving, even worse than the gnats, but he steeled himself, refusing to move. Several minutes passed when, for the first time, Bolan heard sounds coming from inside the truck.
Shut the fuck up, bitch! Would you please just let us go? We can't breathe in here.
As much as Bolan wanted to come to her defense, he held his position.
Oh, what the fuck?
A small dimple began to budge outward from the truck wall. Finally, a narrow gash appeared. Bolan saw the blade of a fire axe wedged in the opening. The blade wriggled from side to side, then disappeared back inside the truck. Another bulge appeared. The captors were poking holes in the truck, probably to let more air in. It would increase their visibility, too, he thought. Once somebody looked out through one of the openings, they'd be able to see him. It was time to move. Scurrying on all fours, Bolan beelined for the cluster of rocks 10 yards away. Once he was close enough, he rolled behind the boulders and lay still.
So far, so good.
He reached down and brushed away the few ants still clinging to his leg. The ground he'd gained afforded him a far better overview of the situation. Behind him, he could see the highway stretching down to the police barricades. The CHP officers were visible in silhouette, lit from behind by the flashing lights atop their patrol cars. Trailing behind them, like an orderly regiment of fireflies, were the headlights of vehicles whose drivers had decided to wait out the roadblock rather than tackle the 48-mile detour suggested by the CHP. To the south, just behind the rise where his car had broken down, Bolan saw the glow of more car lights. He could see across the road, too, and as the clouds pulled away from the moon, he spotted another of Officer Rabeau's marksmen lying prone on a small mound of sand 150 yards away. As for the truck, Bolan was now almost directly behind it. 2 softball-sized holes had appeared in the walls on his side of the vehicle. Someone pitched a cigarette out through one of the openings. It fell to the ground and rolled a few inches before coming to a stop in the gravel. Bolan could smell gas and assumed the Hyundai's fuel line had ruptured when it was rear-ended, leaving flammable puddles on the ground. Given the presumed stockpile of armament inside the truck, all it would take was one spark to trigger an explosion. Bolan crouched low behind the boulders, bracing himself. He waited, but nothing happened. Apparently, the cigarette burned itself out. There was another brief lull, then Bolan saw the rear doors of the truck open a few inches. He could also see movement inside. He rose slowly and peered over the boulders. 2 women were climbing out of the truck. Once they touched ground, they reached up, lifting one child, then another from the truck. The children were young, neither of them more than a few years old. The women pulled them into an embrace, then set them down, freeing their hands so they could help ease a 3rd woman out of the truck. The 3rd woman was limp. Bolan suspected she was the one who'd been struck earlier. Peering into the darkened interior of the truck, he stood near the opening, clutching an assault rifle.
Stay put. Try anything and we'll kill your husbands.
The women didn't respond. They lowered the 3rd woman to the ground and huddled their children close. Bolan wondered if the CHP had negotiated the release of the women, not that they were free. The rear doors remained partially open, and Bolan was sure that the gunman still had his rifle trained on those outside the truck. Whatever the case, the odds had shifted, however slightly. If worse came to worst, and it became necessary to storm the truck, the executioner figured he could take out the gunman nearest to the doors and give the women and children a chance to escape. It wasn't much, but at this point he would take any edge afforded him. Several minutes passed, and the 3rd woman began to regain consciousness.
Oh, God, my head.
It's okay. Come on. It's gonna be okay.
No, it's not. We're all going to die.
Shut up!
Bolan heard more activity inside the truck. Crates were being moved. Someone switched on a flashlight briefly.
Get the fuck away from those crates! Over against the wall! Both of you!
Both of you. That meant there were only 2 hostages still inside the truck. Bolan listened intently. It sounded to him as if the prisoners were shifting to his right, toward the wall nearest the road's shoulder. Once the men had moved, the flashlight went out, and it was quiet again inside the truck. Bolan was frustrated. He knew now, as much as he was ever going to, the relative position of the hostages. If he went in firing, there was a chance he could avoid killing them by mistake. But there was still the matter of getting close enough to get a drop on the gunman. The only way in was through the rear doors, and he was positive one of the captors was still posted there, keeping an eye on the women and children. He needed a diversion. The soldier glanced around him. There was nothing lying on the ground but rocks and litter. He couldn't move away from the boulders either without risking being seen from the truck. He considered lobbing one of the tear gas grenades past the truck. If it went off somewhere near the Hyundai or another of the stalled cars, the gunman might be fooled, if only for a fleeting second, that someone was coming up on them from the front. But even if he backed up a few yards and flung the grenade sidearmed, he was fairly sure the motion of his arm would be detected. Puzzled at the sound, Bolan looked out into the night. Far uphill, lit by the dull glow of the street lamp lighting the call box near where his Taurus had stalled, Bolan saw the shadowy outline of someone who'd apparently slipped past the barricades and begun to head down the center of the highway. Arms held out at his sides, the man crouched slightly and slalomed downhill with increasing speed, as if he were competing for a gold medal in the Winter Olympics. Finally, Bolan realized what was happening. Billy Grubb was trying to take the hill on his skateboard. Bolan watched Grubb zigzag down the hill, picking up more speed by the second. The man had no protective gear whatsoever, and from the looks of it, he was still wearing nothing but his sandals and cargo pants. He was carrying something, though. His Frisbee flying disc. The gunmen inside the truck were equally disconcerted by Grubb's shenanigans, but for other reasons. They thought it was some sort of ploy. Someone was trying to gun down the transient as he drew closer to them, but Grubb wasn't the only one they intended to take a shot at. Eyeing the rear of the truck, Bolan saw that one of the gunmen was taking aim at the women and children with his assault rifle.
Oh, no you don't.
Bolan quickly drew a bead. In nearly the same breath, he thumbed the pin off the tear gas grenade with his left hand and lobbed it as he fired the Desert Eagle. Wounded by Bolan's gunshot, the man in the rear of the truck fired errantly, sending a burst into the dirt next to where the wounded woman lay. The grenade bounded off his shoulder and into the back of the truck, spewing its caustic gas. Bolan charged from behind the rocks. The shooter pitched forward, tumbling to the ground. Bolan raced past the women and children, using the fallen gunman for a springboard as he leaped up into the truck. Bolan knew there was a chance he might inadvertently set off the truck's cargo, but he continued to fire blindly, aiming shoulder high, avoiding the wall to his right. Above the sound of gunfire, Bolan heard the loud thump as something struck the side of the truck with enough force to rock it slightly from side to side. He figured it was Grubb on his skateboard. Between the darkness and the foul, stinging cloud, Bolan couldn't see a thing. He tumbled over a body and crashed into one of the crates, then lashed out with his right leg. He struck something. He followed through, torquing his body and whipping his left arm around in a karate chop. Again he came in contact with flesh. Whoever he'd struck went down under the force of the blow.
Everybody out, now!
Staggering backwards, Bolan stumbled over another crate. His momentum carried him through the back door, and he tumbled headlong from the truck. Fortunately, the gunman he'd slain earlier lay directly below him, breaking his fall. The two captive husbands were right behind him and clambered down to the ground. Their wives rushed toward them, hugging them and pulling them and the children away from the tear gas now spilling out of the truck. It was over. Bolan, his eyes stinging, fighting off a wave of nausea, slowly pulled himself to his feet and reeled clear of the truck. The first of Ribot's marksmen had arrived and stood alongside him near the rear of the truck, aiming his rifle past the open door.
Anyone else in there?
Not sure.
All right, everybody out! Throw down your guns and come out with your hands up! Now!
A young man crawled weakly forward on his knees, hands raised out at his sides.
Move it, you fucking bastard!
Without lowering his rifle, the marksman reached forward and grabbed the man by the collar of his shirt, unceremoniously yanking him to the ground. Bolan got a good look at him. He matched the description of the man who'd absconded from the massage parlor with the plans to the ES-1 spy plane. By now, another two riflemen had converged on the scene. One of them dragged the masseuse's boyfriend to his feet and shoved him roughly away from the hostages. Another unclipped a flashlight and shone a beam into the cargo hold. barely visible through the dissipating cloud, were two more gunmen, both dead, sprawled across a fallen stack of crates. One of the crates had burst open, revealing a cache of AK-47 assault rifles.
Good job, partner.
Yeah.
Wiping tears from his eyes, Bolan moved away from the truck. Off to his right, he spotted Billy Grubb sprawled on his back on the highway. The transient was bleeding profusely, both from road rash and a savage gash he received bouncing off one of the jagged openings the gunman had hacked in the side of the truck. Amazingly, however, he was still alive. His eyes flickered open as Bolan hovered over him.
I kind of figured I'd find you here.
You're something else, Grubb, you know that?
Hey, I make that run all the time. I crashed on purpose.
I'm sure you did. Now shut up and stay still.
Downhill, one of the paramedic vans had circled around the barricade and was heading uphill toward the truck. Bolan waved to get their attention and then turned back to Grubb.
Do I get that reward this time?
I'll pay it myself if I have to. You saved the day, you crazy fool.
Well, good. I always wanted to be a hero.
Edwards Air Force Base. John Kissinger was still marveling over hearing how Billy Grubb's daredevil run down the highway had helped resolve the hostage crisis without a loss of life among the innocent. He and Bolan were walking away from the airfield where Bolan had been dropped off only moments before.
Oh, I gotta meet this guy.
He's in intensive care. If he makes it, it'll be a miracle.
Well, from the sound of it, his making it down that hill was a miracle.
How's your friend coming along with the computer?
Making progress. He's got some kind of code-breaking program hooked up to the CPU. Sucker's got more than 12 million possible code words in I forget how many languages. Hopefully, it's just a matter of running down the list till he hits one. One that says, Open Sesame.
How long could that take?
12 hours tops, he says, providing the word's in the hopper.
Once clear of the runway, the men strode between two barracks to the administration building.
Have you heard anything from Price?
She's back at the hotel wrapping up a conference call with the chief. Afterward, she said she wants to catch a quick 40 winks.
Sounds like a good idea. I haven't slept in nearly 24 hours.
Given the circumstances, I think she'll go easy on you for standing her up.
Well, that's good. I didn't get a chance to buy flowers. Any info on that Air Force officer at the massage parlor yet?
Oh, yeah. Two-stint guy by the name of Mansfield. Worked the copier room. They're still trying to figure out how he wrangled around the security protocols. Vance knew him and said he was a malcontent, not to mention a lousy poker player.
A couple of $100,000 pays a lot of gambling debts.
Ain't that the truth? But I don't think that's it. He wasn't going to pull another stint, so the theory is he was looking for a little severance pay to go along with his discharge.
Entering the admin building, the men passed through 2 security checkpoints, then took an elevator down to the base's computer room.
Jen Lee decided not to fly up. She wanted to go to the morgue to make arrangements for Agent Hunter. While she was there, she was going to view the bodies they pulled out of those cargo containers.
Not my idea of a fun time.
I think she's feeling a little responsible.
Why? She didn't know anything about the smuggling operation.
That's just it. She thinks if they had focused more on Pack Rim instead of the massage parlor, they might have come up with something.
I heard her say that earlier.
Hindsight's a bitch. Anyway, she wants to talk with the survivors, too.
Trying to get a lead on the snakeheads.
Right. We put a dent in the goon squad, but whoever's calling the shots is still out there. She's got the Bureau raiding Pack Rim stock facility in Long Beach, but I'm betting they caught wind of the firefight here and moved out any evidence.
You're probably right.
She won't stop with that. She says she'll take it all the way to China if she has to. Seems a little drastic, if you ask me.
That's how revenge works.
The men passed through a final checkpoint and entered the computer room. The facility was huge, taking up the entire ground floor of the building. There were 12 separate stations visible in a central work area, and the walls were lined with another dozen private offices. Kissinger led Bolan to one with Corporal Dwayne Vance's name stenciled on the door. Inside the room, Vance, a short, wiry man in his 30s with red hair and skin the color of milk, glanced up briefly from his computer terminal and raised a finger, indicating he'd be with the men in a minute. Resting on a cart alongside his station was the computer and scanner taken from the underground bunker. Cables linked the 2 systems.
What's the status with Jack and the ES-1, Cowboy?
All systems go, as I understand it. The feeling is we nip things in the bud here, so the honchos decided there's no reason to scrap the mission.
I don't know about that.
Come on. Yeah, they've got the plans, but we headed them off at the pass before they could do anything with them.
I hope you're right. But I'll feel better about things once we get a peek inside that computer.
Good news on that front.
What's that, Vance?
The password was Dongji, Chinese for comrade.
Chairman Mao would be proud.
What's the lowdown on the scanner?
Not there yet. Won't be long, though. Take a seat.
Bolan and Kissinger grabbed a couple folding chairs behind Vance's printer and sat down.
Vance here's a fellow MIT grad. We met a few years back at a conference there.
People kept mistaking us for twins.
Bolan grinned. Kissinger had 6 inches and 50 pounds on Vance and was as muscle-bound and ruddy-complexioned as the corporal was frail and pale.
Vance and I moonlighted a couple years trying to develop a smart gun.
A what?
A gun that could be fired by remote control. We've still got it on the back burner, right, Vance?
Yeah, filed under bonehead ideas. Okay, enough of this shtick. Let's see what they got.
Vance had accessed the scanner's file and called up the last batch of images it had committed to memory. To no one's surprise, the screen filled, page by page, with the pilfered plans for the ES-1 unmanned combat reconnaissance vehicle.
Did they back up any of those pages on floppies? We didn't find any on the truck, but it seems like they might have tried to smuggle the plans out along with that load of assault rifles.
Let's see. Nope, looks like... Wait a second. Damn!
What?
Well, the good news is they didn't transfer anything onto floppies.
And the bad news?
They emailed them.
Damn. Where to?
Where do you think? Cyberspace. The plans went out to another email address. You know the drill on that. They could have been picked up from anywhere between here and Timbuktu.
This isn't good.
Well, it's a setback, that's for damn sure. But we're not whipped yet.
You can go to the server.
Right. They'll bark about confidentiality, but we can wave the national security wand and they'll fall in line quick enough. Want me to get on it?
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Kissinger, we need to get word to that base Jack's flying out of.
You're thinking sabotage?
Damn right I am. Maybe Ingersoll just wanted those plans for his firm's R&D. But if we're saying there's a link between the Boxers and Beijing, it's a whole different ballgame.
Shit, you're right. Hell, when you lay it out that way, it sounds like the Chinese know they've got a spy plane coming their way.
Which means Jack's going to be flying into a trap.
Commander Kyle Peterson bit the tip off his cigar and spit it into the trash, then planted the stogie between his lips and resumed pacing the administration building's communications center, 2 stories up from the computer room.
Come on, damn it!
The cell phone pressed to his face was dwarfed by his large, meaty hands. The commander was waiting to be put on the line with authorities at the Indian Military Air Base in Margila. He'd been on hold for only 20 seconds, but the man had no patience for delays, especially in times of crisis. He hadn't manned the helm at Edwards Air Force Base for 9 years through complacency.
Don't they know there's a war going on?
Bolan and Kissinger stood a few yards away, watching the commander wear down the carpet. Elsewhere in the large, brightly lit chamber, other junior officers moved about with a sense of urgency. Bolan wondered if they were actually performing tasks or just feeding off the old man's nervous energy and eager to look as if they were at least trying to help out the situation. The situation being that a top-secret mission overseas was now in apparent jeopardy because someone within the ranks at Edwards had gone turncoat. Peterson had made no excuses and assumed full responsibility for the breach in security, but the men around him knew that in the coming days and weeks, heads would roll as the commanders started to look for answers as to how a copy clerk could have been allowed to sully the base's reputation.
Hello! Well, it's about goddamn time. What's the story? When? What's with that? Takeoff wasn't scheduled for another 30 minutes. Hang on.
Peterson placed a thumb over the mouthpiece and looked at Bolan and Kissinger.
Bird's already flown nearly an hour ago. Some crap about jumping on a break in the weather.
They can radio for him to turn back.
Oh, really? Why the hell didn't I think of that?
The commander turned his anger back on the cell phone.
You still there? Get that flyboy on the horn and tell him to boomerang his ass back to your base pronto. What do you mean, will I translate that? I thought you spoke English. I said radio for the pilot to turn back. Abort mission. Is that clear enough for you? Sure, I'll hold. I'll be fucking delighted to hold. I'd like nothing better in this life than to be put on fucking hold.
Peterson resumed pacing.
A copy clerk. All this because a goddamn clerk helps himself to some plans. We have surveillance cameras in there, right? We double-check page counts on every sheet of paper that goes in and out of those machines, right? Everybody searched coming in and out of that room to make sure everything's on the up and up, right? Then what the hell happened? Tell me that, would you? What happened?
The other officers cringed at the outburst. The one who had the misfortune to feel Peterson's gaze fall on him at the end of his diatribe threw his hands up meekly.
We're looking into it, sir. There'll be a full-scale investigation.
Wonderful. And when it's over, you'll probably make copies, and we'll be right back where we started.
Kissinger wandered to the coffee machine to get out of the line of fire. Bolan already had a cup. They stared out through a wide tinted window that took up most of the entire east wall. Outside, the mountainous horizon was tinged with a pre-dawn gray. It was only 4:30. The sun wouldn't be rising for at least another hour. Bolan couldn't believe this was still part of the same night that had begun with his Taurus stalling back on the highway near Collier Springs. Even with the surge of adrenaline racing through him at the discovery that Grimaldi's life might be on the line, fatigue had finally begun to weigh on him. He shrugged it off and took another sip of coffee.
Okay, I feel better now.
Peterson fell alongside Bolan to take in the view. As an appeasement offering, somebody had just handed the commander a headset phone, allowing him free use of both hands, and not a moment too soon. Bolan saw that Peterson had pressed the cell phone so tightly to his face that he still bore its imprint on his right cheek.
I think we've still got a reason to be optimistic. The plane was already out of here before the plans changed hands, and it's been under constant watch ever since. Even if these shitheads got their email through to somebody overseas, there's no window of opportunity time-wise for them to have done anything.
Bolan said nothing. He didn't want to set off the commander again by mentioning that if there could be lapses in security here at Edwards, the same could be true in Margilum.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here. Let's have it.
Bolan watched the other man's face as he received the news. Peterson's face reddened, and his jaws clamped down so tight on his cigar it severed, sending the longer half tumbling to the carpet. He didn't seem to notice. His eyes, large, baleful orbs the color of slate, flashed first with anger, then grim resignation. For the moment, at least, he was unable to respond with his usual vitriol.
Do what you can. We'll stay in touch. Goodbye.
What's the word?
They've lost radio contact with the pilot. Not only that, the plane's dropped off radar.
Two hours later, the sun was up and had already burned off the ragged morning cloud cover. Returning to the Air Force Administration Building after a brief, fitful nap and a much-welcome shower, Bolan, wearing a change of clothes from the tote bag he'd retrieved from the Taurus, touched a finger to the tinted windows of the command post and could feel the blazing heat radiate off the glass. He'd overheard one of the junior officers say that this day would be even hotter than the previous. Bolan was glad to be inside. Kissinger would be joining him soon. He was off in the mess having breakfast with Duane Vance. Bolan had begged off, making do with coffee and a nutrition bar purchased from one of the barracks vending machines. The bar tasted like hardtack covered with yogurt frosting. He forced down half and tossed the rest in the trash. He was waiting for a briefing on the situation overseas. That would come shortly, once Commander Peterson had finished conferring with aides and some federal agents in his office downstairs. The commander had left explicit instructions not to be disturbed, and Bolan, in no mood to witness another of the man's tirades, had decided against barging in on the meeting. He assumed the feds Peterson was meeting with included the CIA and NSA. A bank of monitors lined the south wall of the command center. Most dealt with Air Force matters, recent directives passed down from Washington, flight status of aerial squadrons, and topographical maps showing the position of overseas air bases relative to various global hotspots. From the looks of it, Bolan's colleagues from Phoenix Force and Able Team still had their hands full with their current mission. He wasn't surprised. As with his unexpected foray in Collier Springs, he knew that Stony Man missions had a way of running into complications. One of the monitors was tuned into CNN, volume down, closed captioning on. It was the top of the hour, so Bolan ventured over to see the headline news. He expected the downing of the ES-1 to be the top story. To his amazement, however, the anchorman led off with news of a pending fight on Capitol Hill over the president's latest proposed tax bill. 2 stories into the newscast, there was a brief piece on the incidents at Collier Springs. Conspicuously absent in the story, however, was any mention of the slain Air Force officer or the fact that he was suspected of espionage involving plans for the ES-1. The words spy plane never came up, and there was no indication that anyone at CNN knew that the ES-1 had gone over China during the night.
Press blackout.
Moments later, Peterson strode into the room, followed by two women. One was Jen Lee. She, too, had had a chance to change and looked reasonably rested. If her ankle was still bothering her, she didn't show it. Spotting Bolan, she offered a nod and slight smile. The other woman was Barbara Price. Tall and trim with honey blonde hair that reached down to her shoulders, Stony Man's mission controller wore jeans and a pale green sleeveless sweater. Bolan was surprised to see her. They traded faint smiles.
I got here an hour ago. You were still asleep, and we decided you'd earned some shut-eye. I hope you don't mind.
Not a problem. Good to see you.
Same here.
I'll let the ladies fill you in. I've got a few other fires to tend to.
The commander corralled a few of his junior officers into a huddle near the monitors. Alone with the women, Bolan mentioned what he'd seen, or more correctly, what he hadn't seen, on the morning news.
Yes, we're keeping the media out of the loop.
I won't last long, Lee. Aren't the Chinese tooting their horn for having brought the plane down yet?
As a matter of fact, no. There's been no word from them. No bragging, no rhetoric, not even an acknowledgement that they know anything about the plane.
That's not like them. Last time this happened, they couldn't turn out the propaganda fast enough.
I know. We're at a loss, to be honest.
And there's been no contact with Jack?
Zip. NSA is going to shift orbit with one of their other satellites and try to get a read on the area where we lost Jack on the radar. That's going to take time, though.
If they can shift satellites, why didn't they just do that in the first place instead of going with an unproved prototype?
Because it means robbing from Peter to pay Paul. The satellite they're moving's been eyeballing Afghanistan for movement by pro-Taliban rebels. Now we'll lose our bird's eye on that and have to rely on field agents.
What else do we have?
The Bureau slapped an injunction on that server that fielded the email sent out from the bunker. Turns out the address it was sent to belongs to some firm called Dragonard Imports, based out of Shenzhen.
That's near Hong Kong, right?
Yeah. The thing is, the ground address is a post office box, so we're guessing it's a fictitious business. And it doesn't even mean that we're looking for someone in Shenzhen. Whoever owns the account could have accessed the plans from anywhere within range of the server.
There's a name with the account, though, isn't there? I mean, besides Dragonard? A person.
Chin Yung. That's a common surname. Tracking him down would be like looking for John Smiths in New York City. And the odds are that's an alias anyway.
I'm sure it is. So we're saying it's not much of a lead.
I'll take looking for needles in a haystack.
Right now, I'm more concerned about looking for Jack. How soon can you get me overseas, boss lady?
I knew you'd ask that. Peterson's arranging for a pair of B-1s to fly out of here to Margilam in 2 hours. He said he'll short crew both planes so we can send a team over. You can rendezvous at the base Jack flew out of and decide your next move.
I'm sure Cowboy wants in.
So do I.
Now, wait a minute.
I've field training, and you're going to need someone who speaks the languages over there, right?
Yes, but
Besides, after seeing what happened to people stuffed into those cargo containers, I want a piece of whoever sent them to their deaths. So I'm going with you. Is that a problem?
I guess not. Let's do it.
I just need to make a few arrangements with Sacramento. If you'll excuse me? Of course.
Sorry we couldn't hook up last night.
You had your hands full. I might have known you'd take up with another woman first chance you get.
It wasn't exactly dinner by candlelight.
That offer still stands. Once you're back, though. I'm going to pick you up at the airport so you don't go off on another scenic drive somewhere.
I like that idea.
One more thing.
What's that?
Hal's already been in touch with the President and Joint Chiefs. They can't afford to stand by while you're airborne, so they're sending a ranger squad across the border to start searching for Jack.
If they can get the job done, that's fine by me.
Well, we've got an hour before you're on that plane. I'm starved. Is there any chance you'd be up for buying a girl a decent breakfast?
Margilam, India. Margilam Indian Royal Airfield, located 14 miles north of the small town whose name it shared, was laid out along an east-west axis on a fallow plain at the foot of the Himalayas. The mountains, tall and imposing, boasting some of the world's highest peaks, cradled the airbase, shielding it from sun, wind, and, more often than not, brutal summer monsoons that would otherwise have posed visibility problems for the constant stream of combat aircraft making use of this, India's closest military installation to the Chinese border. It was this strategic location that had made Margilam the most logical site for the launch of the ES-1 spy plane. Now, with the unexplained downing of the ES-1 forcing a likely confrontation between the United States and China, logic similarly dictated that Margilam should be not only the base of operations in the search for the plane and its missing pilot, but also a primary staging area for any military force the U.S. might feel compelled to bring to bear against the Chinese. India, which initially had been more than happy to accommodate the launch of the ES-1 as a means to curb China's designs on Tibet, which, as many domino theorists in New Delhi feared, might open the door to further military incursions, had balked at the idea of an increased U.S. presence at the base. Some officials feared, perhaps rightly, that in the event of an all-out conflagration, China would lash out first not at the U.S., but rather its closer adversary on the Asian subcontinent. Washington had called in some markers and put pressures on the Indian government, however, and Air Force personnel at Margilam were now making arrangements to accommodate an influx of tactical U.S. warplanes and airmen. Conversely, U.S. Air Force Commander Kyle Peterson had never intended to dispatch 2 B-1 Lancers to Margilam for the sole purpose of speed shuttling a trio of high-ranking civilians across the Pacific. Even before the high-tech bombers had cleared the runway at Edwards, Peterson had secured assurances that, upon landing, the B-1s would undergo maintenance and refueling so that they could remain at Mira on a standby basis for possible use in the crisis. 3 systems officers, 2 defensive, 1 offensive, were en route from a U.S. carrier in the Bay of Bengal to take up the crew positions that had been temporarily vacated to make room on board the Lancers for Bolan, Kissinger, and FBI agent Jen Lee. As for the crisis, it was slowly escalating. 10 hours had passed, and the Chinese still had yet to come forward with any knowledge that a spy plane had broached its airspace, much less released information as to the plane's whereabouts or the fate of its pilot. The few accusations that had been directed its way through diplomatic channels had been soundly rebuffed and met by counter-accusations that the U.S. was fabricating the entire incident, just as it was misrepresenting routine military exercises within Tibet as a harbinger of an impending takeover. The United States was up to its usual bullying, as one Beijing official put it. In the absence of hard facts, rumors were rampant as to what had happened. Most prevalent was the notion that China, still stinging from criticism over its handling of the 2001 incident where one of its fighter jets had forced down a larger U.S. EP-5 spy plane after tailing it too closely during a recon mission over the South China Sea, was this time merely playing it more closely to the vest. According to this theory, the Chinese had once again brought down a spy plane, only this time it had been deliberate, but the plane quickly hauled off to a secret location where it could be inspected at leisure. As for pilot Jack Grimaldi, in this scenario, skeptics feared that his fate was sealed, that, be it through execution after trial in a kangaroo court, or due to so-called unfortunate circumstances related to his forced landing, his life would be forfeited as payback for the death of the Chinese fighter pilot lost at sea during the earlier incident. Others felt the Chinese had blasted the ES-1 to smithereens with anti-aircraft fire and elected to sweep the incident under the rug in the naive belief that the U.S. would do the same, rather than own up to the ill-fated mission. And, out on the fringe, there were the usual gadflies and delusionaries who either saw the work of extraterrestrials or felt that perhaps the ES-1's pilot had defected to China, or, even more improbably, flown into the Himalayas answer to the Bermuda Triangle. John Kissinger had another theory. Prior to flying out from Edwards, Kissinger had been interviewed at length by investigators from Air Force Internal Affairs who, under orders from Commander Peterson, were questioning everyone who'd come in contact with the ES-1 while it was at the base. He'd been cleared of suspicion, but throughout the flight he'd been troubled and uncharacteristically quiet. Now, as he and Bolan disembarked and strode away from the first of the B-1s to land at Margilam, he voiced his concerns, careful not to be overheard by the pair of uniformed Indian MPs escorting them from the runway.
I keep thinking back, Stryker, and wondering if maybe it had something to do with the weapon system.
What are you talking about, Cowboy?
The missile pod Vance and I helped rig up. I know we had the plane take a few test runs over the desert afterward to make sure its aerodynamics hadn't been compromised, but maybe there was some glitch that we just didn't catch. You know, an accident waiting to happen.
Don't even go there. Look, even if we're talking malfunction, that plane was fast-tracked and rushed out the door so fast it could have been any component, not just the weapons. Hell, it wasn't even built with a pilot in mind. You told me yourself that cockpit they strapped under it was practically held together with spit and baling wire.
I was just bullshitting. I don't think the cockpit was really a problem. If anything, I think it made for a better plane. If you ask me, this whole UCRV program smacks of kids out playing in their backyard with model airplanes.
I'm sure there's more to it than that.
They cleared the tarmac and stood before one of the hangars, watching the second bomber come in.
Mr. Velasco?
Yes?
The field chief from the Intelligence Bureau is waiting for you at the hangar where the ES-1 was kept prior to launch.
Thanks. Tell him we'll be there as soon as the rest of our parties arrive.
Very good, sir.
Whatever the case, there's no sense beating yourself up over this, cowboy. Let's find the plane and get Jack back. Then we can worry about sorting things out.
Jen Lee had asked to fly separately from Bolan and Kissinger so that she could sleep and then have some leg room to do stretching exercises with her sore ankle. The regiment had to have worked because she got off the plane and crossed over to the men without so much as a hitch to her stride.
It wasn't exactly business class, but I can't complain. I'm amazed how fast we got here.
Mach 1 at 30,000 feet eats up the miles.
Any news yet?
No, but we're supposed to meet with an IB chief. Maybe he'll have something.
Walking a few paces ahead of their escorts, the three of them followed their shadows toward the hangars. The sun shone on their backs, but it didn't pack the wallop it had back in the California high desert. Bolan figured the temperature was only in the mid-80s, made even more tolerable by a faint mountain breeze. It was even cooler inside the hangar.
Ah, thank God for air conditioning.
A maintenance crew was circling one of two fighter jets in the service bays. Off in a far corner, two men in suits were hunched over a workbench, each sifting through folders thick with computer printouts. One of them noticed Bolan and the others approaching and signaled to his partner. When the second man turned around, his face lit up. He stepped away from the bench and smiled warmly as he extended a hand toward Bolan.
Oh, Velasco, what a surprise.
Naj Sibwal. I wasn't expecting you.
I've been promoted, thanks in no small part to you.
Wall was a compact man with dark skin, jet-black hair, and youthful features. He turned to Kissinger and shook his hand as well.
You are a cowboy, if I remember correctly.
Good to see you again.
Special Agent Jen Lee, this is Naj Sibwal.
Nice to meet you.
We worked with Naj Sib here a couple of months ago to thwart some Kashmiri separatists. They were trying to assassinate the president.
And our PM?
He was also instrumental in putting down a nuclear threat that sparked up in Myanmar.
Burma? I'm impressed.
Oh, please, Velasco's just puffing me up, as they say.
While his partner resumed poring over his computer printouts, Wall exchanged a few more pleasantries with Bolan, then got down to the matter at hand.
I'm sorry, but the plane is still missing. I've been told that we may have some SAT intel to look at in a few hours, but until then I suspect we'll still be in the dark.
The Rangers?
The last I heard, they crossed the border undetected and expected to be in the vicinity where we lost contact with the plane sometime tomorrow morning. They bypassed the Himalayas, but they still have some treacherous terrain to negotiate, and there is also the matter of border patrols.
I'm sure they can take care of themselves.
I'm sure you're right.
Have we heard from the Chinese yet?
Regarding the plane? No, not yet. They have made some veiled threats, however. They claim you Americans are looking for an excuse to increase your military presence in the area and try to meddle in their affairs.
Now there's a spin on the truth for you.
It has been good grist for their speechwriters. I understand there has been a communique from Beijing calling the U.S. warmongering interventionists.
Which is probably the same way the Tibetans are looking at Beijing right about now.
True. From the intel I have had a chance to look at, they've mobilized more troops for these war games inside Tibet than at any time since the height of the Korean War.
Wall had already received a few sketchy details about how plans for the ES-1 had been smuggled out of Edwards Air Force Base and transmitted to unknown parties via the Internet. He had a few questions, and Bolan answered them as best he could while stressing that some of the specifics would need to remain classified. Wall didn't take offense, claiming that in the few months since his promotion he'd learned just how protective intelligence agencies could be when it came to sharing information.
Which isn't to say you won't have our fullest cooperation. We're in the process of going over background checks on all personnel who could have possibly had access to the ES-1 while it was hangared here.
I know that drill.
We have also made arrangements to have a small squad of Gurkhas cross the border and assist the Rangers. As you know, they are our elite in these sorts of matters.
We'll take all the help we can get.
Bolan knew the Nepalese warriors were the stuff of legend, with a celebrated history dating back to 18th century skirmishes with the Mongols. More recently, their acts of valor and incredible endurance on the battlefield had made them the pride of both the English and Indian military. More than 100,000 Gurkhas were presently enlisted in the Indian Army, and from the sounds of it, the cream of that crop would now have yet another chance to feather their reputation.
They'll be at your disposal after the Dalai Lama's visit this afternoon.
The Dalai Lama? What's he doing visiting here?
Oh, not here. Down in the village. Outside of Dharmasala, Margilam has the highest number of Tibetan exiles in all of northern India. We are also as close as he can get to Tibet without crossing the border. He will be addressing a rally calling for a return to full autonomy in this country.
After all these years, I'm sure he has that speech down pat.
Regrettably, yes. There is the hope, however, that he can form some sort of alliance, if only in spirit, with others in China similarly disaffected. Falun Gong, the Taiwanese, student dissidents. Together, perhaps they can make a difference.
It might at least help split Beijing's focus.
Wall's partner, an older man whose hair was as white as Wall's was black, stepped away from the bench.
Excuse me, but I think I may have found something.
The man handed Wall 2 pieces of paper.
Well, thank you, Morley.
Wall skimmed the information, then nodded and glanced at Bolan.
This man Ingersoll, the one who was killed before he could get his hands on the plans for the spy plane, the firm he worked for was called Krebs Gillis Aerosystems, correct?
That's the outfit, yes. Why?
It may only be coincidence, of course, but this company has a branch here in India, in Mysore. It seems that one of the maintenance workers here at the base was employed by them before joining the service.
How recently?
Oh, a year and a half ago.
Was he with R&D?
Let me see. Yes, research and development. That was Ingersoll's field?
Sure was. And being a VP, you can bet he did his share of globetrotting to other facilities.
Meaning there's a chance he knew the worker here.
Which also means he could have made arrangements for the guy here to receive a copy of the plans and then tinker with the plane so it would go down. What better way to up the odds of them landing that defense contract?
The only problem with that theory is that Ingersoll was killed before he got his hands on the plans. Remember, he's not the one who sent out that email. One of the boxers sent it out from Packram's bunker.
Damn, you're right. Hell, I thought we were onto something there.
We still might be. We have passport documentation on this worker, too. He's visited China 6 different times over the past 3 years. Twice while on furlough with the military.
Hong Kong?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Does Packram have offices there?
I don't know about that, but those plans were emailed to an account with a Hong Kong address.
Let's not forget that the boxers come from one of the triads operating out of Hong Kong.
Wait, are we suggesting that we have a maintenance worker here who has ties with both Krebs Gillis and Beijing?
I know it's a reach, but it fits if you think about it. If Beijing knew what the plans were for even before the boxer got hold of them, it stands to reason they had a game plan in mind when they had them intercepted.
So, if the ES-1 was sabotaged like we're thinking, China's behind it, not Krebs Gillis.
There's one way to find out. Well, let's track down this maintenance worker and have a little talk with him.
Airman 3rd Class Dilip Chozin, as it turned out, was off the base. Kissinger left the barracks with Bolan, Jen Lee, and Najzib Wall. They'd been told that Chozin had been assigned to part of a crew sent to Margilam to unload a shipment of military provisions arriving by rail from New Delhi. The crew had left the base less than half an hour earlier in a 4-truck convoy. Their search of the barracks hadn't been a complete loss, however. Inside Chozin's locker, they'd found a laptop equipped with a wireless modem. Lacking a password, they were unable to log on, but the computer's mere presence was incriminating. Returning to the hangar, Wall attempted radio contact with the lieutenant in charge of the convoy to no avail.
I'm having no luck. They must still be in the mountains. Reception should be better once they reach the valley.
In case that doesn't work, is there a way we can get to town ahead of them?
I could see if there is a helicopter available. Or we could take my car. There is a back road that is too treacherous for trucks. I have a Mercedes, however. In America, I think you call it a perk.
Let's take the car.
I was hoping you'd say that. Morley?
Yes, sir.
Try keeping in touch with the convoy.
I will, sir.
Wall's Mercedes turned out to be a 25-year-old 450 SL. A layer of road dust covered the exterior, but inside the car was clean and meticulously maintained. Wall was clearly as proud of the vehicle as if it had just come off the production line. Bolan rode up front with the Indian, while Kissinger and Jen Lee took the back seat. Less than a mile past the airbase, the plane gave way to a rocky slope riddled with crags and ravines. As Wall had forewarned the others, the road was a winding dirt strip no more than a lane and a half wide that carved a grueling path down the incline. Rock slides were apparently common as they came across two road crews tediously clearing the way. Wall pointed out a group of the large, ox-like beasts treading along a path high up in the hills to their left.
These slides are mostly caused by mountain yaks. They will dislodge a few rocks, and by the time the rocks reach the road, they have brought along a small army with them.
Aside from the workers, there was no sign of human presence in the mountains for several miles. Then, off to the right, Bolan spotted a terraced area planted with rows of soybean. Laborers were out in the small fields, stooped over their crops.
Agricultural settlement. The mountains are dotted with them.
Kissinger pointed to strips of fabric strung out along a length of rope near a pair of small farmhouses.
It must be wash day.
I think they're prayer flags.
Yes, Agent Lee. The villagers' way of offering worship to Buddha.
As they rounded the bend, Bolan stared out the windshield and saw they were approaching the valley Wall had spoken about earlier. Margilam was visible at the far end of the valley, with the land in between mostly parceled off into more farm plots. There were also several modest stupas, small spired structures surrounding walking areas around which, as Wall explained, worshippers could recite chants or spin prayer wheels spaced at regular intervals.
What about all those guys in the red robes? Who are they?
Monks, walking to Margilam for the Dalai Lama's speech.
They've got a ways to go. It looks like a good 10 miles to town at least.
Who's shooting?
Wall rolled down his window.
I think it's coming from the other road. Could you hand me my cell phone, please? It's in the glove compartment.
Wall brought the Mercedes to a stop in the middle of the road and quickly dialed his partner, Murley, back at the airbase.
Murley? Yes. Yes. Very well, then. He got through to the lieutenant and gave word for Chosen to be detained once they reached town. Something must have gone wrong.
I'm guessing the lieutenant missed the part about waiting until they got to town.
Yes, Murley. Are you sure? All right, then. Goodbye. It appears you were right. Apparently, the lieutenant stopped the convoy and confronted Chosen on the spot.
Idiot. And Chosen made a run for it, right?
The convoy had two motorcycles escorting it. Chosen somehow commandeered one of them, and as you say, he made a run for it. Unfortunately, the motorcycles were dirt bikes. He had no problem leaving the road when they started firing at him. A soldier on the other bike crashed trying to overtake him.
He got away then?
Into one of the ravines.
Lee stared out at the craggy terrain that surrounded the valley.
Maybe we should have taken the helicopter after all.
2 miles downhill from where Najib Wall had taken the call about Chosen's escape, the zigzag course of the road actually made it twice the distance by car. The Indian turned his Mercedes onto a crossroad.
This leads over to the truck route. If Chosen comes back up the road, we might cross paths with him.
And that would be karma, right? For him to jump right back on the hook like that?
I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Or just dumb luck. Take your pick.
They hadn't gone far before they came upon evidence that the renegade airman had indeed used the road. Off on the shoulder, a woman knelt by the side of the road, weeping over the lifeless body of a man lying in the dirt before her. Surrounding her, attempting futilely to offer consolation, was a handful of monks ranging in age from a young boy who couldn't have been more than 10 to an elder in his late 70s. All the men were dressed in their traditional robes except for one, who stood out conspicuously amid the others, wearing only sandals and a white dhoti. Wall pulled off the road. The others followed Wall to the body. The victim was a man in his 50s, roughly the same age as the woman.
What happened?
Sion patjugen yandere, runpa kiofola jurtskits biong margila.
Please, speak slowly so that I can understand you.
She says a madman jumped in front of their tractor and attacked her husband as they were driving the monks to Margilam.
Lee, you speak Tibetan?
Sure. I told you back in the States that I spoke the languages around here. I meant it.
One of the monks caught Kissinger's attention and pointed insistently to a spot in the brush 20 yards from the road. Kissinger jogged down the embankment for a closer look.
Here's the dirt bike!
Bolan and Kissinger joined him, while Lee and Wall stayed to talk to the woman.
Bullet creased the gas tank. He took one, too, from the looks of it. Seat smeared with blood.
He must have needled on empty, then ditched the bike in favor of this guy's tractor.
If that's the case, we might have a chance of catching up with him.
Lee and Wall strode up to the men.
The woman says he forced one of the monks to give him his robe. He put it on right over his uniform, which apparently had blood on it. She also gave me a description of the tractor.
If we assume he stayed on the road, there was only one way he could have turned at the crossroad without us seeing him. How many monks are we talking about in Margilam, Wall?
Oh, hard to say. 2,000, perhaps? But with the Dalai Lama coming, there are likely to be more. Tens of thousands, in fact. You'll see. The closer we get to town, the more it will look like a river of red is running through it.
Then I suggest we turn the Mercedes around and put the pedal to the metal. We need to get to him while he's still on the road.
Jen Lee elected to stay behind with the monks and the woman. The men headed back toward the road that had brought them to Margilam.
We have troops stationed at the outskirts of town. Perhaps we should forewarn them of what's happened.
And risk another miscommunication? I'd rather not. If it looks like we can't catch up with him, that's another matter.
Wall nodded his assent. When they reached the crossroads, they turned right and were soon traveling along the valley floor. Farms were more abundant, packed adjacent to one another, creating a patchwork of varied crops: barley, soybeans, wheat, and, flanking a watershed fed by a crystalline mountain spring, paddies. There were also several small hamlets consisting of no more than a few homes, abutting a common area set aside for loading harvests for delivery into town. And, too, there were more gumpas, meditation centers marked by more gilded stupas, like the one the men had passed earlier. Most of the shrines were set far off the road on small hillocks, but several larger facilities lay within easy access of motorists and were flanked by dirt parking lots.
Those are for the tourists.
Not to mention the occasional errant airman. Check out that parking lot down the road. Isn't that our tractor?
It stood out conspicuously among the other vehicles, mostly small sedans and station wagons. There was no sign of Chosen, however.
He's not there to pray.
A late-model Fiat pulled out of a parking spot next to the tractor and raised a trail of dust racing for the driveway. Bolan instantly drew his Desert Eagle.
I think he just upgraded to something faster. Step on it.
Righto!
Let's take him alive if we can.
Despite the burst of speed, Wall was unable to cut off the Fiat. The smaller car exited the driveway without stopping and cut sharply to the left, heading for Margilam. Within seconds, it was racing along the two-lane road at 70 miles per hour and showing no signs of slowing. The Mercedes had the superior power plant, however, and Wall quickly began to close in. Kissinger pulled his gun.
Whoa, that's got to be him, all right.
You think?
You're probably going to have to force it off the road.
But my Mercedes!
Nashim!
Yes, I know.
The initial 80-yard gap between the vehicles was quickly halved. As Wall continued to close in, a gunman suddenly leaned out of the left rear passenger window of the Fiat and drew a bead on the Mercedes with an Uzi submachine gun.
Looks like Chosen's got some company with him.
Maybe he didn't steal that car after all. Cut it, Nashim!
Right!
There was no oncoming traffic, so Wall abruptly veered left, crossing the median. Bullets slammed into the Mercedes' right front quarter panel, missing those inside.
My breath is hurt!
Bolan and Kissinger, meanwhile, leaned out their windows and returned fire, doing little more than cosmetic damage to the Fiat. By now, they could see that there were 4 occupants inside the car. Only one of them was wearing robes. Bolan fired off another burst, missing the man with the Uzi and scarring the Fiat's rooftop. As the Mercedes inched closer, he finally got a good look at the shooter's features.
Fucker's Chinese.
As the chase continued, with both sides wasting ammunition trying to strike their swerving targets, the cars found themselves coming up on a slow-moving pickup truck filled with villagers bound to Margilum. There were so many of them that they overflowed the cargo bed, with some passengers standing precariously out on the back bumper, clinging to those more securely positioned on the other side of the tailgate.
This could get ugly.
Kissinger was forced to hold his fire. The Fiat continued veering from lane to lane until it was within a few yards of the pickup. Then, at the last possible second, the driver sped past, grazing the toes of several passengers whose legs were dangling outside the truck's bed. The Mercedes was right behind, but as he committed to the passing lane, Wall saw to his horror that the lane up ahead was already taken.
Oh, shit!
Pinned in by the pickup truck, racing along at more than 85 miles per hour, the Mercedes found itself on a collision course with an oncoming Suburban. Najib Wall had only one option.
Hang on!
Removing his foot from the brake, he jerked the steering wheel hard to his left. The driver of the Suburban, fortunately, had no time to react and sped past, still in the middle of the lane. The SUV snagged the Mercedes' right rear bumper with just enough force to rip it free of the car's frame without throwing it into a tailspin.
Oh, my poor car!
The bumper danced spastically on the asphalt as the Mercedes swept off the road, bounding roughly along the gravel shoulder. It took all his doing, but Wall kept the vehicle under control, and after another 30 yards, he was able to ease back onto the tarmac. Another car was coming his way, but he had time to get to the right lane.
Nice piece of driving, Bullet.
What?
Steve McQueen, Bullet. Oh, forget it.
You saved our bacon, Najib.
I'm a vegetarian.
It's just an expression.
The men in the Fiat had taken advantage of the situation and pulled away, but now that they were getting closer to Margilum, traffic was picking up in both lanes. Less than half a mile down the road, cars were beginning to flash their brake lights, forced by the congestion to slow. A high-speed chase was no longer an option. Rather than become tied up in the traffic jam, the Fiat's driver turned off onto a side road and headed westward. As it was making the turn, a second man leaned out another window, echoing the Uzi blasts being fired by his cohort. The Mercedes took hits in the grillwork and hood.
Stop damaging my car, you motherfucking cocksuckers!
A ricochet smashed through the windshield and lodged in the headrest where Bolan was sitting. He was spared only because he'd hunched over to reload his Desert Eagle.
You're gonna get it now! Hang on!
Wall took the Mercedes off the road once again and forged a diagonal course across an untended field. The ground was hard and even, allowing Wall to keep up his speed. Once again, the Mercedes began closing in on the Fiat. Wall didn't bother with any evasive maneuvers. Jaws clenched, fingers tight around the steering wheel, he used the front hood ornament as if it were a rifle scope, keeping it centered on the seam between the front and rear doors of the vehicle. Bolan and Kissinger, meanwhile, continued to fire at the gunman in the Fiat. One shot found its mark, taking out the gunman leaning out the front window. Ha! The man dropped his Uzi and slumped halfway out the vehicle. When the Fiat hit a bump in the road, the man's weight shifted and he toppled from the vehicle, rolling a few times across the asphalt before coming to a rest. By now, less than 20 yards separated the vehicles.
Go ahead and take them out.
With a last burst of speed, he rammed the passenger side of the Fiat, broadsiding it at a 45-degree angle. The Fiat lurched wildly and spun out of control, crossing lanes and plowing, rear end first, into the shallow waters of a paddy. The Mercedes, meanwhile, came to a grinding halt in the middle of the road. Bolan, thrown sharply forward during the impact, was momentarily dazed. When he came to, his left arm was numb from striking the dashboard, but he was in far better shape than the others. Wall was in pain, his legs pinned beneath the collapsed steering wheel, which had also taken a toll on his rib cage, making it difficult for him to breathe. Kissinger was out cold in the back seat, blood streaming from a gash across his forehead.
Go. Get them, Velasco.
Right.
Bolan threw open his door and staggered out onto the road. His legs felt like jelly, and he leaned against the front quarter panel for support as he slowly circled the vehicle. A trio of older women who'd been tending the rice stood and stared, dumbfounded. Bolan saw that the Fiat's driver was still behind the wheel, but he wasn't moving. The other gunman had climbed out, apparently unharmed, and was standing knee-deep in the mud-colored water of the paddy. Livid, he returned Bolan's gaze and raised his Uzi. The executioner had the drop on him. He was struck twice in the chest.
Now it's just you and me, Chosen, you bastard.
Bolan willed his legs to cooperate and pushed away from the Mercedes, heading down the faint slope that led to the Paddies. He saw Chosen stumble away from the Fiat, his stolen monk's robes trailing through the mud. Gun drawn, he made his way toward a trio of older women who'd been tending to the rice. Bolan was in a quandary. Much as he wanted to take the airmen alive, he couldn't let Chosen reach the women and jeopardize their safety. His left arm, though tingling, had come back to life, and he used it to steady his aim as he raised his .44 into target acquisition. He aimed low, avoiding a kill shot. The round punched into Chosen's lower back area. The airman dropped to his knees in the paddy, grabbing at the wound. The women, seeing that he was armed and, more importantly, that he wasn't Tibetan and therefore only masquerading as a monk, overcame their fear and, as a group, slogged through the mashy soup toward him. When Chosen raised his gun at them, one of the women took a swipe at him with a rake. The gun flew from his hand, sinking into the mud. The other two women began striking him with their tools as well, peppering him with welts. Bolan finally caught up with them and pulled them away.
No! No! Don't kill him! Leave him to me!
The women backed off. Bolan grabbed the man by the scruff of his robes and jerked him sharply about.
I am dying.
I don't think so. But by the time I'm finished with you, you'll wish you had.
Bolan stared hard at Chosen, gauging his reaction. He was looking for a trace of fear, and he finally saw it in the man's eyes.
Good.
He knew from years of experience that if a man could be made to feel fear, when it came time for interrogation, he could also be made to talk.
Velasco!
Najsid Wall had wriggled free of the wreckage of his prized Mercedes, and now, wincing with every step, he waded through the paddies toward Bolan and Chosen.
Your friend is conscious. I told him to step put and wait for the medics. They are attending to some members of the truck convoy, but will be here shortly.
You should probably be taking it easy yourself.
I only have a few cracked ribs and a bruised knee. I have work to do.
Oh, what about me? I'm dying.
You? Have you seen my car?
Bolan leveled his Desert Eagle at the airman's face.
I don't want to hear it from you, Chosen.
Chosen fell silent, glowering at his apprehenders. Dragging him out of the paddy, Bolan pulled off Chosen's robes to get a better look at his gunshot wounds. Though his uniform was soaked with blood, neither of the airman's wounds appeared serious. Fleeing the convoy, he'd been struck just below the right shoulder, and Bolan's contribution had been a bullet through the flesh slightly above the left hip. Both wounds were through and throughs, shedding a lot of blood. No vital organs had been hit. Once the bleeding was stopped, a task one of the women was grudgingly performing with mud packs, he could forego hospitalization, at least for the time being.
Let's get him out of this field before the gawkers start flocking.
The executioner pointed to a nearby two-wheeled wooden cart yoked to a domesticated water buffalo. The cart was filled with tools and burlap bags. At Wall's beckoning, the other two women brought the cart and rearranged the load to make room for Chosen. Bolan had to holster his gun while helping the airman up, but Chosen, unable to put any weight on his left leg without writhing in agony, was clearly not about to attempt another escape. With Wall's assistance, they transferred him to the cart. The woman treating him held the mud packs in place until Chosen was situated, then gruffly showed him how to apply the right amount of pressure to staunch the bleeding. The airman had to contort himself to hold both packs in place.
This is not allowed. I still have my rights.
The man's protests were ignored. Wall asked the field workers for permission to use one of their storage sheds, located 50 yards from the road at the edge of the paddies. The women were more than happy to oblige. One led the way, tugging the water buffalo's reins to coax it through the mud, while the others trod along either side of the cart, one armed with a rake, the other a hoe, both glaring at Chosen as if looking for an excuse to resume beating him. Bolan and Wall walked slowly behind, conserving their strength.
I spoke to the lieutenant by phone. Chosen killed one soldier and wounded another, making his escape. He feels responsible.
He should. Even if he heard the instructions wrong, he should have been smart enough to wait until they'd reached town to make his move.
What's done is done. The important thing is that we have Chosen back in custody, alive.
I don't like the sound of that, Wall.
The Indian dabbed a handkerchief to his lips. Bolan reached out, holding the Indian's wrist, so that he could get a better look at the cloth. It was spotted with blood.
Yeah, one of those cracked ribs must have scraped your lungs.
I'm fine.
I think you should go back and wait for the ambulance.
I'm fine. I can take care of myself.
Bolan knew Wall had made up his mind. He let the matter drop. Once they reached the shed, a small structure made of hammered planks, Bolan and Wall helped Chosen from the cart and took him inside. They cleared away some equipment and laid out a thin mattress of burlap bags.
Lie down, shithead.
Chosen complied, and they positioned mud packs underneath him so that his weight would hold them in place, leaving him with just the 2 exit wounds to tend to. Wall sent the women off and closed the door. Light shone through gaps in the walls. Bolan laid some of the burlap over Chosen's ankles, then tipped over a workbench, easing its weight onto the airman's feet, pinning his legs to the ground. Then he loomed over Chosen.
Let's talk.
I want to go to a hospital.
That's not what we want to talk about.
Wall deliberately looked away from Bolan with that last coughing spasm and went for his handkerchief again.
We want to talk about your work on the spy plane.
The what?
Look, we know you're in collusion with both the Chinese and your former employers at Krebs Gillis. We know the plans for the ES-1 were sent to you by the internet. We checked your locker back at the barracks and found your computer. Once we bypass your access code, I'm sure we'll find that you downloaded those plans in time to tinker with the plane before its launch. We have you dead to rights.
I don't understand.
We have you for espionage, resisting arrest, and murder. Being taken to the hospital should be the last of your worries right now.
The airman was stunned. It was a while before he decided to talk, and nobody wanted to hear what he had to say.
My life is over. Why should I talk?
Bolan drew his Desert Eagle. The first shots went into the earth on either side of Chosen's head. The third shot ripped through the fabric of the man's pant, grazing his inner thigh 3 inches from his testicles. Bolan then crouched before Chosen and quickly jerked one of the mud packs from his grasp, pressing it against the man's face so that he couldn't breathe. When Chosen tried to struggle, Wall reached down and pinned his arms to his sides. The prisoner's face turned red, and the fear came back into his eyes. Bolan waited a moment longer, then pulled the mud pack free and placed it back over the man's shoulder wound. He stood and calmly began to reload his pistol.
It's true. Everything you said.
I want to hear it from you.
Yes, I'd known Brett Ingersoll. We'd met on several occasions while Ingersoll was visiting the Krebs Gillis in Mysore, where I was part of the R&D team specializing in navigational and communication systems for unmanned planes. We'd kept in touch even after I had left the firm to go into the service. We then met another time, only 2 weeks ago. That's when Ingersoll had first brought up how Krebs Gillis was falling behind in the race with the National Avionics for a defense contract involving UCRVs. He had said there might be an opportunity over the following few weeks for me to help my former employers get back on track. Back on track, that's what he said. Ingersoll was very careful. He never said anything about espionage or sabotage. But I knew what I'd be getting myself into, and at first I said I had no interest in getting involved.
But Ingersoll knew you had your price.
Yes. When we got into money, he wrote down an offer on paper. I was relieved because it was so little money I knew I could easily walk away. But I was angry too, insulted that he would have me risk so much for so little. So I took his piece of paper and added 3 zeros on the end. I was, playing hardball.
And he came back with the counter-offer?
He crossed off one of the zeros and said he could meet me halfway on the second if it turned out the assignment turned out to be more difficult than he anticipated. I was shocked.
You changed your mind.
Yes, I changed my mind. At the time, I had no idea how I was supposed to help him out while stationed here in Margilam. But 3 days later, he contacted me again and talked about an American spy satellite going out of commission over China. He said the U.S. was planning to use the avionics plane to take its place until a replacement could be put into orbit.
Your assignment was to sabotage the plane before it took off.
Yes. The way he explained it, the ES-1 used many components similar to the one we had been developing with the navigation and communications. What Ingersoll wanted was for the ES-1 to fail without anyone suspecting it had been tampered with. He said he would prefer it if the pilot didn't have to die.
A man with principles.
I suggested fixing things so that the pilot would lose radio contact at the same time his navigational systems went down. He would still be able to fly the plane, but only for a short time. And if he could find a safe place to land, he would be fine.
The big if, especially when you've got a man flying over the Himalayas.
A good pilot would be able to handle it.
The pilot on that plane was one of the best around.
Then I suspect he is fine.
Except for the fact that you dropped him right into the laps of the Chinese.
Chosen was silent a moment, then decided to avoid answering. He backtracked to his story.
I told Ingersoll that no matter how similar the ES-1 might be to the Krebs-Gillis plane, there would be significant differences that could prevent me from doing what I suggested.
You said you needed to see the spec sheets.
Yes, the schematics. If I could have the plans to refer to, I could make whatever adjustments were necessary.
All right. I think we're clear on all that. But we both know the plans wound up being sent to you by the Chinese, not Ingersoll.
I had no part in his being killed.
We'll see about that.
That is the ambulance. I've told you what I know. Can I please be seen by the medic? I'm hurting.
Look, Chosen, we're not through yet. You still haven't explained how the Chinese fit into this. Not to mention the fact that 3 of them conveniently showed up in that parking lot with a getaway car after you bolted the convoy.
I will tell you after I'm treated with something besides mud packs.
Bolan pointed the gun back at him.
At this point, we really don't need you to piece things together. But if you save us a little extra legwork, then we can change the conversation to your medical benefits, not before.
We'll help you keep it brief. We know you've been to China several times, and we're sure at some point you must have fallen into the wrong crowd.
My sister-in-law is Chinese. I went there the first time with her and my brother to visit a family in Hong Kong. Their neighborhood is heavy with gangs. They are involved in the usual things, and in a moment of weakness,
We don't need to get into your personal problems. You fell in with a gang that wound up having ties with a firm called Packram. They call themselves Boxers. Yes or no?
Yes.
And at some point after you cut your deal with Ingersoll, you decided that with a little double dealing, you might be able to tack those extra zeros back onto your take from all this.
Yes, I made a separate deal with the Chinese. Only the way it was supposed to work was that I'd pass along the plans after Ingersoll sent them to me. I had no idea they would get into the middle of things and kill him first.
They killed him so they could pay you off with his money. They wound up getting the plans for free.
Not only that, but unless you bungled your sabotage and destroyed the ES-1, you've given them the plane as well in the bargain.
They played you for a chump, a sucker.
What do you think of yourself now?
Chosen clearly hadn't considered the idea that he'd been used. He was silent a moment, his features hardening despite the pain he was in.
The men in the Fiat, they were supposed to meet me at the rail station in Margilam to pay me off.
To silence you is more like it.
I called them on my cell phone once I'd escaped from the convoy and told them what had happened. They arranged to pick me up.
And I'm sure they were thrilled about it, too. It would have been a lot easier for them to get rid of you out here in the country. Fewer witnesses and plenty of places to dump your body where nobody would find it until the animals picked you clean down to the bones.
And to think that I trusted them.
They were gangsters, Dilip. What did you expect? Don't you remember the invasion? My goodness, man.
They'll pay. I will make them pay.
It's a little late for that. They're all dead.
Not all of them. They did not come to Margilam alone.
What do you mean?
I will make you a deal.
What now?
Get me to a hospital and promise me that I will be given some consideration when charges are brought against me.
In exchange for what?
In exchange, I will tell about the plans these gangsters have to assassinate the Dalai Lama while he is here in Margilam.
Chosen, understandably, knew few specifics about the plan. The gangsters who'd picked him up in the Fiat had merely bragged to him that they had brought along a few other men, including 2 sharpshooters to, as the airman put it, put a few holes in the holy man. That was it. No time, no location. Now the men were back up on the road, wondering what their next move would be. Wall was standing alongside his Mercedes, sadly watching a driver hook the car to his tow truck for hauling it to a salvage yard in Margilum.
Security will be tightest during the rally. If they're smart, they'll try to take him out before or after, probably while he's in transport.
I agree.
The IB agent's coughing fits had resumed, and his handkerchief had turned crimson from the blood coming up from his lungs. Reluctantly, he had agreed it would be best for him to accompany Chosen and Kissinger to the hospital. The other two men were already inside one of the two ambulances on the scene. Chosen gladly, Kissinger less so. The wound to the Stony Man armorer's forehead would need stitches, and in response to Bolan's urging, he conceded that x-rays were in order to make sure he hadn't suffered a concussion. Jen Lee, who'd arrived with the medics, was grateful for a chance to fill the void.
I'm beginning to feel like a sister of mercy.
She and Bolan took the back seat of a nondescript Buick driven by Wall's partner. Murley had driven down from the airbase after reporting Dilip Chosen's escape from the convoy. At Wall's suggestion, he'd put a call through to the Gurkha soldiers who'd been assigned to complement the security detail for the Dalai Lama's visit. The Gurkhas, like most commando forces, were an insular group, not inclined to bring outsiders into their ranks. Despite the gravity of the situation, this was to be no exception. Murley had expected as much. All he wanted was for the squad to meet the Americans to make sure that, in a worst-case scenario, Bolan and Lee wouldn't find themselves accidentally gunned down by friendly fire, or vice versa. They took the truck route into Margilum. It was longer, but far less congested. Within 20 minutes, they had reached the train station, located a mile outside town. The convoy was there, already unloading supplies from a freight train that had been routed away from the terminal, which teemed with thousands of exiled Tibetans arriving for the Dalai Lama's visit. They passed through a security checkpoint.
How's he getting here, Morley? Not train, I hope.
A military helicopter is bringing him in from Dharmasala.
Did Chosen mention anything about these snipers having SAMs at their disposal?
No, but I was thinking the same thing.
The military has men stationed on the ground all along the air route.
Murley had been directed to take a service road leading to the rail yard, allowing them to circumvent the throngs spilling from the terminal.
They're also sending along another 3 helicopters as decoys.
Still, that's a lot of area to cover.
Perhaps, but there is no safer way.
When's he due here?
Not for another hour.
What are they doing for aerial recon?
2 light planes and 1 helicopter. The planes will make passes from separate directions while the helicopter zigzags.
What kind of chopper?
That I don't know. In cases like this, we usually use a Colwys.
Bolan was familiar with the craft. He'd flown in one during his earlier mission in India. Modeled after the old Bell Model 47, the Colwys was highly maneuverable but unarmed.
Let's go ahead and meet with the Gurkhas. Then I want to see about hitching a ride on that bird.
When exiled Tibetans had first come to settle in Margilum, there was nothing to the area but a small, long-abandoned British prisoner of war camp overrun with jungle foliage. Their first lodging had been in 13 Spartan barracks encircling an asphalt courtyard surrounded by barbed wire. During the hot summer months, the asphalt would absorb the sun's blistering rays, making the courtyard unusable, while at the same time throwing off so much heat that the barracks were turned into cauldrons. After only a few weeks of these unbearable conditions, the settlers had fled from the compound, hacking a new clearing out of the adjacent jungle, an enterprise that carried its own travail in the form of malaria outbreaks and attacks by marauding bull elephants. The Tibetans persevered, and over the next 30 years, Margilum slowly grew and evolved into the small city of 10,000 that made it now one of the larger concentrations of Tibetan exiles in all of India. The old prisoner of war camp, meanwhile, was once again left to the elephants. There would be times when the town's elders would take their progeny on hikes out to the forlorn outpost, located less than a half-mile from town, so that they could better understand and appreciate the sacrifices that Margilum's founding fathers had endured on their behalf. For the past few days, the old camp had come back to life, serving as command post and staging area for those providing security during the Dalai Lama's much-anticipated visit. A deployment of military troops had set up camp in the old barracks, running fans powered by gasoline generators to stave off the heat. The courtyard, fragmented by kudzu vines and overgrown by lilting jungle grasses, had thankfully surrendered its reputation as an inadvertent solar panel, and troops with machetes had chopped away a clearing large enough to serve as a helipad for 2 helicopters, a Colwys 8H and a fully armed British-made Lynx gunship. Both aircraft were still on the pad when IB agent Murley pulled up to the site in his old Buick. As Bolan and Lee quickly learned, however, the Gurkhas, who'd been content to camp out in the surrounding jungle rather than indulge themselves in the relative comfort of the barracks, had dispersed within minutes of hearing about the plot on the Dalai Lama's life. The acting commander of the security detail, General Yuli Avari, approached Bolan.
They are scattered, gone off into the mountains. You will not find them unless they wish to be found. I did pass along word, however, that 2 Americans were joining the effort, one of them a woman.
Not a very thorough description. One look at me and they'll see one of the Chinese they're on the lookout for.
Avari, a middle-aged, balding man with a graying beard and ample midsection, could only shrug.
I could only tell them what I knew. I may be in charge here, but as I'm sure you've heard, the Gurkhas marched to their own drummer. They had no desire to wait for your arrival.
Then I guess we'll just have to take our chances.
And under the circumstances, perhaps we'd be better off in one of the choppers.
Bolan suspected that the general wouldn't take kindly to having yet another group of outsiders usurping his authority. He was right.
The helicopters will be going up shortly. I have already assigned men to both aircraft.
How many sharpshooters will be aboard the Colwys?
The Colwys is strictly for reconnaissance.
Suppose it sights the Chinese and they turn an HN-5 on it. I'm assuming the Lynx will be elsewhere and not able to lend a hand.
That could be problematic. What are you suggesting, Mr. Velasco?
They were standing near a barracks serving as a makeshift arms depot. Bolan had already spotted an open crate stocked with Mannlicher sniper rifles.
May I? Please do.
He picked up one of the rifles, as well as a box of shells. When the general nodded, smiling with bemusement, Bolan loaded the weapon with quick precision and aimed it across the courtyard. More than 100 yards away, a rust-eaten weather vane spun lazily atop one of the far bunkers. Struck squarely, the vane stopped a moment, then resumed spinning, now slightly off-kilter. The general turned to Bolan, the smile gone from his face.
What about the woman?
May I?
Bolan handed her the Mannlicher. Without hesitation, she hoisted it to her shoulder and took aim at the same target. The weather vane fell from its mooring, sliding down the roof to the ground. Lee calmly handed the weapon back to Bolan. Avari regarded the Americans, straight-faced.
Let me see about getting you some parachutes.
As the general headed off, Lee turned to Bolan.
I told you I was field-trained.
I guess I need to start listening to you.
The Colwys 8H lifted off slowly, fanning the untrimmed grass growing through the fractured courtyard, and drifted lazily toward town as it gained altitude. As Najib Wall had predicted, the preponderance of maroon-robed monks making their way down the narrow streets made it seem as if indeed a reddish river were wending its way through Margilam.
Let's just hope it doesn't turn into a river of blood.
Bolan took in the procession from the chopper's rear cabin. Jen Lee sat behind him. Like Bolan, she had one of the Mannlicher rifles straddled across her lap. Up front, a reconnaissance officer peered down through high-powered binoculars while the pilot banked the helicopter slightly, shifting course southward. The rally was to be held in a rolling pasture just beyond the city limits. The meadow was flanked on one side by the same wide stream Bolan and Lee had seen earlier. Rising on the other side were mountains lush with vegetation. The small stage from which the Dalai Lama would address his followers faced the mountains.
They should have set the stage at the other end of the field. The Dalai Lama will have the sun in his eyes.
So will the security teams on the ground, and any snipers in the hills won't have to worry about the sun reflecting off their rifle scopes. Hey!
Yes?
Have you thought about moving the stage? The sun will be in your detail's eyes.
We already thought of that, Mr. Velasco, but the Dalai Lama insisted we keep the stage where it is. He wants to face the mountains because Tibet lies just on the other side. He wants it to appear as if he is appealing directly to his homeland and those who appraise it.
Big price to pay for a little symbolism.
The pilot felt that he had to confront Bolan's rudeness.
Great men are willing to take such risks. This could well be a telling moment for these people, not to mention their homeland.
I'm sure you're right. Let's just hope it's in the way they want.
It's a can't-lose proposition for them. If all goes well, maybe the Dalai's words will inspire enough people to turn the tide in China. If it doesn't, the result could be even more dramatic.
You mean if he's shot?
Everyone loves a martyr, yes? If the Dalai Lama were to be assassinated, he would probably mobilize even more people in death than he did in life.
Neither Bolan nor Lee responded. They both knew there was more than a kernel of truth to what the man had said. Bolan even wondered fleetingly if the Dalai Lama, once forewarned of the assassination plot, would only be more determined to carry out his address. Not so much out of defiance, as in the knowledge, like the reconnaissance officer had suggested, that his voice would resonate even louder through the land once it was silenced by enemy gunfire.
The Tibetans have their own small militia encircling the pasture. You can be sure they've sent plenty of their men up into the mountains as a precaution.
Let's hope so.
Off to the right of the Kalwis, the soldier spotted one of the surveillance planes. It was passing over the field on a southward course, sticking to the far side of the river, where the land was flat, dotted with a few agricultural settlements and endless tracts of jungle. The Kalwis was heading in the same direction, but staking out a course closer to the mountains. Soon they were flying over a series of small lakes fed by other mountain streams. In several places, waterfalls showered gracefully over the rocks, some dropping hundreds of feet into glimmering pools. The sun reflected off the mist given off by one of the cascades.
Look! A rainbow!
That is a good omen!
Yes, but for who?
Before takeoff, Bolan had requested extra binoculars for both him and Lee. He raised his and began to scan the surrounding countryside. He spotted a small procession of villagers plodding downhill through the high mountain brush. 50 yards behind them, another string of prayer flags fluttered brightly in the breeze. Other than that and the gentle swaying of tree limbs, all was still and calm. Then, as they passed an area where a mountain flank extended deep into the valley, Bolan noticed movement up near one of the higher peaks. It appeared at first as if a thicket of brush had dislodged itself from the rocks and begun to tumble downhill. Training his field glasses on the object, however, he saw instead that it was a man with leafy twigs attached to his camo fatigues. The man carried a rifle. Bolan wondered if he was one of the Gurkhas. He continued to watch the man, waiting to get a better look at his features. Finally, after the man had proceeded a good 20 yards down the mountain, he paused and glanced up at the helicopter. The man's face, streaked with grease paint, was hard to discern. He was armed with more than the rifle, however, and when Bolan got a better look at the tube-like weapon slung across his shoulder, he knew he wasn't dealing with one of the Nepalese foot soldiers. Bolan lowered his binoculars.
Sniper at 2 o'clock, and he's packing a launcher.
Bolan slid open the window beside him. Lee gauged Bolan's trajectory and trained her binoculars on the same area. The chopper, meanwhile, closed in.
He's probably not alone.
I don't see anyone else.
Keep looking, Lee.
He brought the man-leaker to his shoulder.
A little closer, then hold it steady.
Dad!
Beside the pilot, the reconnaissance officer peered down through his field glasses as well.
I see a second man 50 yards to the left, next to the waterfall.
Bolan locked on the first target. The man on the ground raised his missile launcher, tracking the chopper's approach. Bolan squeezed the trigger. The man-leaker bucked against his shoulder. The sniper went down, but he wasn't out. Scrabbling on all fours, he scrambled into the brush, disappearing behind an escarpment jutting from the mountainside.
Fuck!
Bolan put his eyes back to the rifle scope, raking the crosshairs across the rock line, hoping for a second chance. Lee, meanwhile, had shifted position, kneeling on her seat and leaning forward alongside Bolan, taking aim through the same window.
Freeze it!
As the pilot cut the throttle and hovered in place, Lee fired. The second gunman sagged visibly, dropping his rifle. He pitched sideways and toppled into the water. The current carried him to the brink of the waterfall, where he snagged briefly on the rocks, then plummeted into the pool below.
Nice work!
Thanks!
Bolan was still focused on the escarpment. Soon he saw the launch tube of an HN-5 slide into view between two rocks. The shooter was fully concealed, except for his forehead. Bolan knew better than to think he could hit such a small target.
Pull away, now!
The pilot had just begun to bank the Kalwis when Bolan saw a puff of smoke issue from the SAM launcher. A high-explosive fragmentation warhead raced toward the chopper at 500 meters per second. Bolan knew the missile's infrared homing system was locked onto the chopper's heat signature and would seek it out no matter how deftly it maneuvered. He tossed his gun to the floor and bucked his shoulder against the door, rolling it open.
Out! Everyone out! Now!
Bolan threw himself from the chopper, grabbing for his ripcord. As close as they were to the ground, he doubted the parachute would deploy in time, but it was his only chance. The chute sprang from its pack and immediately began to unfurl. Staring up through the untangling strings, Bolan saw Lee 20 yards off to his right, spread eagle in the air, while a silken, mushroom-like canopy bloomed out of her back. The Colwys 8H turned into a fireball, trailing smoke as it began to drop from the sky.
Damn!
Bolan's chute finally snapped open, jerking him briefly upward. He was less than 50 yards from impact, however, still plunging earthward at a pace that would surely prove fatal unless he could use something to blunt his fall. Bolan glanced down and yanked his shroud line sharply to the right, shifting his course toward the nearest lake. The placid water rushed up to greet him, and a sharp pain rushed through his legs as he crashed into its embrace. The lake was shallow, but the water had slowed his momentum, and when he touched bottom, he was able to cushion his landing and spring back upward toward the surface, swimming clear of the collapsing tangle of chute lines. Bolan quickly unhitched his parachute and swam for the nearest embankment, all the while looking for Lee. The woman had missed the lake and crashed through a high canopy of treetops. Her chute had snagged on the upper branches, leaving her dangling 10 feet off the ground. By the time Bolan reached the bank, she'd slipped out of the harness and dropped into the foliage. The soldier was halfway to her when he spotted the man responsible for bringing down the helicopter. Limping down a mountain trail, he ditched the missile launcher, intent on finishing off the survivors with his rifle. Bolan wasn't about to give him the chance. Dropping to a crouch, he raised his Desert Eagle and fired. Struck in the chest, the would-be assassin stopped in his tracks. Before the sniper could bring his rifle into play, Bolan fired twice more. A kill shot to the head dropped the man in the middle of the trail. The big American jogged forward to inspect the body. The man was Chinese, the same age as most of the boxers Bolan and Lee had contended with back in California. The FBI agent joined Bolan in frisking the dead man.
That was close. I don't think the others made it, though.
Bolan shook his head. Behind them, through the treetops, smoke trailed up from the other side of the mountain where the chopper had fallen.
We're not out of this yet. There might still be more of them.
I hope not. So what do we do now?
Bolan handed her the dead man's rifle, a 7.62mm Dragunov, then helped himself to a Walther P99 pistol tucked in the assassin's holster.
We do what we can down here. We can follow this trail back up to the mountains. We'll have better vantage points, and we can signal to one of the other choppers when they swing past.
That could be a problem.
When Bolan eyed her questioningly, she thrust out her right leg. She'd worn high-rise desert boots to further reinforce her taped ankle, but the fall from the trees had taken its toll. The woman's foot had already swollen so much that it seemed ready to burst the shoe from her foot.
I can barely put one foot in front of the other. Sorry.
No need to apologize.
He pointed to a fallen tree lying beside the trail.
Go ahead and take your weight off it.
The 3 steps it took Lee to reach the tree were excruciating. She finally managed to sit on the trunk.
This sucks.
Bolan helped her swing her leg up onto the trunk, then quickly untied her shoe.
Oh.
It took a while, but he finally managed to pull it free. The tape around her ankle was bloodied, and with her ankle swollen as it was cutting off the circulation to her foot. Her toes had begun to turn blue.
The glass slipper doesn't fit. I guess this means I'm not Cinderella.
I'm no Prince Charming, so I guess that makes us even.
He peeled away the tape. The blood was coming from a small break in the skin just above the ankle. He doubled up the tape and pressed it against the wound. Bolan and Lee glanced skyward through the treetops. One of the Lynx helicopters was headed their way. Lee took the bandage.
I'll hold this while you see if you can get their attention.
Right.
Bolan broke into a run, trying to get clear of the tree cover. The Lynx was flying low, less than 50 yards above the trees, but it showed no signs of slowing.
Down here!
Bolan frantically waved his arms. He was still obscured from those overhead, however, and by the time he'd reached a clearing, the chopper had flown past him.
Shit!
Soon it had disappeared from view behind the mountain ridge. Bolan considered trying to scale the mountain, but the rise was too steep, and there was no path through the overgrowth. It seemed pointless to backtrack to the other trail. To get to the other side, he would have to climb all the way up and circle the ridge. It would take too long, and he was wary of leaving Lee by herself. He went back to where he'd left her.
They followed the smoke from the Colwas. They're on the other side of the mountain.
If we wait, maybe they'll come back.
We don't have much choice, I guess. We need to get the swelling down on that ankle.
The lake. Scoop mud into some grass, and I can use it for a poultice.
Back to mud packs again. I'll see what I can do.
He jogged back to the lake, stopping along the way to yank free a few tufts of jungle grass. Crouched before the embankment, he dug his hands into the wet, loamy soil. This time, it wasn't the lynx. Glancing southward, Bolan saw a scattered formation of 4 other helicopters headed his way, flying high over the valley floor. The Dalai Lama was on his way to Margiela. Bolan rose to his feet and moved along the edge of the lake, waving to get the attention of those in the helicopters. Soon the chopper he'd seen earlier lofted back into view, but instead of doubling back toward him, it hovered above the valley, waiting for the other choppers to catch up.
Over here!
He kept waving, but the aerial procession drifted past without any of the choppers breaking formation to head his way. Finally, he lowered his arms and watched as the Lynx fell in with the other aircraft and led the way to Margiela.
Damn it!
His only consolation was that there was no further sound of gunfire from the mountains, no other whoosh of surface-to-air missiles. It appeared the Dalai Lama would reach his destination unscathed. Frustrated, Bolan returned to the embankment. Once he'd slathered enough mud onto the tufts of grass, he cradled the crude pack in his hands and started back toward the trail. Suddenly, he stopped. Up ahead, 3 men surrounded Lee, each brandishing a Galil assault rifle. Each dressed in camo fatigues nearly identical to those of the man lying dead on the trail in front of them.
What?
Bolan suddenly found himself staring at a 4th gunman who'd materialized out of the dense overgrowth. Armed for the moment with nothing more than 2 fistfuls of mud, there was little Bolan could do but watch as the gunman stepped out onto the trail. His Galil was aimed at Bolan's chest, and his finger was on the trigger. The man standing before Bolan sized him up, and then turned.
Americans!
Ah, the Gurkhas.
At first glance, they bore little resemblance to the American notion of an ideal soldier. The men were all short and wiry, built more like racehorse jockeys than warriors. But their dark eyes shone with a fearless confidence, and to a man they exuded a hard-earned air of near invincibility, the look of men who, like Bolan and other members of the Stony Man Farm commando teams, routinely stared into the jaws of death without blinking. They'd traded their traditional garb for fatigues to better blend in with the surrounding jungle. Jen Lee had spoken to them quickly, telling them what had happened. In return, one of the men filled her in on their contribution to the mission. When Bolan and the 4th Commando joined them, Lee explained.
They surprised 2 more of the Chinese a mile from here. Killed them both with crossbows before they could get off a shot.
My kind of guys.
They're pretty sure this area is secure now. They want to head back up to the hills to make sure, though.
Do you guys have a vehicle we can use to get back to town?
The men grinned and pointed at their feet.
I think those are their vehicles.
There are a few stragglers still down on the road, American. You should be able to hitch a ride.
The Gurkhas turned, left the path, and ventured into the foliage. Within seconds they had disappeared from view. It was as if they had never been there.
They tend not to be sociable.
So I notice.
I see you have my poultice.
Oh, yeah.
Bolan knelt before the fallen tree, pressing the pack to her ankle. The swelling had already gone down some, but walking on it was still out of the question. There were vines snaking along the ground at the base of the tree. Bolan tugged at one of them, snapping it free and stripping its leaves so he could use it to tie the poultice in place around Lee's ankle.
This is getting to feel like Tarzan and Jane.
All we need is a pet chimp we can send for help.
Once Bolan finished with the knots, he sat on the ground and leaned his back against the tree trunk. He was exhausted.
We can head out in a minute.
Lee tapped Bolan on the shoulder.
Tell me something about this pilot friend of yours.
He and I go way back. I met him years ago when he was a pilot for the mob. It's a long story, but basically, I won him over to our side, and we've been friends ever since.
How long is that?
You don't want to know.
Fair enough. I take it he's a good pilot.
The best. If anybody could have landed that plane after the way Chosen sabotaged it, it's him.
Something tells me that landing the plane was only the first of his problems.
He's been in rougher scrapes than this and walked away. He'll pull through.
Maybe he already has. Maybe we'll have some good news when we get back to the airbase.
That would be nice.
Bolan rose to his feet.
Speaking of which, when's the last time you had a piggyback ride?
You can't be serious.
Do you have a better idea?
Well, no, but...
Then I say we give it a shot. You can sling the rifles over your shoulders so they're not digging into my back.
And if we encounter anyone, what am I supposed to do? Fire at them like I'm riding an elephant on safari?
Seeing the way you shoot, you just might be able to pull it off. Now, come on, let's do it.
This is crazy.
Lee carefully stood on the log. She slipped her arms around Bolan's neck and clasped her legs around his trunk. He crouched forward, balancing her weight on his lower back and grabbing her legs, then clenched his fingers together, strengthening his hold on her legs.
See? Nothing to it.
You sure do know how to flatter a lady.
At least I didn't tell you to lay off the jelly donuts.
The first few steps were the most difficult, but once they fell into a rhythm, they began to cover ground more easily. Bolan followed the trail around the lake, then headed down toward the road. It was a good mile away, a barely visible ribbon of asphalt threading along the valley floor.
I have a confession to make.
What's that?
I was a little disappointed when I met your lady friend.
Barbara?
I was sort of hoping you were unattached. I know it sounds cliché, but there aren't a lot of good men out there.
Bolan didn't know how to respond to that, so he remained silent. He carried Lee through a last stretch of overgrown trail. They soon found themselves walking alongside an open field.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable.
I'm flattered, actually.
Perhaps under other circumstances.
Perhaps.
As they drew close to the road, they saw an old man riding an ox-drawn cart toward town. The cart was filled with unbaled hay. Loose straws fell to the road every time the cart passed over a bump. The man hadn't noticed them and would soon pass by if they couldn't get close enough to catch his attention. Lee patted Bolan on the shoulder.
Yeah, giddy up.
Just don't get any ideas about strapping on a feed sack once we get near that hay.
Schoon go.
The old man glanced over his shoulder, puzzled by the sight of the two Americans. He tugged on his reins, stopping his cart in the middle of the road. Once they'd reached him, Bolan let go of Lee's legs and helped her down to the ground.
Dogs are just zin par jujon pa margilam?
La casa!
The man motioned to the cart behind him.
What a sweetie. Kadrinche.
Thank you.
The man smiled and nodded. Lee used the cart for support and hopped around to the back on her one good leg. Bolan helped her up and joined her amid the straw. Lee picked up a handful of straw.
What do you know? We wound up having a roll in the hay after all.
As it turned out, there was a series of preliminary speeches given at the rally, and the Dalai Lama had just been introduced when the old man brought his ox cart to a stop at the perimeter of the security command post. Hearing the din, the old man got down from his cart and dropped to his knees, staring wistfully in the direction of town, tears in his eyes. Bolan and Lee were about to thank him for his help, but the man was oblivious to them.
Devotion is an awesome thing.
Bolan nodded, but he turned his gaze from their benefactor. He was watching a gathering of uniformed officers, including General Avari, huddled beneath a canvas tarp stretched taut between four weathered posts to create a canopy. He left Lee at the man's side. She, too, was enthralled by what was taking place across the valley and went to investigate. The men were standing before a pair of small, battery-operated television sets, watching a live feed of the Dalai Lama's opening remarks. Avari noticed Bolan and his eyes widened with shock. He excused himself from the others and strode over.
I was told you had perished in the Corwis.
The rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated.
Mark Twain, yes? The father of American literature, if I am not mistaken.
Beats me.
Bolan quickly explained what had happened, passing along the report from the Gurkhas that others in the assassination plot had been taken out of the picture as well. Avari was elated.
I know we will still have to be on our guard, but this is good news, excepting, of course, the loss of 2 good men.
Has there been any news regarding the downed spy plane?
Yes and no. Your Secretary of State has come forward and announced that the plane is missing. He insists it was flying well outside China's borders when it went down, which, as I understand it, is a slight stretch of the truth.
It's semantics. It was flying in Tibetan airspace. China might claim sovereignty, but they'll get a hell of an argument on that one.
That is what is surprising to me. No matter which side of the border the plane was threading, we are all assuming it came down on Chinese soil, yes?
Yes.
This is much different from the EP-5 incident. In that case, the plane was far out into international waters when it was struck. The Chinese argued their own definition of territorial airspace, but I think even they knew their argument was flimsy at best. They were just posturing.
They're good at that.
Exactly. And here they have a far stronger case. But even now, with the incident out in the open, they have yet to come forward and say they know anything of the plane's whereabouts.
That won't last long, General Avari. I think they're just biding their time. Things are in their favor, and they want to make sure they handle it right this time. I also think they like the idea of seeing us squirm.
You have a point. No offense, but they aren't the only ones in this world who like to see the mighty Americans brought off their high horse once in a while.
Bolan let the remark pass.
Do you know anything about the Rangers who were searching for Grimaldi?
I've heard nothing one way or the other. You're aware that the Gurkhas have offered to help once they've finished their assignment here.
If I could, General, I'd like to ask a couple of favors.
I suppose we owe you that much. Within reason, of course.
Bolan exchanged a few words with Avari. Afterward, the general led him to the canopy. When Bolan left a few moments later, he was carrying one of the portable television sets. He set it on a supply crate in the shade of an acacia tree several yards from the ox cart. Jen Li and the old man were a few yards away. At the sound of the Dalai Lama's voice, they both turned. From the look on the man's face, Bolan guessed he had never seen a television before. Rising slowly to his feet, the driver carefully approached the set, his eyes filled with wonder. The Dalai Lama's bespectacled face filled the screen, and his words came forth from the small speakers as if he were standing before the old man, addressing him directly. Again the man sank to his knees, and tears resumed their slow cascade down his ruddy cheeks. With considerable difficulty, he tore his gaze from the screen and turned to Bolan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bolan offered the man a slight bow, and then turned to Li.
The General's calling over one of the helicopters so we can airlift you to the hospital. It should be here any minute.
Li nodded, then glanced briefly back at the old man. She, too, had been moved to tears, but for another reason.
You are such a thoughtful man, Michael Belasco.
He did us a favor. This was only payback.
Baloney. I tell you, I'm envying your friend Barbara more and more all the time.
No concussion. These rocks in my head save me every time.
John Kissinger led Bolan from his hospital room. A bandage covered the stitches on the weaponsmith's forehead, but he seemed otherwise recovered from the collision with the Fiat. Bolan walked alongside him down the hallway of the hospital, which was really no more than a large clinic. The corridor was lined with Tibetans seeking treatment, mostly for minor injuries sustained when the crowd had been funneled through the entrance to the field where the Dalai Lama was making his appearance. Toward the end of the hall, an armed soldier stood outside the room where Dilip Chosin was recuperating from his bullet wounds.
I hope that bastard rots in hell.
Well, General Avari's arranging a court-martial for him once they let him out of here. Of course, I think they're going to go a little light on him for tipping us off on the assassination plot.
No matter how easy they go on him, he'll wind up behind bars till his hair turns gray.
I'm sure he'll take that over a firing squad.
Next door to Chosin, Jen Li had been put into the same room as Nazjib Wall. Bolan and Kissinger found them both hooked up to IVs. Li's foot, red from iodine and swaddled with ice packs, was elevated on several pillows. She'd been given painkillers and had dozed off. As for Wall, his ribs were taped beneath his hospital robe. He was on his cell phone.
Well, everyone knows Sachin wielding his MRF bat scares the hell out of any opposition bat.
Bolan and Kissinger approached his bed.
I have to go, Priya. Well, gentlemen, I understand Chosen was telling the truth about assassins in Margilam.
He sure was.
I also understand you were shot out of the air by a missile launcher.
All in a day's work. So how are you doing?
Collapsed lung. They pumped it back up like a basketball. I'll be as good as new in a few weeks.
Glad to hear it.
That was my associate on the phone. The Chinese have finally made a statement on the spy plane. Their Minister of Defense says they have sent troops to search for the plane and promised that no harm would come to the pilot, provided, of course, that he was able to land safely.
A shrewd call on their part. Leaves them with plenty of options.
I think they're just stalling. They already know that any military action in Tibet is going to draw fire from all sides, and they don't want to stir things up on another front any more than they have to.
On the bright side, it buys us more time to try and find the plane ourselves, not to mention the pilot, of course.
What are they saying about the Dalai Lama speech?
Well, nothing yet. I am sure they're consulting with their spin doctors to come up with an appropriately innocuous response. As for the assassins who might have silenced him without your help, I will lay you money that Beijing dismisses them as freelance hoodlums with no ties to the government.
I'm sure they'll sing that same song when it comes to answering questions about what went down in Collier Springs.
Oh, no doubt. All along they have insisted that Pakram is an autonomous business. And as for the Boxers, they'll say they're just more hoodlums pursuing their own agenda.
Well, they can peddle that crap all they want. It's only going to come back and bite them on the ass.
What's happening with the Rangers?
I wish I knew. My understanding is that twice in a row they failed to report back as scheduled.
Bolan couldn't believe it.
The Rangers are missing now, too?
I'm sure there is an explanation.
Maybe, but I don't want to stand around waiting for it. We're going in.
Jen Lee was still asleep when Bolan and Kissinger were informed that one of the Lynx choppers was ready to fly them to the airbase. Bolan left behind a note apologizing for having to leave her behind. He knew she'd understand. No matter how well her ankle responded to treatment, it wouldn't be able to withstand the rigors of the mission that lay ahead. Once back at the base, Bolan stopped by the communication center and arranged for a secure line to Stony Man's Virginia headquarters. Something had been troubling him since earlier in the day, when Chosen had mentioned his cell phone while explaining how he'd been able to contact the men in the Fiat. The soldier quickly got hold of the cybernet wizard, Aaron Kurtzman.
Why haven't you been able to get a GPS off Jack's cell? If you could pinpoint me when I hopped a train back in Collier Springs, it seems you'd be able to pick up a signal from him, no problem.
Well, there's a simple explanation. Two, in fact. For starters, the satellite they would have had to rely on for coordinates was the same one that had gone out of commission, prompting Jack's mission in the first place.
Okay, I got that. What's the second reason?
Secondly, and more to the point, Grimaldi had left his cell phone behind.
Why the hell did he do that?
For the same reason those pretty stewardesses tell everybody in first class to shut off their laptops and Palm Pilots before takeoff, so they don't screw up instrument readings in the cockpit.
Well, then why didn't he just shut the thing off but keep it with him so we could use it if he had to?
He couldn't shut it off, not completely. Remember, the GPS ship runs off its own chip and sends off a constant signal even when the phone's down. That's how we were able to track you even after your cell stopped working in California. Grimaldi wasn't about to assemble the thing and yank out the chip. There seemed no point.
What about the plane? I'm sure it had some kind of black box, right?
Yes, but that bastard airman booby-trapped it along with the rest of the communication systems.
I thought those boxes were standalones.
They are, but they're just boxes, Stryker. Any mechanic worth his salt can crack them open.
How about some good news for a change? Give me something we can use before we head in.
That satellite we're shuffling over from Afghanistan should be positioned in another few hours. It'll only be able to cover half the ground as the other one, but fortunately that half includes Jack's likely drop zone. If there aren't any kinks, we'll start getting sat photos by morning your time. If there's something to report, we'll pass it along. Just make sure you and Cowboy pack your cells so we can keep tabs on you.
Will do. So what's the consensus as to why the Ranger Force have gone incommunicado?
Your guess is as good as ours. Could be as simple as equipment malfunction or a problem with reception.
Or they could all be down.
That's definitely a possibility. I don't need to tell you that once you cross the border into China, you'll be in the lion's den. Whoever they've got patrolling the area is going to have home court advantage over you.
I like a good challenge.
Well, you're in for one. Good luck, Stryker.
Bolan soon arrived back at the same hangar where he and Kissinger had first rendezvoused with Najib Wall and IB agent Murley earlier in the day. Air Force Colonel Tom Odell was waiting for him with Kissinger. Murley was also there along with the base commander and another American, a Chinese-American CIA field agent by the name of Charles Zhengzhou. Odell, a beefy Irishman with rosy cheeks and a thick mustache, had arrived at the base earlier in the afternoon, Zhengzhou less than an hour ago. The colonel extended his hand.
The Lancers will be rotating 24/7 until this is resolved.
That's good to hear, Colonel.
I've got some F-16s due at 2000 hours, and I'm trying to pull a Nighthawk away from the Persian Gulf. The Navy's kicking in a pair of EB Prowlers. Add those to the half-dozen fighter jets our guests here have already sent out, and the Chinese will know we're not screwing around.
Base Commander Munri Lapso, a lean, elegant-looking man in his late 50s, stepped forward.
Our jets will do run-alongs just inside the border, starting 50 kilometers east of your insertion point. It will look like they're providing air support for men we're sending to a dummy staging area in the mountains near Ranji Pass. Hopefully the Chinese will go for it and shift away some of the forces where you'll be coming in.
A diversion will help, that's for sure.
That won't be their only distraction.
Zhengzhou pointed to an area on a topographical map laid out on the table the men were gathered around.
We have well-placed contacts in the villages here to the south. They've instigated demonstrations to coincide with the Dalai Lama's speech. From the reports we've been getting, the turnout's even better than what they were hoping for. They estimate 20,000 here in Zhang alone, and that's despite the weather.
What kind of weather? I was just outside and there's not a cloud in the sky.
That's here. Across the Himalayas, it's a whole different story. There's drizzle now, and the forecast is for thunderstorms by late evening.
The rain will help you, friends. When it storms here in the mountains, visibility is cut to practically nothing. It will be difficult for them to see you coming.
That cuts both ways, Morley. We could wander right into them.
You will have the Gurkhas with you. The weather won't faze them. You watch. They're like bats in the dark.
I believe you. Now, supposing we get through, what kind of terrain are we talking about?
We've blocked out a 100-square-mile search area from the point where we lost contact with the ES-1, as well as the Rangers.
Zhengzhou again referred to the map.
Marco Polo supposedly came through this way on that big journey of his, but it's still about as far off the beaten track as you can get. The rest is pretty much of a no-man's land. The desert ends here and gives way to slot canyons and a maze of gorges. You've got a river here, the Jiangsu, that wanders about depending on how much rain there is, and it usually winds up draining into this lake at the end of the canyons near Manakan. That's about it.
What's this?
Bolan pointed to a dot located just north of the designated area.
Uranium mine. They work it with forced labor. Falun Gong, student dissidents, anybody with a strong back who stepped out of line with Beijing. As you'd expect, they don't bother with a lot of safety precaution, so the death toll's high, mostly from radiation poisoning.
A little warm weather Siberia.
Pretty much. I don't see it being a factor in the mission, though.
Bolan stared at the map silently, absorbing all the information and committing it to memory.
Getting back to this aerial diversion, the Chinese won't be just watching all these planes with their hands in their pockets. What happens if somebody gets an itch in their trigger finger and tries to bring one down?
If that happens, partner, you'll have all the diversion you need. One swipe at my birds and those commies will have a war on their hands.
Jiangsu Province, China. Less than 100 miles northeast of the Himalayas, the Jiangsu mountain range, while still imposing, on average reached only half the height of their glacier-tipped cousins to the south. There were more breaks, too, gaps between the mountains that made for easier passage between India and China. Roads, some paved, most crude strips pocked with boulders, traversed the narrower corridors and were the areas most heavily subjected to scrutiny by border guards from both countries. Normally, traffic along these stretches was slight and sporadic, and after sundown it was rare for the guards on either side to encounter more than a handful of travelers. This night was different. Despite the late hour, there was heavy unexpected congestion at the Kashgar Pass border checkpoint, 40 miles north of Margilam. All of the traffic was from the Chinese side, mostly in the form of Tibetan mountain villagers traveling by yak or camel. The most commonly voiced sentiment was that the Tibetans planned to reach Margilam by dawn in hopes they might, for the first time in their lives, glimpse their spiritual leader in the flesh before he flew back to Dharmasala. When told the Dalai Lama had already left Margilam, the villagers refused to believe it, and when they were further told that the border had been closed due to escalating tensions in the region, they likewise ignored orders to turn back and return to their homes. The border guards had their hands full, and controlling the crowd was just one of their problems. Most of the travelers' pack animals were weighed down with provisions, parcels wrapped in burlap or rolled up in rugs, all bound by crisscrossed, heavily knotted lengths of rope or twine. In nearly every case, the bundles were large enough to arouse suspicion that they might contain weapons or other contraband. Forced inspections only raised the ire of the villagers, and soon the guards gave up the task and retreated to their stations, hoping the demonstrators might be deterred by the sight of soldiers readying themselves behind mounted howitzers. The show of force only inflamed the villagers more, however. They began to hurl stones. For all its appearance of spontaneity, the altercation was, in fact, being carefully choreographed by the CIA. Collaborators amid the villagers were in constant contact with CIA agent Charles Chungsu, allowing him to monitor the demonstration from the nearby airbase. Further unnerving the checkpoint guards was an ominous thunder in the clouded night sky overhead, caused not by the approaching storm, but by American and Indian warplanes that had been making aerial runs along the border for the past 2 hours. The demonstrators were equally aware of the overhead sorties and used them for leverage, taunting the guards. One of the ringleaders stared down the howitzers with angry defiance. When it became clear that the situation was getting out of hand, the guards put out a call for assistance of their own. Soon reinforcements were on the way, dispatched from the neighboring checkpoints and, more significantly, from the ranks of border troops patrolling the surrounding mountains. After nearly 2 hours of growing unrest, the demonstration began to subside. Seemingly intimidated by the arrival of reinforcements, the villagers ceased throwing stones and slowly began to disperse, heading back to their villages. Their retreat, however, had less to do with the increased show of force than the fact that the protesters had already achieved their objective, pulling troops away. At the same time Chinese were congratulating themselves on quelling the confrontation, Mack, Bolan, John Kissinger, and the Nepalese Gurkhas were quietly slipping across the border. They were, as Kurtzman had put it, now in the lion's den.
Bolan was in the clouds. They blanketed the mountains like a thick, dense fog, and even though it hadn't yet begun to rain, Bolan's fatigues were drenched as much from condensation as his own sweat. Like Kissinger, who stalked the rocky terrain 20 yards to his left, Bolan was carrying an Unger Stinson Survivor Series crossbow, loaded and ready to fire. Bracketed to the stock for quick reloading were 2 additional jag-tipped bolts. His Desert Eagle was close at hand in a web holster, and slung across his back was an Indian-issue M16, equipped with an undermounted Remington 870 pump shotgun. Rounding out his gear was a steel-bladed Kozar hunting knife, strapped to his thigh, and a belt clip holding backup ammunition, as well as 3 AN-3 series frag grenades. Perched on his forehead was a pair of infrared night goggles. He'd used them briefly while coming up over the mountain, but found them too disorienting and had taken them off. For all the options they provided, Bolan's arsenal came at a price. The extra weight, added to that of his soaked outfit and a fanny pack stocked with a canteen and food rations, only increased the strain of trying to acclimate to the high altitude. Bolan's lungs were already beginning to pain him with their demands for more oxygen than the thin mountain air could provide. But at least he and Kissinger were finally heading downhill. The Gurkhas, predictably, were nowhere to be seen. They'd taken the lead and vanished into the mist shortly after the border cross. Bolan took it on faith that they were close by. The insertion point had been chosen not only because of its distance from the nearest checkpoint, but also because, had the diversionary ploy at Kashgar Pass failed to pull troops away from the mountains, it was the area least likely to be heavily patrolled due to the instability of the ground cover. The mountainside was layered with choss, a flimsy aggregate of small rocks that crumbled readily underfoot, making it at best a nuisance to walk across. Every few steps, Bolan was forced to shift his weight to avoid slipping on the perilous terrain, in the process sending pebbles into a roll down the path of least resistance. He and the others were relying on crossbows for the downhill journey for the simple reason that the mere echo of a lone gunshot would be enough to dislodge the choss, triggering a landslide. Bolan wasn't the only one raising a clatter. All around him there was an almost constant patter of small slides, some caused by Kissinger and the Gurkhas, others by the drone of planes flying above the clouds overhead, or the mere pull of gravity on clusters of stone weakened over time by the elements. After another 30 yards, Bolan and Kissinger converged near an outcropping and paused to catch their breath, sitting on a pair of smooth boulders that rose up through the earth's crust like large eggs. Kissinger, too, was making do without his goggles.
Are we having fun yet?
Walk in the park.
Bolan cupped a hand around his wrist and illuminated his watch, checking the time and getting a read off its embedded compass. The plan was to head downhill on a northwesterly course until they reached the Jiangsu River. The river coursed through a narrow canyon pocked with small caves situated a few yards above the waterline. By the time they reached the caves, it would be close to dawn. There the men would rest until the sun rose, then rendezvous at the first bend in the river and plan their next move. At least, that was the plan. Soon after they'd resumed their trek, Bolan and Kissinger split off once again. Before long, he dropped below the cloud line. He was grateful for the increased visibility. Glancing down the side of the mountain, he saw that he was nearly halfway to the river. It shone faintly in the distance, snaking along the base of the mountain for several miles before heading inland. As for the clouds, they formed an unbroken firmament across the entire night sky. As Bolan stared northward, a shaft of lightning reached out of the clouds and stabbed at the desert floor below. The storm was heading toward him. He continued on his way, fighting the urge to move faster. He had covered another few dozen yards when he heard a commotion behind him, roughly 50 yards to his right. He stopped and dropped to a crouch, listening intently. He stared past them and resorted to the night goggles, hoping for a better look at whatever was moving overhead. He knew it wasn't Kissinger, and it seemed unlikely one of the Gurkhas had doubled back behind him. The mountain men had also told him that, dumb as they were, even yaks knew better than to venture the loose ground. That left one disturbing possibility, and as he peered through the infrared lenses, Bolan's suspicions were confirmed. Uphill, skulking down the same faint path Bolan had forged through the choss, was a uniformed member of the Chinese Border Patrol. Instead of a crossbow, he was armed with a conventional bow and arrow. The bow was arched, the drawstring pulled taut. The man was taking aim at Bolan. The executioner instinctively threw himself forward, landing hard on the slope. An arrow whispered past and caromed off the rocks to his left. He wasn't about to give the man a second shot. He lined the patrolman in the sights of his crossbow and let fly with a shaft of his own. The soldier lost his balance. Bolan quickly yanked free a fresh bolt and was fitting it into the crossbow when a fresh hail of stone tumbled past him. There were obviously more of them than before, and they were coming at him louder and in larger sizes. The next thing Bolan knew, the wounded border guard was crying out as an entire sheet of choss broke free beneath him.
Oh, shit!
Feeling the ground begin to quake beneath him, Bolan jerked off his goggles and struggled back to his feet. By then, however, the avalanche was already nearly upon him. Bolan had a split second to react. The swath was too wide for him to have any chance of sidestepping it, and trying to outrun it downhill was a fool's game. All that was left was for him to make sure he wasn't dragged under. He sprang from a crouch, meeting the slide head-on, leaping as high as possible while the rocks surged beneath him. He came down atop the slide and battled to stay there. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Kissinger racing toward him. There was nothing the armorer could do to help.
Striker!
But he was soon forced to back off. Glancing around him, Bolan saw that a few of the larger boulders were apparently riding a cushion of smaller rocks. Unlike the others, they weren't rolling end over end, but rather sliding in place. He threw himself at the nearest one and grabbed hold. His weight, however, sank the rock enough that it too began to roll, forcing him to let go to try his luck with another. The next large slab held under his weight. Although he was pelted mercilessly by other stones and rocks, he was safe, at least for the moment, coasting down the hill as if aboard some monolithic surfboard hung up on a slow-moving swell. The avalanche continued to grow in size as it charged downhill, prying loose the choss in its path and adding it to its bulk. That worked to Bolan's advantage, as he found himself not only lifted up by the rising crest, but also drifting back from its edge. After more than 100 yards, however, the slide came to strata made of firm bedrock that refused to feed it. At nearly the same time, the mountain began to level off. Almost instantly, the avalanche began to diminish and lose its momentum. Several times earlier, Bolan had seen thick trees snapped like twigs under the slide's sheer force, but now trees of the same girth were holding their ground, forcing the slide to move around them. And each time the slide encountered another tree, it was sliced and forced to scatter in a wider swath. Soon the crest began to subside, and Bolan felt himself being drawn back toward the slide's leading edge. In time, the boulder he was perched upon would hit ground and pitch forward, throwing him like a first-time buckaroo being tossed off a rodeo Brahmin. He had other cause for concern. The river was up ahead, and the avalanche still seemed likely to remain intact long enough to reach the water. One way or another, Bolan needed to find a way off the ride. Seeing another stand of trees just up ahead, he decided to make his move. He rose to his knees and held his arms out at his sides, hoping he would pass under a tree whose lower branches were within reach. 20 yards directly ahead of him, an ancient poplar drooped slightly forward, as if crouching to meet the slide head-on. Bolan braced himself, his eyes on a thick limb extending out 10 feet up from the ground. At the last second, however, the slide shifted beneath him. Fuck! His boulder followed suit, veering directly into the trunk. The huge rock slammed home. Its sheer weight and momentum was too much for the poplar. It gave way, even as Bolan was being thrown forward by the impact. Instead of grabbing the limb, Bolan crashed into it, shoulder first. The blow stunned him, and the next thing he knew, he was once again being swept along, half buried in the moving juggernaut. Within a matter of seconds, he found himself being carried over the edge of a eroded canyon that led into the churning waters of the Jiangsu River. Bolan felt the sensation of cold water rushing over him. Then everything went black. As he began to regain consciousness, Bolan's first vague sensation was that of water lapping against him. Thoughts drifted through his mind, as thin as clouds, a jumble of images and memories. He didn't know where he was. He was in darkness, surrounded by a tangle of loose brush and driftwood. Water was seeping through the debris. Nearby, he could hear the river. And rain. It was coming down hard, but it wasn't landing on him. Lightning flashed overhead. In the wake of illumination, he saw that he was lying on a rock shelf in a cave situated just above the river. As the water roared past, more of it spilled up onto the ledge and trailed under him. He thought back, trying to fathom what had happened after he'd tumbled into the river. The current had to have dragged him along, he figured, and cast him aside as it rounded a bend. But how far had it taken him? Was this where he was supposed to meet the others? Where was Kissinger? Bolan tried to move, but couldn't. A splintered tree trunk lay across his legs. Part of it was still half submerged in the river, jostling back and forth in the current so that it gnawed at his shins like a dull saw. Bolan rallied his strength and reached down, trying to push the obstruction free. The trunk slid off his leg, and a branch whipped past his face as the current pulled the tree back into the river and carried it away. Bolan wasn't sure, but it seemed to him the water level had risen in just the past minute. He stared out and waited for the next burst of lightning. As it flashed, he saw the river surging past and caught a glimpse of canyon wall on the other side of the water. He could see and hear the rain more clearly now. The storm wasn't letting up. If anything, the rain was coming down harder. If the river kept swelling, he realized it would soon overrun its banks and fill the cave. Rendezvous point or not, he couldn't stay here. Slowly, Bolan pulled himself to his feet. There wasn't a part of his body that didn't ache, but he was alive and in one piece, which was more than he'd hoped for when the slide had carried him into the river. And as long as he was alive, there was a mission to be carried out. The cave was small, so he had to crouch as he took inventory. He'd been stripped of his crossbow, as well as the M16 and his grenade belt. That left the knife and his Desert Eagle. His cell phone was gone too, no doubt transmitting from somewhere deep beneath the avalanche. Like Grimaldi, he'd lost contact with the outside world. For now, at least, he was on his own. Bolan unzipped his rations kit. Water had seeped in, sogging everything except for his canteen and some protein bars, sealed in a waterproof pouch along with matches and a small penlight. Famished, Bolan tore off the wrapper to one of the bars and quickly devoured the snack, washing it down with a few sips from the canteen. A wave crashed onto the ledge, adding to the pool of water collecting around his feet. Already, it was up to his ankles. He didn't have much time. Bolan groped through the darkness, making his way around the debris, feeling the cave walls for a way out. There was none. He moved to the mouth of the cave and reached out. The rain pelted his fingers as he ran his hands along the canyon wall above him. There was nothing to grab hold of, no way of pulling himself up to higher ground. Bolan gazed out of the cave, trying to get a better idea of what he was up against. The river was more than 40 yards wide, brown with silt, frothing from the current's pull. Another felled tree drifted past, and Bolan was forced to step back as it raked the mouth of the cave. Bolan looked down at the debris strewn across the cave floor. It was mostly twigs and small branches, but there were a few larger limbs, two as thick as his leg, another the diameter of a bread loaf. Working fast, he tossed aside the smaller branches, laying out those he could use in some semblance of a row. Next, he tugged off his camo shirt, then unstrapped the knife from his thigh. In a few minutes, he'd cut the shirt to ribbons, leaving him with a set of makeshift lashings. Once he'd strapped the branches together, he wedged twigs into the gaps. When he was finished, Bolan had himself a small raft. He had doubts it would support his weight, but it would have to. Wading through the quickly rising water, he carried his creation back to the mouth of the cave. By now, his eyes had adjusted to the dark. He stood before the opening and stared out at the river, waiting for the right moment. A few minutes later, he saw another tree drifting toward him. It was smaller than the last one, but denser and lying lower in the brackish water. Bolan waited until the last possible second, then dove from the cave, raft clutched to his chest. He landed atop the tree, and, as he'd hoped, it buttressed the raft, helping to displace his weight. He dipped briefly below the current, then bobbed back to the surface. The raft was pinned beneath his chest, allowing him to free his hands and secure a better grip on the tree. As with the avalanche, there was little more he could do but hold on and let nature play out its hand. The river carved deeper into the canyons as it carried Bolan along. When lightning flashed, it was silent and behind his back. It was hard for him to hear thunder over the roar of the current, but he sensed the worst of the storm had passed. Soon, the rain began to let up. The storm was moving into the mountains. The river, however, continued to move swiftly. After a few miles, it came to another sharp bend, and Bolan's ungainly craft was pushed up against a mound of flotsam jammed into a crevasse. The steep-pitched walls offered no escape, so Bolan stayed put, waiting for the tree beneath him to unsnag. The river was cold, and his legs were starting to go numb. There was nothing he could do about it. After a few minutes, the tree finally broke free of the snag, and he was back out in the current. A mile later, he felt the river dip. Whitecaps began to appear on the surface, and boulders began to appear above the waterline. He was entering a stretch of rapids.
Oh, will this shit ever end?
Beneath him, the tree began to come apart. Outer branches snapped against the large rocks, destabilizing Bolan's position. He began to drop lower in the water, twice wincing with pain as his knees bounded off unseen boulders. He shifted forward as best he could, trying to buy time as he scanned the way before him, looking for an opportunity to bail before the rapids dashed him against the rocks. The gauntlet of boulders was unmerciful. When he caromed off one, it felt as if he'd been broadsided by a small truck. His entire left side went numb. And when it was followed up by yet another harsh blow, the wind was knocked from Bolan's lungs. Stunned, he gave up the fight and was about to surrender to the rapids when they finally relented, flinging him down one last cascade and depositing him into a lake. The water steadied around him.
Thank God.
He dog-paddled with one arm until the feeling came back to the other, then slowly made his way toward the lake's edge. Fatigued, he stopped halfway to the bank and turned onto his back, splaying his arms and legs so that he could float in place. He stared up at the sky. The moon shone through a break in the clouds. He also saw a small plane flying high overhead. Observation craft, he thought. He doubted anyone could see him, but to be safe, he flipped over so that only his head was above the water. With slow strokes, he made his way toward shore, taking care not to make waves. The lake's shoreline was gravelly. Once out of the water, Bolan crawled across the rocks and quickly took cover beneath a stand of small trees. A breeze rustled the trees. Bare-chested, bleeding from countless scrapes, Bolan shivered.
Oh, this sucks.
He sat at the base of one of the trees and drained his canteen, then finished off the last of his protein bars. He was contemplating his next move, battling his body's cry for sleep, when the breeze shifted, carrying with it a cloying, fetid stench.
Oh.
Bolan knew the smell all too well. It was the smell of rotting flesh. Bolan rose to his feet. The odor was coming from behind him, back through the trees. The storm had apparently skirted the lake because the ground was relatively dry, and after he'd ventured 20 yards into the brush, Bolan saw boot prints. He placed his foot next to one of the prints. They were roughly the same size. A thought flashed quickly through Bolan's mind, the memory of a mission 10 years ago when he and Jack Grimaldi had wound up sharing the same room at a hotel outside Kosovo. One morning, Grimaldi had put on one of Bolan's shoes by mistake. It fit, and he didn't realize the mistake until he'd gone to put on his other shoe and saw it was for the same foot. The hairs rose on the back of Bolan's neck.
No, it can't be.
He moved faster, following the prints past a cluster of wildflowers to a clearing. 30 yards away, lying face down in the moonlight, was a body. Holding his breath, Bolan approached the corpse, or at least what was left of it. Vultures or crows had poked through the dead man's clothes and picked at his flesh. His entire backside had been eaten away to the bone, and there was little left of his right leg but a few shreds of mangled flesh. Decomposition had set in, accounting for the smell, and maggots squirmed amid the entrails. Bolan found a stick and braced himself, then carefully turned the body over. The man's face had been eaten away, leaving only cartilage and the gleaming bones of his skull. It wasn't Grimaldi. There were a few long strands of straight blonde hair clinging to a small patch of scalp on one side of the skull. Grimaldi's hair was black and curly, and although the Stony Man pilot had served a tour of duty with the Air Force years ago, he'd long since hung up his dog tags. The man lying dead on the ground still had his tags, dangling by a chain from what was left of his neck. Bolan flipped the tags over and flashed his penlight on them. Harmon Brown, U.S. Air Force, one of the missing Rangers. Bolan slowly stood and snapped off his light, relying on the moon as he began to scour the clearing. He found more tracks, made by smaller boots, as well as dozens of spent shells, most of the same caliber. Bolan picked one up and inspected it. It was for an AK-47, the Chinese military's preferred assault rifle. Off near a cluster of rocks, there were 2 blackened craters as well, caused most likely by grenades or mortars. Too much firepower expended for just one man. The others had to be close by, contributing to the odor of death that still choked the night air around him. Bolan saw that the boot prints led in the direction of the rocks. He followed them, but stopped after a few steps. Something was moving behind the rocks. He sidestepped, taking cover behind a nearby tree. He He aimed his Desert Eagle at the rocks and waited. Moments later, an animal trotted into view. In the dark, it was hard for Bolan to tell whether it was a wild dog or a jackal. There was a severed arm clamped in its jaws, weighing down its head slightly. Bolan wasn't about to draw attention to himself by shooting at it. Instead, he grabbed some stones and began throwing them. The animal paused, looking around, hesitant to give up its hard-earned dinner. It was only after one of the stones glanced off its hindquarters that the beast dropped the arm. Bolan moved from the tree and once more held his breath. As he'd feared, he found 4 more men lying sprawled behind the rocks. Except for the one missing an arm, they were more intact than the ranger out in the clearing. They lay at odd angles, stripped of their boots and weapons. Behind them were traces of a makeshift camp, flattened grass, ration tins, discarded food wrappers. Bolan tried to imagine what might have happened. The likeliest explanation was that the men had pitched camp unaware the enemy was close by. Brown had to have ventured out, maybe to fetch water from the lake, maybe to go on patrol. He'd been followed back to the camp, unaware he was setting his men up for an ambush. Judging from the craters and spent shells, the Chinese had come in hard and fast, storming the camp before the Rangers had a chance to fully react. It had all the makings of a massacre. If the Chinese had lost soldiers, they'd been hauled away in the aftermath. Bolan wondered how the Rangers had allowed themselves to be taken out so easily. It went against their training to camp so closely together, and they couldn't have picked a worse spot. True, they'd set up camp behind the rocks, and no doubt there'd been a lookout posted for any sign of enemy approach by way of the lake. On the other hand, they'd literally backed themselves into a corner. Behind them, the canyon walls rose up almost perpendicular to the ground. It would have been far more difficult for them to go up than for the enemy to come down to them, capable of shooting them like fish in a barrel. Whatever the explanation, they'd taken it with them to their maker. All Bolan could do for them was gather their dog tags. He knew from experience that, however macabre, they were a source of solace for loved ones back home. He set about the task quickly, but was given pause when he noticed that all of the men's wounds hadn't been caused by gunfire or the bite of carnivores. The men's ears were missing, as were some of their fingers, pinkies mostly, all severed by the clean cuts from a sharp blade. The Chinese had taken souvenirs.
Filthy bastards!
A cold rage filled Bolan as he finished collecting the dog tags, sealing the tags inside his provision bag. He'd planned to change into one of the men's uniforms, but after seeing the mutilations, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The men had already been stripped of their boots. Dead or not, he wasn't about to rob any one of them of their dignity as well by leaving them naked to the elements. Instead, Bolan steeled himself against the reek of putrefaction and slowly dragged the bodies close together, setting each out in an angle of repose, then covering them with rocks and small boulders to shield them from predators. Once the grim ritual was completed, Bolan stood exhausted before the burial mound. He wasn't a man of prayer, but believed there was a higher power, and he offered the fallen soldiers a moment of silence, wishing them peace and honor in whatever world might lie beyond the one from which they'd been so cruelly dispatched. Afterward, he returned to the clearing, filled with resolve that they wouldn't have died in vain. Shrugging off his fatigue, Bolan stared down at the footprints that led him to the massacre site. The same tracks led from the carnage in a westward direction, away from the lake and through the dense foliage at the base of the canyon. Tracking the prints, Bolan soon saw signs of a trail. He began to follow it, Desert Eagle in hand, filled with savage determination. Bolan was hoping for a chance to show the ambushers just why he'd come to be known as the Executioner. Once he cleared the foliage, the path rose upward, leading to a series of switchbacks that took Bolan up the side of the canyon. The ground was solid beneath his feet, a welcome change from the brittle choss that had detoured him from his original mission. He wondered how Kissinger and the Gurkhas were faring. Perhaps once he'd reached higher ground, he could find his bearings and find a way to hook back up with them. Bolan paused just shy of the canyon's rim and glanced out, trying to commit the terrain to memory so that, if all went well, he could arrange for the retrieval of the slain Rangers, ensuring a proper burial back in the States. From where he was, he couldn't see their temporary grave. Trees concealed it from view. He could see the lake, however, as well as the rapids that spilled into it. Across the gorge, he thought he detected a faint dome of light. Once again recalling the topographical map back at the airbase, he was puzzled. The only possible source of such light would have to be Monacon. But as CIA agent Jung Soo had described it, the town was as small as it was remote. Even if they had electricity, he doubted there were enough homes to give off that much illumination. That left the uranium mine, but on the map he remembered it being miles north of the search zone. Had Bolan been carried that far after losing consciousness in the river? It seemed impossible to him. There had to be another explanation. He put the matter out of his mind and turned his focus back to the moment. His legs were cramped from the climb. He massaged his calves briefly and then moved on, clearing the rise and finding himself on a vast, barren plain, dotted by several small mountains and hillocks. The footprints led directly across the open plain toward the nearest rise.
Not good.
Without cover, there was no way he could advance without being spotted by sentries, which he assumed were likely posted up in the hills. Glancing to his right, he saw a dog some 40 yards away, standing its ground in front of a herd of several dozen larger beasts. They were similar in appearance to goats, but the size of oxen.
Yaks?
As Bolan watched, the herdsman appeared out of the flock, riding a dark horse. He slapped the reins and urged his horse in Bolan's direction. The dog followed suit, bounding across the flatland. Bolan slowly backtracked, easing himself down the trail he'd just climbed. He held his pistol level. If the dog tried to attack, he would have no choice but to shoot it and, if need be, the herdsman as well. The dog, a long-haired breed Bolan was unfamiliar with, continued to race forward, then stopped and continued to bark, apparently trained only to corner any threat to the herd rather than attack it. Bolan kept his gun trained on the animal, then shifted it as the herdsman drew near, armed with an ancient flintlock rifle. Bolan kept his finger on the trigger, but held his fire. The herdsman was a boy, no more than 10. The youth seemed every bit as taken by surprise as Bolan, and made no effort to aim the rifle at him. Instead, he stared at him quizzically. Bolan, bare-chested, his dark hair matted with sweat, stared back.
You are the Rambo?
Yeah, and I'm on a mission.
I am Avo the Rambo. Your mission is against soldiers?
Yes, Avo. They killed some people. Good people.
They killed the father in the labor camp.
Over there?
Bolan indicated the dome of light across the canyon. The boy nodded. Apparently, Monacon had not only electricity, but also a sufficient enough supply of pirated Hollywood movies for the boy to have taught himself English. He chose his words carefully, eager to impress his favorite movie hero, miraculously brought to life before his very eyes.
The soldiers come to village looking for Falun Gong. The father say, leave them alone. They hurt no one.
And for that they sent him to a labor camp?
Say the father die working much, but the father was strong. The mother say they lying. Say they kill him. I believe her.
Did your father belong to the Falun Gong?
No, but only right to leave them alone, he say.
And that's why you're in charge of the herd now? Because your father died?
I take turns with brother. He is 8.
The men who did this should be punished. Do you know where they are?
The boy, who was sitting not on a saddle but rather a folded blanket, turned and pointed to one of the hillocks with his rifle, which dwarfed him.
There. I shoot them, but I am scared. Kill me, the mother sad again.
I think there is a way you can help. You can make your mother proud.
She already proud, but I can help.
Good. Tell me, do the soldiers do anything when you herd your yaks past them?
Sometimes they laugh, point to my rifle, pretend I shot them. They fall down, get up, and laugh.
How close are you to them when they do this laughing?
They're grass on hills. Let me bring yaks for grazing. I see them making fun.
I will see that they stop laughing at you. Here's my plan.
Bolan told the boy what he had in mind, and then followed him back toward the herd, making sure to stay alongside the horse so that anyone looking down would not be able to see him. The boy stayed close to him, as if guiding back a stray that had wandered from the herd. Once they reached the yaks, The boy nudged his horse through their ranks, looking them over. Bolan had no doubt that the boy could tell the beasts apart. Finally, he pointed to one of the larger yaks.
Yaru let you ride.
Bolan eyed the creature. It was the one he would have picked, too. Yaru's coat was thicker than the others, and he felt he could ride flat on the beast's back without anyone being able to see him. As an added precaution, however, he asked to borrow the blanket the boy was using in place of a saddle. The boy shifted on the horse's back and pulled it out from under him.
The mother making it present for the father. It is special.
I'll take good care of it.
Bolan draped the blanket like a cape over his bare shoulders. The blanket was dark, nearly the same color as the yak's coat. It would further camouflage Bolan as he rode on the animal's back. It took them a while to reach the hills. Bolan had instructed the boy to take a meandering course so as not to draw suspicion. The beast's coat stank, but not nearly as bad as the smells Bolan had to contend with while burying the rangers. It was a small price to pay, and he put up with it. As they drew closer, Bolan peered over the yak's shoulder and saw that, along with tall grass, the hill was mottled with brush. Perfect. Once the beasts came to the hill, they spread out and began to chew at the grass. Bolan stayed put atop Yaru, looking for some sign of activity atop the hill. There wasn't any. Apparently, the sentries were unfazed, both by the dog's earlier barking and the appearance of the yaks. The boy had said the soldiers only teased him during the daytime, again because they wanted to be sure he could see them mocking him. When he felt certain the coast was clear, Bolan slipped off Yaru's back and paused long enough to return the blanket to the boy. He put a finger to his lips, cautioning the youth not to speak, and then offered him a salute. Sitting tall astride his horse, the boy beamed and saluted back. Gun in hand, Bolan crept into the brush, moving from thicket to thicket as he made his way up the gentle slope. He was nearly all the way to the top when he spotted a brief flicker of light 20 yards to his right. One of the sentries was lighting a cigarette. His face was illuminated briefly. Then he waved the match out and tossed it aside, blowing smoke as he stared out at the flatlands. Bolan carefully slipped his Desert Eagle back into his holster, then reached down and unsheathed his hunting knife. He held it behind his back to conceal the faint gleam of its 9-inch serrated steel blade, then moved away from the brush and crept stealthily the rest of the way up the hill. Bolan was less than 5 feet away before the sentry sensed him coming up from behind. He was about to turn when the executioner sprang forward, clamping his left hand over the man's mouth. Halt! In the same motion, he leaned into the man, supporting him so that he would not fall, then dragged the knife's blade across his throat, slicing into his esophagus and vocal cords, then drawing blood from a severed artery. He pulled the man down to the ground and crouched over him, watching the life fade from his disbelieving eyes. 3 more soldiers were camped halfway down the other side of the hill. One was asleep, half burrowed beneath a cheap Army-issue bedroll. The other 2 were crouched before a gas lantern turned down to its lowest setting, providing just enough light to play cards by. He inched toward his prey in the tall grass. Bolan had taken the sentry's bayonet-tipped AK-47 as well as his binoculars. Quietly, he parted the grass and peered through the glasses. His blood began to churn as he focused on the flat rock the men were using as a card table. Instead of chips, the men were gambling with their battle trophies. Lying in small piles before each man were wristwatches, pocket knives, and signet rings taken off the bodies of the slain rangers. As one of the soldiers began to deal another hand, they each threw out an ante, and Bolan realized they were also wagering the severed ears and fingers of their victims. Holding his rage in check, Bolan continued to draw nearer, moving from the grass to a hedgerow of wild brush that brought him to within 10 yards of the encampment. The 2 card players had their assault rifles close at hand, propped against either side of the rock. Bolan wasn't about to let them bring their guns into play. Once the soldiers had picked up their cards, he made his move. Rising to a crouch, he drew his arm back, then let fly with his knife. It embedded itself in the chest of the man facing Bolan. Stunned, the man staggered backward, toppling off the log he'd been sitting on. Chain! The other soldier turned, reaching for his AK-47. Bolan was already on top of him, and with brutal force, he stabbed forward with his assault rifle. driving the bayonet between the soldier's ribs and twisted it, killing the sentry instantly. With no wasted motion, Bolan jerked the bayonet free and finished off the other card player, stabbing him through the heart. The skirmish had roused the third man. He was struggling to crawl out from under his bedroll when Bolan turned on him, smacking him across the skull with the butt of the AK-47. The man went down, unconscious. Wanting him alive, Bolan left the man where he lay and returned to the rock where the others had been playing cards. The lantern allowed him a better look at the grisly plunder the men had been betting with. He tossed aside his canteen, leaving room in his kit bag for the rest of the slain ranger's belongings. One of the watches in particular drew Bolan's attention. It was a moderately expensive Seiko, gold-trimmed with a worn leather band. Bolan recognized the timepiece. He picked it up and turned it over. The watch was engraved, "To Johnny U, with love, Mom and Pop." Jack Grimaldi had been christened John Udolph. Bolan knew the watch had been a high school graduation present. Back then, Grimaldi'd been nicknamed after legendary football quarterback Johnny Unitas. At the sudden noise, Bolan instinctively dove right, throwing himself to the ground. Glancing over his shoulder, Bolan saw a Chinese soldier twist to one side, dropping his handgun as he crumpled into the grass. The man had apparently been out on the patrol and stalked back at the sound of Bolan's confrontation with the two card players. Bolan turned his gaze uphill. There, silhouetted against the moon, the young herdsman stood holding his flintlock rifle. Bolan scrambled to his feet and rushed through the grass to where the fourth soldier had dropped from view. The man lay still on the ground. Blood seeped from a bullet hole in his right cheek. His days of pretending the boy had shot him were over.
Nice job, kid.
When the surviving Chinese soldier regained consciousness, he found himself spread-eagled on the ground, his ankles and wrists pinned to the earth by crisscrossed bayonets. Any movement and the honed blades would cut into him. He wasn't going anywhere. Bolan crouched over him, his desert eagle pointed at the man's forehead. The boy, Avel, stood a few paces back, trembling. Bolan hated having the boy there, but the kid refused to leave. The prisoner looked past Bolan and saw his comrades lying dead nearby. He turned his gaze on Bolan, his eyes filled with hatred.
Do you speak English?
What is it to you, Yankee imperialist dog?
Well, that answers that.
Bolan held Grimaldi's watch out where the man could see it.
What happened to the pilot? I said, what happened to the pilot?
The man refused to talk.
Hey, Avel, turn around.
When Avel did as he was told, Bolan reached out, shoving one of the bayonets deeper into the earth. Its blade cut into the prisoner's wrist.
Ah! Okay, I will talk.
That's more like it. Now, what happened to the pilot who owned this watch?
The watch? It is black market. I know nothing about a pilot.
Liar!
I'm telling the truth. I do not lie.
You bastard.
Bolan raised his fist, but thought better of it.
Avel, please turn back around.
Okay, the Rambo.
Bolan set aside the watch and grabbed the knife he'd already used on two of the other sentries. Grabbing hold of the prisoner's left hand, he spread the man's fingers and, with one fierce stroke, sliced off the right pinky. The prisoner writhed, inadvertently cutting himself on the crisscrossed bayonets, pinning him to the ground. Bolan held the man's severed finger out before him.
I guess I got this off the black market, too.
Okay. We found some bodies of American soldiers and took their belongings. That's it, I swear.
I already know about the soldiers. I want to know about the pilot of the spy plane.
I only know about the soldiers, not any plane or pilot.
Liar!
Bolan glanced over his shoulder and saw that Avel was trying to sneak a look at the proceedings.
Avel, no peeking!
The boy meekly complied. Bolan turned back and leaned over the prisoner, pressing his palm hard against the bridge of the man's nose to keep his head still. With his other hand, he placed the edge of his knife against the man's ear, letting the blade cut into the lobe.
What happened to the pilot?
Okay. They took him to the labor camp.
Did you shoot the plane down? Is the pilot injured?
I don't know. All I know is that it went down a mile north of here, in the valley.
Is the pilot injured?
No, he was fine when we took him in.
Where in the labor camp were they taking him to?
I swear I don't know. I really don't.
Bolan chose not to press the matter, and as much as he wanted to ask about the killing of the Rangers, he had the information most vital to him. It was time to move on. First, however, he wanted to see to it that the military wouldn't connect Avil or anyone in the village with what had just happened.
Avil, go back to your herd now and wait for me. It'll be a few minutes.
What you to do?
Avil, go, now!
The boy obeyed. Once they were alone, Bolan turned back to the soldier, who was still stretched out on the ground, pinned by the bayonets. The man stared at him.
Even if there were a way for me to turn you in, you would never stand trial for what you did to those Rangers back there. Your superiors would let you off the hook, and probably even give you a medal. That leaves what we call back home frontier justice.
What? What is that?
Bolan grabbed one of the bayonet-fixed AK-47s and raised it in the air, butt first, as if he were about to plunge a stake into the ground. Bolan brought the rifle down, driving the bayonet through the soldier's chest. Then, with cold efficiency, he pulled away the other bayonets and stripped the man to his skivvies. One by one, he quickly did the same with the others, leaving them where they had fallen. Once he was finished, he piled the uniforms in a heap near the rock where the lantern rested. He doused the lamp and poured its fuel over the clothes. There was more fuel in a 2-gallon container stored a few yards away in a crate filled with provisions. Bolan unscrewed the cap and walked about the encampment, spilling kerosene over the bodies and onto the ground and surrounding brush. When the canister was empty, Bolan tossed it aside and turned to the sentry's radio transceiver he'd seen mounted on the provisions crate. He lacked Aaron Kurtzman's knack for electronics and wasn't about to even try putting a call out to Kissinger or the Gurkhas. Instead, he grabbed the radio and smashed it against the rocks. There was one last task. Taking a few dozen small rocks bordering a fire pit near the provisions crate, Bolan rearranged them in a tight ring several yards away, then used his knife to scrawl a message in the dirt. The rocks would ensure that the message wasn't obliterated by fire. Stepping back from his handiwork, Bolan raided his kit bag for matches. Bolan fled the growing inferno, confident that by the time the military came to investigate, there would be nothing left but charred bodies and the untouched message, which would leave no doubt that the counter-massacre had been the work of an American soldier seeking retribution for the earlier killing of the Rangers. Bolan headed downhill to where Avil had gathered his herd of yaks.
Payback is a bitch.
Avil was watching the blaze with awe when Bolan caught up with him.
I'm sorry you had to see what you did.
It was like movie. You really are the Rambo.
You saved my life, Avil. Thank you. Now, you know you can't tell anybody about this.
The mother?
No, no one. Everybody's life depends on it. Yours, mine, your mother's, and your brother's. Now, who are you going to tell, Avil?
No one.
Good. Look, kid, you need to go now. But I have one last favor to ask.
What?
Can you ride Yaru back to town?
Yes, but I have horse.
Bolan held out a fistful of currency he'd taken off the bodies of the slain soldiers.
I need to buy the horse from you.
The ride took Bolan longer than he'd expected. Avil had told him of a route to the labor camp that steered clear of other military outposts situated near the canyon's perimeter. Understandably, the way was circuitous and often led over treacherous ground. Steep-pitched ravines, streams choked with boulders, stretches of loose, shifting sand. The boy's roan was old and unaccustomed to such rigors, and Bolan had to stop often to let the horse rest. Avil's directions had been convoluted too, and several times Bolan found himself lost, unable to spot landmarks the boy had told him to follow. In all, the 40-mile trek had taken more than 4 hours so far. Bolan's legs were chafed with saddle sores. The horse was suffering too, and had begun to hobble after snorting its way up a particularly difficult incline. Dismounting, Bolan inspected the roan's hooves. It had thrown a shoe. Bolan coaxed the horse to softer ground, then turned it loose at the edge of a pasture where cattle were grazing. Hopefully someone would spot the roan and attend to it. He covered the last few miles on foot, following a narrow uphill path choked with bramble. Morning had crept up on him, arriving without the fanfare of a sunrise. The sky was leaden and overcast, filled with the promise of rain. Soon he spotted the final landmark, a top-heavy pinnacle rising up through the brush like a large mallet. Spurred on by the sighting, Bolan, who'd feared he'd lost his way again, broke into a sprint. The path soon leveled off, and once he reached the base of the pinnacle, he caught his first glimpse of both the labor camp and uranium mine. The two sites were adjacent to each other, both cordoned off by a tall cyclone fence topped with barbed wire. The light Bolan had seen from afar the night before had come from halogen lamps mounted high on poles, fixed to the rooftops of watchtowers, spaced evenly about the fence's perimeter. Bolan assumed the lights were more than merely a security measure. If this was like most labor camps he knew of, the prisoners were no doubt forced to work in shifts around the clock. Peering through the binoculars he'd taken from the slain sentries, Bolan saw a crew near the entrance to the mines, using shovels to transfer loads of gritty, mineral-enriched soil from small rail carts into the hold of a large flatbed truck. Bolan couldn't see a refining plant, but he knew there was probably one close by where hauls from the mine would be sifted, then converted by centrifuge to uranium hexafluoride, the first step toward producing yellowcake, the uranium oxide used in power reactors and, if enriched to 90%, nuclear warheads. The CIA hadn't mentioned any link between the mine and China's supposedly secret race to stockpile its nuclear arsenal, but Bolan knew there had to be a connection. He also knew that even though processing was required to boost the volatility of soil scooped out of the mines, the dirt still contained dangerous levels of radioactivity. The guards apparently knew it too, and watched the unloading from a distance. As Bolan expected, the workers were forced to brave the hazards of their job without the benefit of protective clothing or masks to filter out the toxic dust that rose in faint clouds each time a shovel was stabbed into the mounds of soil. Bolan thought again about Kissinger and the Gurkhas. He'd been on the lookout for them while riding around the canyon, but there'd been no sign of them. He couldn't see the point in waiting for them. He'd reached his destination. It was time to carry out the mission. Along with the binoculars, Bolan had taken several grenades and rearmed himself with one of the sentry's assault rifles. Still, he wasn't about to take on the entire security detail single-handedly in hopes of liberating those held prisoner in the labor camp. That would have to wait for another time, and it would require more men. As it was, he knew the odds were against his being able to get to Grimaldi, much less be able to spirit him away from the facility. Avil had known the way to the camp because he'd come once, along with his mother and two cousins, to visit his father. Official visits were banned, but the villagers of Monacon, many of whom had loved ones imprisoned at the facility, had found a way around the restriction. Avil had told Bolan that on the far side of the camp there was an area where the brush grew right up to the fence and then continued on the other side, running downhill to the large canvas tents that served as the laborers' barracks. At certain hours of the day, usually during lulls between a changing of the guards, there would be an opportunity for prisoners to steal up through the brush for a brief rendezvous with family members. To Bolan, it sounded like the best way to enter the camp unnoticed. Two separate rivers, one an offshoot of the Jiangsu, the other a smaller tributary, ran along either side of the mining compound, making for a lush oasis in the otherwise arid desert. As Bolan circled the perimeter of the labor camp, he found concealment in the shade of tall acacias, and was further helped by rampant clusters of rosewort and fang thistle. Twigless, the ground cover silenced the sounds of his advance, springing back into place, leaving no sign of a trail. The thistle was actually a variety of creeping vine, and there were places where its prong-ended leaves had grabbed hold of the trees and pulled itself all the way up to the higher branches. It tended to fall back on itself, forming large, misshapen clumps. Whenever the breeze picked up, the clumps seemed to take on life. and several times Bolan froze in mid-step and drew aim with his AK-47, thinking he'd spotted snipers in the trees. As Abel had explained, the Fang Thistle also reached up to the perimeter fence that encircled the labor camp, weaving a screen through the gaps before tumbling back to the ground on the other side. The growth was thickest at a spot roughly equidistant from the two nearest watchtowers. It was there, Bolan had been told, that the villagers of Monacon would go for their clandestine rendezvous. They trimmed out a cave-like enclosure within the billowing growth, allowing them to linger near the fence without being seen by sentries posted in the towers. Bolan knew a set of bolt cutters would have been a godsend, but once he reached the fence, he hoped the serrated edge of his hunting knife would serve the same function, snipping enough of the chain links to let him squeeze through. Bolan was within 30 yards of the fence when he saw the hollowing. To his surprise, villagers were huddled inside the enclosure, a woman and 2 young children. Bolan found cover behind a grouping of rhododendrons and waited. He would give them a few minutes in hopes they would leave without his having to approach them. He was concerned they might let out a cry at the sight of him, tipping the guards off to their presence. As it turned out, the villagers had already been discovered. Less than a minute after he'd settled in behind the rhododendrons, Bolan saw soldiers converging on the hollow from separate directions. There were 4 of them, 2 in each party, and all were carrying AK-47s. Bolan doubted the villagers could see the men through the Fang Thistle. The first 2 soldiers stopped once they were within a few yards of the enclosure. They waited for others to catch up. Then all 4 slowly raised their assault rifles and prepared to fire into the brush. Bolan wasn't about to stand by and witness the slaughter. Betraying his position, he rose into view. In a matter of seconds, all 4 men were down. But Bolan knew it wasn't over. He was certain that others, drawn by the sound of gunfire, would soon be on the way. He saw the woman and children staring out from the enclosure, fear-stricken. He waved to get their attention and pointed over his shoulder, back toward the path that would eventually lead them back to Monacon.
Go! Run for it!
If they didn't understand his words, they made sense of his gestures. Grabbing each child by the wrist, the woman dashed out of the hollow and ran toward Bolan. As they did so, one of the watchtowers opened up. Bolan whirled and returned fire. The tower was barely within range of the assault rifle, but the fates compensated for having thwarted his plan, and at least one of his rounds caught the sentry. As the man slumped from view, Bolan pivoted, anticipating shots from the other tower. He didn't bother firing, it was too far away. Instead, he sprinted from the fence in the opposite direction of that taken by the woman and her children. As he hoped, he drew fire his way, giving the villagers more time to make their getaway. Bullets slapped through the foliage around him, and even though he veered from side to side to make himself a harder target, the rounds were closing in. Bolan's diversionary ploy may have saved the villagers, but he couldn't have picked a worse direction to run in. He'd covered less than 50 yards when a military jeep rose into view, plowing through the Fang Thistle.
Oh, shit.
Another was directly behind him, and yet a third bringing up the rear. There were gunners aboard all 3 vehicles, the 2 in front positioned behind rear-mounted 7.62mm Gatling guns, the other clutching what looked to be a pump-action riot gun. Bolan knew there was no way he could outmaneuver the jeeps. He was trapped in an open field. He wasn't about to surrender, though, so he decided to go down firing. As the second 2 jeeps fanned out from the column, Bolan emptied his AK-47.
Damn it!
He dropped the tail gunner in one vehicle and killed the driver of another. By then, the lead jeep was almost upon him. Bolan was clawing for his Desert Eagle when the soldier with the riot gun took aim and unleashed a glorified leather beanbag filled with buckshot. Back in the States, SWAT teams call them numbnuts, after the most frequent part of the anatomy they aimed for when trying to subdue unruly suspects. Bolan took the bag higher up. It smacked off his forehead. For the second time in the past few hours, Bolan found himself flung into the black void of unconsciousness. When the executioner came to, he found himself lying on the dirt floor of an empty cell. The Chinese had taken his boots, watch, and kit bag, leaving him his tattered pants. Sitting up, he rubbed the egg-sized welt poking up through his hairline. His skull was throbbing. He looked around him. The walls were made of slump stone, and there were no windows. A thin shaft of light shone through a small ventilation grate high up near the ceiling. There was a narrow gap roughly the same size at the base of the heavy wooden door to his right. A thin plastic tray had been shoved through the opening.
On it was the usual Geneva buffet, a crust of bread and a shallow bowl half filled with rusty, tepid water. He assumed he'd been taken alive for the same reason he'd initially spared the last sentry, back near the canyon. The Chinese wanted to question him. By now, he was sure word of the sentry killings had reached the camp. They would be looking for answers, and viewed him, no doubt, as the one most likely to have them.
Fine. I've dished it out. I can take it too.
Bolan's stomach rumbled, but the cell's rank smell of stale sweat, urine, and feces curbed his appetite. He ignored his ration, stood slowly, and went to the far wall, aching with every step. The ventilation shaft was too high up for him to see out, and because it was set flush against the wall with grating too small for his fingers to fit through, there was no way for him to pull himself up. He assumed he was somewhere inside the labor camp. He paced the cell briefly, then sat again, back to the wall. The ball was in their court. All he could do was wait. He sat staring at the opposite wall, nodding off every few minutes, only to awaken with a start each time his head drooped forward. An hour passed, then 2. A hand reached under the door and pulled away his tray. In walked an armed soldier, followed by an older man dressed in full uniform. He spoke English fluently.
You're awake. Good.
Colonel Rance Pollock, 51-11012.
Hello, Colonel Pollock.
The officer motioned for the soldier behind him to close the door.
We have something in common. I am a colonel as well. Colonel Michaud at your service. I think you'll know why I'm here.
Bolan said nothing.
Would you be so kind as to hold your hands out before you?
When Bolan failed to respond, the soldier stepped forward and lashed out with the butt of his assault rifle. Bolan saw it coming and leaned to his left. Still, the butt grazed his skull just above his right ear, knocking him to the side. The soldier was a big man, the same height as Bolan, but 20 pounds heavier, much of it toned muscle. He was agile, too. He shoved Bolan to the floor and twisted one arm behind his back. Bolan didn't bother fighting back. He was conserving his strength for a battle he knew he could win. Colonel Michaud knelt before Bolan, sniffing his fingers. Satisfied, he stood.
Kerosene. Let him go.
The soldier released Bolan. He retreated to the doorway, smiling, self-satisfied. Bolan ignored him. He returned to the same position he'd been in before the attack, ready for whatever the soldier might dish out next.
Do the words, payback is a bitch, mean anything to you?
Colonel Rance Pollock, 51-11012.
You Americans are so predictable.
Colonel Rance Pollock.
What? No serial number this time?
Colonel Rance Pollock.
The soldier began to move forward, anticipating approval to have another go at the prisoner. The colonel, however, held his arm out, motioning for the soldier to stay put.
This is getting us nowhere. Excuse us a moment. We'll be back shortly.
Bolan now had dueling headaches. Bolan braced himself, but the first man to walk in was neither Colonel Michaud nor his armed goon. It was Jack Grimaldi.
Son of a bitch.
That's me.
The pilot seemed none the worse for wear from his ordeal. He looked as tanned and healthy as always. Left alone in the cell, Bolan and Grimaldi quickly searched for bugs. They didn't find any, but to be safe, they huddled close near the wall farthest from both the door and the ventilation grate. The Stony Man pilot quickly related the events that led up to his forced landing of the ES-1 spy plane.
Everything was going just hunky-dory when these two MiGs came up on me. I smelled trouble, so I started locking them in on my air-to-airs that Cowboy helped rig up. The next thing I know, the cockpit goes dead on me. Nothing. The instruments are down and the missiles won't fire. I'm up shit creek without a paddle, only I'm 20,000 feet up shit creek.
It wasn't the weapon system. The plane had been sabotaged back at the air base in Margilam.
No shit.
Bolan briefly sketched out the web of intrigue he'd become embroiled in back at Collier Springs.
Jesus. And here I'm thinking I must have tripped the extension cord or something.
It was out of your hands, except for bringing it down in one piece.
Now that part was a breeze. That baby was so light I could play it as a glider. Rode the currents and had enough control over the steering to ease her down.
Of course, the whole time I'm sweating bullets waiting for the MiGs to start venting me with 30 millimeters.
They wanted the plane intact, for obvious reasons.
I had to set it down in the sand without landing gear, which roughed the hell out of my pod, I'm telling you. If there'd been any rocks down there, I'd have had me a free prostate exam.
Bolan told Grimaldi about his encounter with the sentries who'd met up with the plane after it landed.
That's what they want to grill me about. They want to make sure I'm their guy so they can have the last laugh. Where's the plane now?
Last I saw, it was in the truck. I'm sure they got it squirreled away somewhere around here with a crew of retro engineers.
Who knows? By now they might have the plans to go along with it.
ES-1 knockoffs, here we come. Chinese eyes in the skies.
Where are we now? The labor camp?
Yeah, VIP suites for troublemakers. You probably didn't see them because they're part of a bunker built into the hill near the barracks. They've been keeping me down the hall. Room's nearly as nice as this one. I'm not sure why they're doubling us up here, though. Must be somebody else had reservations for my place.
I don't think that's it.
Colonel Michoud re-entered. This time he'd brought along a second soldier. Bolan didn't think they came any bigger than the guard he'd already tangled with, but the new guard proved him wrong. He stood 6'6" and was easily 300 pounds. Like his partner, he was no stranger to the weight room. Biceps as large as cantaloupes threatened to burst through the fabric of his shirt. The first guard silently pointed out Bolan to the second soldier. The other man nodded and sized Bolan up as if the executioner were going to be served up for his evening meal.
I must say I was glad to see you two knew each other. It will hopefully make things a lot easier for everyone.
Colonel Rance Pollock.
Airman First Class, Orville Wright. 67-91543.
You are like two peas in a pod, as they say. Almost like brothers.
Calmly, the colonel reached to his side, pulling out a service revolver. It was an old Colt 45 with a pearl-inlaid grip.
Nice, yes. I got it in Korea during the war. A present from one of your forefathers.
Neither Bolan nor Grimaldi rose to the bait. They stayed put, waiting for the colonel's next move. Michoud stared admiringly at the gun, and then slowly turned it on Grimaldi. He held his other hand out, showing Grimaldi the graduation watch that had passed hands several times since being taken from him after his forced landing. The colonel wasn't about to give the watch back, however. Instead, he turned to Bolan.
This is how it is going to be. You have 30 seconds to start talking before I pull the trigger on your friend. 30 seconds.
Bolan stared impassively at the officer and said nothing. Behind Michoud, the two heavyweights smirked.
25 seconds.
Bolan's gaze held fast, as did his silence.
20 seconds.
I guess they don't play chess here in China, eh, Colonel?
What is your point?
I'm your bartering collateral. Shoot me and you've sacrificed your queen. For what?
For the satisfaction of seeing the look on your friend's face once he realizes his silence has cost your life. 10 seconds.
Bolan, who'd been standing straight, slowly unlocked his knees and began to tense the muscles in his legs, imperceptibly shifting weight off his heels and onto the balls of his feet. His jaw remained set. His gaze remained locked on Michoud. His lips remained sealed.
5 seconds.
All right. He did it. He told me everything. I'll give you all the details. Please, just quit pointing that gun at me.
Michoud quickly thought it over. He turned the gun from Grimaldi, shifting his aim to Bolan's groin. The Colt's hammer was still pulled back.
I'm waiting.
You want to know about last night, right? Well, he's the one, all right.
I want details.
Fair enough. He slipped in and did the deed. Took his time about it, too. You know, milking it for all it was worth. Of course, the way he tells it, she didn't mind a bit.
She?
Your mother. Matter of fact, he said she moaned so much that she woke up the neighbors.
The colonel's face reddened. A tremble coursed through him. Realizing he'd been had, he began to turn the gun back on Grimaldi. Bolan torqued his body, and his right leg shot out from under him. The karate kick caught Michoud's wrist squarely. The Colt fired as it flew from his hand, scarring the wall behind Grimaldi's head. The pilot's reflexes were every bit as fast as Bolan's. He lunged forward, dropping one shoulder. At 150 pounds, he was barely half the weight of the guard he tackled, but he had momentum and the element of surprise on his side. He caught the man flat-footed, slamming into his chest with enough force to knock him off balance. The other guard lurched backward to keep from being knocked down. He raised his AK-47, but before he could fire, Bolan had already grabbed the fallen Colt. The .45 bit a hole in the shorter guard's midsection. The third gunshot ripped through the larger guard's skull, spattering his brains on the walls and ceiling. Bolan finished off the shorter guard with a kill shot to the chest, then turned the gun on Mishu. The colonel, who'd staggered back into a corner, stared at his fallen guards, then looked down the bore of his .45. It was Bolan's turn to cock the hammer.
Next one has your name on it, Colonel.
Mishu was clearly bewildered. It had taken Bolan and Grimaldi less than 10 seconds to turn the tables. Grimaldi quickly gathered up the assault rifles.
My apologies to your mother. I'm sure she's a fine person.
What do you want from me?
Bolan picked up Grimaldi's watch and traded it to Grimaldi for one of the AK-47s. He tucked the Colt .45 inside the waistband of his pants.
Colonel Mishu, I want my kit bag and my gun back. Then I want you to get us out of this hellhole in one piece.
Gun to his back, hands placed on his head, Colonel Mishu was the first to leave the cell. A trio of guards responding to the clamor stood at the end of the hall.
Attention, Mishu!
Mishu started down the hall toward them. Bolan was directly behind, with Grimaldi bringing up the rear, checking up and down the hall for signs of other soldiers. The corridor was long, lined with more than a dozen cells on each side. The doors were all closed. Bolan and Grimaldi guessed the other prisoners had jumped to the conclusion that one of their fellow inmates had just been executed, and were fearful they might be next. Bolan extended his arm in front of Mishu, jangling the ring of keys he'd taken off one of the guards they'd left behind in the cell.
Which one's the master for the cell doors?
The large brass one.
Mishu was already resigned to the humiliation he would face during the court-martial that would be sure to follow the sorry debacle his interrogation of the prisoners had turned into. Bolan tossed the keys to Grimaldi, who then began to go from door to door, springing the other inmates.
Tell your guards to lay down their assault rifles and step back.
The guards complied. Halfway down the hall, a call box was mounted on the wall. Bolan indicated the receiver.
Is that hooked up to a public address system?
Yes. There are speakers throughout the camp and at the main entrance to the mine.
Bolan handed Mishu the receiver.
I want all the sentries out of the watchtowers, and the rest of the guards are to hold their fire when we come out. Wherever you stashed away the plane, I want it put back on the truck, and I want the truck filled with enough gas to get us back across the border to India. You'll come along for the ride. If all goes well, we'll turn you loose at the border.
It took Mishu a moment to weigh the demands. He then nodded bleakly and punched the phone's keypad. Before he could speak, Bolan put a finger to the colonel's lips and glanced at the prisoners who'd stumbled out into the corridor. Most of them were middle-aged men, although there were also a few in their 20s. One boy looked to be in his teens. They were all gaunt-faced and emaciated, their bodies covered with sores incurred from poor conditions inside the cells. They were all in various states of disbelief.
Do any of you speak English?
To his surprise, half the inmates raised their hands.
Good. I need someone to listen and tell me what the colonel is saying when he speaks over the intercom.
One of the older men stepped forward. He was stooped and frail, and his face was bruised from beatings he'd received for failing to keep up with the other workers.
I will translate for you.
Thank you.
Bolan pulled his hand from Mishu's face and motioned for him to make the call. There were no speakers in the cell block, but the colonel's voice resounded clearly over the outside PA system. Mishu slowly hung up the phone.
He said he wants all sentries out of the watchtower, and all guards are to hold fire when he comes out. He asked that the American plane be placed on a truck with a full tank of gas. He said this was direct order.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Thank you.
I'm sure it will take them a while to load the plane.
Where have you been keeping it?
Near the mines, we have a small refining plant. The plane is being kept in a warehouse there.
Does the refining plant have a centrifuge?
I don't know what that is.
I think you do.
It's what you use to goose yellow cake till it's bomb grade.
I just run the labor camp. I have no say in what goes on at the mines.
You're dodging the question, Colonel. You don't have to be in charge of the mines to know what goes on there. Now out with it. How much of the uranium turned out here goes into weapons programs?
2 shipments a week are sent to a reactor plant in Jiangxing, 4 hours north of here. I don't know percentages, but a small portion of the load is 90% U-235.
It doesn't take much. Mix a little with the plutonium they yank out of their fuel rods and you got nukes R us.
Bolan and Grimaldi exchanged an ominous glance, and then the pilot went to retrieve the assault rifles dropped by the hall guards. Bolan turned to the prisoners.
I need 3 men who can fire an AK-47 accurately and without hesitation.
3 men stepped out of their ranks. 2 were older. The third volunteer was the teenager. Grimaldi returned with the rifles.
Are you sure you know how to use one of these?
The youth took one of the AK-47s, and before Grimaldi could intervene, he leveled it. He quickly felled the 3 unarmed guards at the end of the hall. He turned back to Grimaldi, stone-faced.
I'll take that for a yes.
Grimaldi gave the other 2 men their rifles.
There has to be a back way out of here. I want the 3 of you to take the rest of the prisoners with you and go to the barracks. I'm sure you know about the meeting place by the upper fence. You'll need to find some sort of bolt cutter you can use on the fence. Once you've made an opening, stand watch and see that as many prisoners as possible can escape. You can join them afterward and head back to Manukau.
If we try to escape, they will hunt us down like dogs. They will burn the village to cinders if they have to.
It's all I can offer you, a chance.
I will help you to escape. After, I will stay and take my chances here. I have caused my family enough suffering without bringing more to their doorstep.
I will see to it that the fence is cut open so that everyone can make their own choices.
The prisoners conferred and reached a compromise. They would help the prisoners make it as far as the barracks. After that, they would double back and guard the rear as best they could until Bolan and Grimaldi had been allowed to leave the compound with their hostage and the ES-1.
What's the time, Orville?
Let me just check this lost heirloom a friend of mine tracked down for me.
Grimaldi winked his thanks to Bolan for the return of the watch.
Late.
Thanks, buddy. Anyway, I know the truck's probably not ready, but I think it's time we get out of here. Let's wait outside where we can keep a better eye on things.
While the prisoners headed the other way, Bolan and Grimaldi led Mishu to the end of the hallway, where an unused cell had been converted into an all-purpose room for the guards. The executioner gestured inside the cell.
My things, are they in there?
Mishu nodded, and the men followed him into the room. There was a row of cheap lockers along one wall. Inside, amid other stashed belongings, were Bolan's boots, kit bag, and Desert Eagle. Mishu watched Bolan put on the boots.
I need you to beat me.
I think we've already done that.
No, beat me. Strike me. If I go out there with nothing to show but a sore wrist, I will be disgraced. It would help if it looked like I had put up more of a fight.
Allow me.
Grimaldi rubbed his sore fists.
Was it as good for you as it was for me?
Mishu glared at Grimaldi, his eye already beginning to swell.
I didn't ask you to enjoy it.
You're welcome.
Let's go, big guy.
Right there.
Bolan knotted his shoelace, then strapped on both his kit bag and the .44 Desert Eagle. Fortified, he helped Grimaldi escort Colonel Mishu out of the cell block and into the open air of the labor camp. Bolan immediately knew something was wrong. There was a watchtower in clear view from the front entrance. Not only had the sentry failed to leave his station as ordered, but he'd also been joined by 2 other snipers. All 3 men had their rifles aimed toward the entryway. If Bolan and Grimaldi had taken 2 more steps out into the daylight, the snipers might well have had a crack at them. And the snipers weren't alone in having ignored Mishu's command. Bolan and Grimaldi saw more than 24 soldiers positioned in the hills around the cell block, all of them ready to open fire. For the coup de grace, they watched the arrival of a Black Dragon HD-11A gunship, the Chinese answer to the Pave Hawk. The war chopper rose into view from behind the acacias and hovered over the proceedings, its armor-plated skin as black as the Grim Reaper's cowl.
I thought we were doing without the send-off party.
Jerking Mishu by the collar, Bolan yanked him back into the shadows and threw him against the wall.
You tossed out some code word while you were on the PA, something that countermanded the orders.
Mishu rubbed blood from his nose with the back of his hand, then smiled at Bolan.
Do you think you are the only man here who is not afraid to die? Kai-chan!
The Black Dragon fired first. Instead of the cell block entryway where Bolan and Grimaldi were holding the colonel hostage, however, the war chopper turned its pod-mounted cannons on the nearest watchtower, splintering through the wood shell, killing the snipers. Then, with deadly ease, the dragon began to circle the perimeter of the compound, wreaking the same destruction on other towers. The soldiers on the ground were dumbfounded. Most of them held their fire, glancing up with disbelief, wondering why one of their choppers had turned on them. Their hesitation gave Bolan and Grimaldi the break they needed. Mishu had already earned his martyrdom, dying in the first volley of gunfire intended for the Americans. Shoving the officer's corpse out of their way, Bolan and Grimaldi quickly bolted from the entryway. The Stony Man pilot dodged right and rolled to cover behind a brick wall 10 yards from the cell block. Bolan went the other way, finding protection between two old mining carts that had long been taken off the rails and converted to water basins. This, no doubt, was what the prisoners were offered by way of bathing accommodations. It was only once he'd reached the carts that Bolan saw one of the watchtowers being turned into kindling and realized he and Grimaldi weren't being targeted by the Black Dragon gunship. If anything, the copter was drawing fire away from the Americans. Like the enemy forces around him, Bolan found himself wondering just what the hell was going on. The answer came soon enough, as the Chinese ground forces found themselves not only having to worry about the renegade chopper, but also increased gunfire from within the compound. The three prisoners who'd been given AK-47s back in the cell block had forsaken any attempt to escape, at least for the moment, and joined in the fray. And they weren't the only ones gunning for the Chinese. At various strategic points throughout the camp and the commons, linking it with the mines, heavily armed Gurkhas appeared, seemingly from thin air. Once he spotted the Nepalese warriors, Bolan paused between blasts of his assault rifle and glanced skyward at the Black Dragon. The gunship, its thick armored plating deflecting the shots being fired its way, continued to fire on other watchtowers, to the point where sentries began to flee their posts. Besides the 30mm cannons, the Dragon had a smaller pair of 7.62mm guns that raised dust in dotted patterns across the terrain below, more frequently than not turning the ground red with the blood of slain camp guards.
Cowboy.
The executioner wasn't sure how Kissinger had pulled it off, but given the presence of the Gurkhas, the only possible explanation for the Dragon's tactics was that the Stony Man weaponsmith not only had discovered Bolan and Grimaldi's whereabouts, but had also somehow gotten his hands on one of the enemy's prized gunships. Once it became clear that their longtime oppressors were being crushed, laborers and prisoners alike saw an opportunity for escape and made the best of it. Some slipped through the slit in the fence that the teenager managed to make after helping fend off the enemy during the first stages of the assault. Others, more brazen, went the other way and charged through the main gates, which the Black Dragon had blasted open between one of its forays against the sentries in the watchtowers. Unlike the older prisoner who'd expressed concerns about retribution by the military, most of those fleeing the camp had only one thought on their mind: to be rid of this living hell once and for all. The battle, such as it was, ended quickly. As with the two guards Bolan and Grimaldi had slain while taking Colonel Mishu hostage, an initial mismatch favoring the Chinese had turned quickly into a rout. More than half of the security detail had gone down before the remainder surrendered, throwing down their weapons and putting their hands in the air. Giving up the offensive, the Nepalese mercenaries began to round up the soldiers with help from the older prisoner and a few others who'd elected to remain behind, if only temporarily. Meanwhile, Grimaldi, who'd advanced halfway up the hill chasing down enemy shooters, returned with two he'd taken alive.
I say we lock them in the cells and throw away the keys. Give the bastards a taste of their own medicine.
Not a bad idea. What do you say, boys?
Righto, American. The Gurkha commander went into action, and soon a column of downcast soldiers were filing past the body of their fallen leader, Colonel Mishu, into the cell block. Once it had finished decimating the last of the watchtowers, the Black Dragon made a quick pass over the entire compound and drifted down out of the dull gray sky, landing outside the compound in a field of fang thistle.
I guess he didn't want to risk stirring up any uranium dust.
Grimaldi and Bolan broke into a slow jog, taking the road through the main entrance to where the chopper had landed. On the way, both men made a point to offer the Gurkhas a nod of appreciation for their timely arrival.
Who the hell needs a cavalry when you got Gurkhas?
Not to mention Cowboy. I'm sure he had a hand in this.
Sure enough, the first man out of the Black Dragon was John Kissinger. He beamed at the sight of his two comrades.
Hot damn! I knew we went to all the trouble of hijacking this whirlybird for a reason.
Bolan had been right about Kissinger being misled at first into thinking he perished in the landslide back near the border.
Longest damn 2 hours of my life. Me and the Gurkhas clawed and clawed through the damned rubble. The farm's GPS said your phone was in that shit. But once we found that sucker by its lonesome with you nowhere in sight, I figured there was still hope.
Kissinger, Bolan, and Grimaldi were inside the Black Dragon gunship, sharing the rear compartment with the Gurkhas. The Nepalese soldiers were subdued. They'd lost 2 men during the siege of the labor camp. Stacked beside the Gurkhas along one wall was a small cache of armament, 2 HN-5 surface-to-air missile launchers, a half-dozen AK-47s, and a 5-pound packet of C-5 plastique. Flying full throttle back toward the Himalayas, the hijacked chopper was expected to reach the Indian border in less than 20 minutes. Like the others, Bolan was understandably anxious to get back as quickly as possible. Their brief stay in China, after all, had to have raised the hackles of the Chinese military, as well as the government politicos back in Beijing. It wasn't just a matter of the killings at the sentry outpost or the liberation of the labor camp either. After a quick raid on the uranium mine's refining operations had confirmed Bolan's suspicions that the facility was a supply source for China's nuclear arms program, the commandeered Black Dragon had emptied its missile load into the plant, leveling it along with its concealed centrifuge plant, as well as the missing ES-1 spy plane. Airlifting the plane back to India hadn't been an option, and it had been decided that destroying the aircraft would be preferable to leaving it in the hands of Beijing's retro-engineers. Kissinger had yet to explain how he'd wound up riding shotgun in the helicopter during the assault on the labor camp. As they continued their flight across the barren, rain-soaked desert, he laid things out chronologically, picking up from the point where he and the Gurkhas determined that Bolan hadn't been claimed by the avalanche.
We kept following the river hoping to find you. We were on foot, though, remember, and we just spent a couple hours combing the rubble, so you were way ahead of us. And every time we came on a snag in the water, we'd have to send some guys down to sift through things.
In case I'd been pulled under.
Kissinger nodded.
Well, needless to say, we were glad to come up empty-handed on that front. It was past dawn by the time we'd reached the lake, and that's where we found the Rangers. And when we saw the burial mound, I figured it had to be your doing, Stryker. Of course, we had your boot prints to go by, too. We started following them up the trail. That's when we first heard the chopper. As it turned out, the Black Dragon's crew had apparently just finished searching the desert over the sentry post killings. By the time we reached the canyon's rim, they were already on their way to Monacan. Once we got a look at that charred hill, we thought maybe they'd caught you and taken you to some base in town. We decided to sneak in and check things out. On the way, we ran into that little yak shit kid, Ovel. He said that I was American and started babbling about some strange encounter with the Rambo.
I liked that kid, but I knew he wouldn't be able to keep quiet.
Well, you can count your lucky stars he didn't. Once he told us what happened and where you were headed, we figured we'd better haul ass to the labor camp, but quick. I was thinking maybe we could score a truck or something when one of the Gurkhas says we should take a stab at the chopper instead. Turns out one of them, Dan Savan up there in the cockpit, has pilot's training and figured he could fly the bird if we could just get our hands on it. So we slipped into Monacan. The kid had already told us there was no base there, so we figured the chopper crew'd come looking for witnesses, or at least somebody they could pin the Sentry massacre on. We were right. They had troops going door to door, which worked in our favor, because that left only a couple guys watching the bird. Took us all 2 minutes to grab it out from under them. Some of the soldiers doubled back when they heard the ruckus, but by then we were airborne. I got a quick read on the gun controls and covered our getaway.
And at some point, you dropped the Gurkhas off near the camp.
Uh-huh. The kid had already told us about the rendezvous point near the barracks, So we stayed low and took a roundabout way so nobody'd spot us from the watchtowers. We got as close as we could, then dropped off the Gurkhas and let them foot it the rest of the way. We looped back around and then came in straight, so it looked like we were the legit crew, just on our way back from Monacon. Worked like a charm.
Sure did. Trojan horse all over again.
Bolan started to tell Kissinger his side of the story. Grimaldi, who'd already heard it, excused himself and went up front to check on the situation in the cockpit. Less than 2 minutes later, he poked his head out of the cockpit and stared back at Bolan.
Remember those two MiGs that were on my tail when the ES-1 conked out on me?
Yeah?
Well, they're back for an encore.
Shit.
Yeah, I got them fixed on radar, and there's no way we can outrace them to the border.
Damn! We've about shot our wad ordnance-wise, too.
We still have more rounds in the cannons, though, right?
Yeah, but cannons will do us much good if they hang back and use their air-to-airs.
What do you suggest, then?
I suggest you talk the Gurkhas into letting me take the cockpit. I think I can wrangle us out of this mess.
Less than a minute later, Grimaldi set the Black Dragon near the edge of the slot canyons that flank the Jiangsu River. Kissinger was the first one out, followed closely by Bolan. Each man carried one of the HN-5 shoulder launchers. The moment both men were on the ground, the chopper lifted back up and drifted out over the narrow 50-yard gap, leading straight down to the still churning current of the river.
Clock's ticking, Stryker.
Kissinger dropped to a crouch and propped the HN-5 against his shoulder.
Follow my lead.
Bolan readied his launcher and put one eye to the scope. Kissinger had already briefed him on how to acquisition a target. He raked the skyline until he had a bead on the approaching MiGs.
I'll take the one on the right, cowboy.
Fair enough. Let her rip, then hit the deck.
The HN-5 bucked against Bolan's shoulder. He lowered the weapon and watched his missile fly through the air on a course parallel to Kissinger's. The MiGs, meanwhile, had fired their warheads as well. 2 surface-to-surface missiles streaked toward the two men, their heat-seeking guidance systems no doubt locked on the Black Dragon chopper directly behind them.
Down!
Kissinger dove to the ground. Bolan turned his back to the MiGs and lunged earthward. The Black Dragon gunship tilted slightly, then began to drop from view into the canyon. The ground beneath Bolan quaked, and he buried his face in his arms as a hail of flying rock rained on him and Kissinger. Most of the rocks were small, stinging Bolan much as the flying cinders had back in California when he'd hopped the pack rim train to Collier Springs. A couple larger stones packed a harsher punch, bounding off his thigh and shoulder more like blows from a cudgel. Bolan stayed put, waiting out the rain of shrapnel. Glancing back over his shoulder, he saw a black cloud where one of the HN-5 warheads had connected with one of the MiGs. The second missile missed its mark, but achieved its objective when the other fighter jet spun out of control, trying to get out of its way. Before the pilot could right its course, the MiG slammed into the ground and disintegrated into a fireball. Struggling to their feet, the two men made their way toward the canyon's rim. A billowing cloud of dust made it impossible to see into the gorge. Grimaldi's plan had been to drop into a narrow crevasse once it had drawn fire from the MiGs, figuring the warhead's guidance systems wouldn't be able to compensate for the tight downward turn. From the sounds of it, Bolan guessed the ploy had worked.
I think both air-to-airs hit the canyon.
Yeah, but unless Jack pulled away before all that debris started raining down.
Both men stared into the chasm. As the dust cloud began to settle, they saw huge scallops where the missiles had collided with the far canyon wall. A shower of loose stone continued to tumble downhill from the gouges, and as Bolan followed their course, soon he could see that all the fallen rocks had begun to choke off the river, creating yet another seething rapids as the water struggled to funnel past the obstruction. Bolan and Kissinger shifted their gaze to their right. 80 yards away, the Black Dragon was rising up through the thinning cloud of dust, intact and flying steady.
He pulled it off.
He sure as hell did.
The Black Dragon set down once again, only a few yards from where it had dropped off Bolan and Kissinger. The two men quickly clambered on board. The Gurkha who'd relinquished the pilot controls to Grimaldi shook his head with disbelief as he helped the Americans aboard.
Your friend, he flies like a madman. Sometimes that's what it takes.
Margilam, India. The debriefing back in Margilam was relatively quick and painless. During separate interviews, Bolan, Kissinger, and Grimaldi offered straightforward accounts of their various intrigues across the border. leaving little out and prompting only a handful of questions, most of them dealing with the layout of the uranium mine facilities and the location of the temporary grave where Bolan had lain the slain rangers to rest. Bolan, the last to be questioned, was assured that diplomatic pressure would be brought to bear on the Chinese to ensure their return to the States for proper burial. Unfortunately, the relocation of the bodies was, and would likely remain for some time, but one small bone of contention between Washington and Beijing governments. Both the U.S. and China had cranked up the rhetoric as they haggled over everything from the spy plane incident to the rumored military takeover of Tibet. For once, however, there was a sense that rather than escalating the possibility of armed conflict, all the bluster was actually reducing tensions between the rival powers. CIA agent Zheng Shu walked Bolan out to the airfield's runway.
Yes, we're both looking for leverage, but at the same time, I think we're both looking for a way to bow out of a confrontation gracefully.
I guess that happens when both sides get caught with their fingers in the cookie jar.
You may be right. In any event, the Chinese are already pulling troops back from Tibet in exchange for our promise to admit the ES-1 had strayed into Chinese airspace before it went down.
I'll take that trade-off any day.
Grimaldi and Kissinger were already out on the airstrip, standing alongside the Starlifter transport that would be taking them back to the States. A dust-covered Hummer pulled up next to the men, and as Bolan drew closer, he saw Jen Li and Najsib Wall step out of the vehicle. Both seemed weak, but in good spirits. The woman was on crutches, her wounded foot covered with a plaster cast.
We just wanted to see you off. I'm catching a later flight back to New Delhi, without my beloved car.
He's taking me with him instead. Apparently there are some specialists there who can see to it I get out of this without a limp.
You look like you could use another couple of days off anyway.
Look who's talking. You look like you just went 10 rounds with a blender.
Close to it. At least we're flying something slower than a B-1 back to the States, so I'm guaranteed at least a good 20 hours of downtime.
I enjoyed working alongside you.
Same here. The Bureau's lucky to have you.
And that lady friend of yours is lucky to have you. Send her my regards, would you?
I think I can manage that.
Well, Najsib, I suppose we'd best let these gentlemen be on their way.
She nodded toward Jiangsu.
The intelligentsia awaits.
Yes, of course.
Wall finished shaking hands with Kissinger and Grimaldi, then stepped back, letting the Americans board the cargo plane. Grimaldi had wanted to fly the plane back to the States, but had been overruled. He joined Bolan and Kissinger in a crude passenger compartment fashioned out of the cargo bay. The seats were hand-me-downs from an old 747. The upholstery was worn, and so was the padding, but they tilted nearly all the way back. Kissinger put his feet up and kicked off his shoes.
Sandman, here I come.
I'll race you to dreamland.
No deal, Grimaldi. Oh, I've done my share of racing for the time being.
Bolan peered out the window. The late morning sun had just pried its way through the cloud cover, igniting a rainbow that slowly stretched across the horizon. He traced the rainbow and found it settling on a row of prayer flags snapping in the mountain breeze. A procession of monks was threading its way up the nearby mountainside, returning from their trip to Margilam. Bolan hoped their prayers were closer now to being answered.
Mack Bolan Strike and Retrieve is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2006, The Cutting Corporation. Performed by Thomas Penny, Terence Aselford, Richard Rowan, David Coyne, Casey Jones, Christopher Graybill, and Mort Shelby. Additional red shirts performed by The Dead Giveaways. Directed by Bob Supan. Vocal editing and graphic audio sound design by Matt Webb and Greg Reinfeld. The Mack Bolan theme was composed by Chris Rowan. Additional original music by Matt Webb. Script adapted for graphic audio by Bill Campbell. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. If you enjoyed Mack Bolan, be sure to look for Don Pendleton's Stony Man and The Executioner. Available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.cuttingaudio.com. Keep listening for previews of other graphic audio thrillers. Deathlands number 74, Strontium Swamp. When Jack Lauren joined Ryan Carter's group, he left behind a ville in ashes, confident that the people would rebuild. As fate returns Carter's people to Jack's hometown, he finds how wrong he was.
I still had something. Belonged here, even if I wasn't here. But now, even that's gone. Like tree roots ripped up, tossed aside.
The sadistic Baron, Dr. Jean, has reduced Jack's people to mindless, obedient slaves. And he wants more than any one ville can provide.
In 2 nights' time, I plan to mount a raid on the last remaining scum that stand between ourselves and the complete domination of the bayou. Having located the sickness, it is time to burn it out.
Ryan must make a hard decision once Jack decides to stay with his people. Will Ryan stay and fight against overwhelming odds, or protect his companions by staying out of a fight that is not his own? Either way, people will die. Dr. Jean has made a fortress of Jack's former home, and has unspeakable plans for those Jack holds near and dear, as well as for Jack himself.
Let me out of here, you bastard! That's true, actually. I never knew my daddy. But say hello to Ma, Machete.
In the swamps of the bayou, old friendships are strained to the breaking point, new alliances are forged, and blood is in the streets.
Tonight we shall deliver unto them a message of hope for the future, a message written in blood!
Don't miss 1 minute of Deathlands number 74, Strontium Swamp.
Deathlands number 74, Strontium Swamp, will be in travel centers and truck stops throughout North America starting August 2006. Or call 1-800-670-5220 to reserve or download your advance copy of Strontium Swamp. For your convenience, this information is also printed on the cover of this book.
Mack Bolan number 91, Line of Control. 2 powerful crime syndicates from both sides of the world vie for power in new territory, the United States. The Kung Lok, Chinese triad.
2 things prevail in the American Southwest like nowhere else in the country. Sex and drugs. Both are plentiful, cheap, and popular enough that we can control them with ease.
And how do you propose to do this?
That is the beauty of this plan. It has already been done for us.
By whom?
By the Americans themselves.
And the Carrillo Mexican drug cartel.
We smuggle drugs, and I pay the American authorities to look the other way. In return, they get what they wish, and I bring back firearms. Those firearms can now be yours for the taking, for your little revolution, Colonel.
I'll drink to that.
And the results threaten us all.
Oh my God. War between the Mexicans and the Kung Lok Triad? Here in America?
We're talking untold loss of lives, property damage in the millions, and full-scale chaos for law enforcement agencies all across the U.S.
We're talking war in our streets. Martial law would have to be declared in the larger cities, and Phoenix Force and Able Team couldn't be everywhere at once, even if we knew where to start.
Now the executioner must face a firefight without Stony Man's help.
This man fancies himself a hero, but there are no heroes left in your society. We will find him and destroy him.
And confront the one who's really behind this nightmare.
This isn't about pride in China or Mexico, or the might of the triads, my friend. It's about profit. And we all have our little piece of the pie. And I'm offering the cartel and the triad an opportunity to have theirs.
Not while I'm alive.